Round 6 of the London Chess Classic, the last stop on the Grand Chess Tour. The players had a day to rest and recharge their energies to make a big push going into the second half of the event. In the All-American matchup, world number 2 Fabiano Caruana faced off against his longtime rival Hikaru Nakamura in an incredibly rich theoretical battle, but it was Fabi who proved to be much better prepared as he completely demolished his opponent's position to jump into clear second place. Tournament leader Wesley So took on former world champion Vasily Topalov, and after a couple of incredible mistakes by his opponent, the Grand Chess Tour leader executed a vicious attack against the White King to maintain his lead at the top of the standings. The best chess players in the world are rounding the bend as the finish line is almost in sight. Round 7 of the London Chess Classic starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to round 7 of the London Chess Classic. Behind me, the London Bridge, the iconic London Bridge, one of the signature architectural landmarks here in this great city. We all know the classic nursery rhyme, London Bridge is falling down. Well, these great players will try to avoid toppling today in round 7, a critical round of the tournament. To call all the exciting action, we go to the studio with Tania, Alejandro, and Yasser.
Hello and welcome. Things are really heating up at the 2016 London Chess Classic, and we'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. I'm Tania Sachdev with Yasser Seirawan.
Delighted to be with you, Tania. Looking again forward to another great round.
As am I, Yas. Now, yesterday was just spectacular. What a sparkling day we had. What was the high and low moment for you?
Everything from the very start to the very finish. I felt like I was one of the greatest rounds I've ever had the pleasure to commentate. It was just marvelous.
Absolutely marvelous. 3 decisive results yesterday, 3 big results yesterday. Let's take a look at the current standings. We've got Wesley So leading, maintaining his consistent lead throughout the London Chess Classic and the Grand Chess Tour. He's at 4.5. Right behind him, Fabiano Caruana on Soul's second position with 4 points. World number 3, Vladimir Kramnik, also having a good run in this tournament, is at 3.5. And then the pack of wolves, MVL, Levon Aronian, Vishy Anand, Hikaru Nakamura, and Anish Giri, all at 50%. Mickey Adams is at 2.5, and well, the down and out Veselin Topalov, just half a point. That's 5 losses out of 6 games.
Shedding a lot of rating points, as you can see at the very final column. Wesley So gaining 13, but Veselin Topalov losing 22. Ouch.
Weslin has, in fact, up till now lost 22 rating points. He has moved down in live rankings below the 20th spot for the first time in 24 years. Here's the format for the London Chess Classic. It features 8 of the world's top 10 players. They'll be playing a 10-player round robin. It's 40 moves in 2 hours, and the remainder of the game in 60 minutes. The increment begins from move 41. The 30-second increment does not start from the beginning of the game. Wesley is in fact so close to the big GCT win. He's all set to make it to the finish line, but just look at his path to victory. He's got big matchups coming up in round 7, 8, and 9 up. Today he's going to face the big Vladimir Kramnik, the Russian Grandmaster. Round 8, he's going to see Fabiano Caruana, who's right behind him. And well, if he's able to take down Wesley, who knows, that might put him in the lead. Round 9 is going to see him up against MVL. Some very, very tough matchups for him, yes.
Absolutely. He's facing his key rivals in this event.
Well, yes, indeed he is. Let's go to Alejandro Ramirez for today's key matchups.
Absolutely, Tania. All eyes are going to be in this game between tournament leader Wesley So with the white pieces against a Russian superstar. He has been an icon of chess for many, many years now. Vladimir Kramnik with the black pieces. He's known to be a super solid player with black, but perhaps today he'll take a risk to try to take the tournament for himself. He's only 1 point behind Wesley So. Very unusual. This is going to be their 3rd matchup in history in classical chess. That just shows how meteoric Wesley So's rise to the top has been. They just haven't played very much in the last few years. They haven't played actually this year in classical chess at all. This is going to be an incredibly exciting game, and somebody that's very interested in it will be second place in the tournament currently and second place in the world standings, Fabiano Caruana. He wants cramming to at least hold Wesley to a draw so he can at least catch up with the tournament leader. He is facing with the black pieces against Michael Adams, a game that is not easy by any means. Michael Adams, a super solid player with the white pieces. He started with a disastrous 2 losses, but has recovered very nicely since. A win against Veselin Topalov in round 5, and all the other games just drawn. They just met, also in UK soil, the Isle of Man a couple of months ago, where Fabiano Caruana won in a nice Ruy Lopez with the white pieces. Can he say, I got it too with the black pieces against Michael Adams? We'll have to take a look. And we have with us, live from London, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, it is not all the time you get to be a part of history. You know, sometimes you're at a tournament and it feels special. It has that special magic that one did not necessarily expect, even if you hope for it. Remember that event where Fabiano Caruana won 7 games in a row? As it was happening, we felt the energy in the place, the magic of that tournament, and none of us will ever forget it. Well, this London Chess Classic is having that same feeling. There's so much promise to start off. You had 3 former world champions playing in the event. You also had the other storyline of Fabiano Caruana. Will he or won't he catch Magnus Carlsen? But it's Wesley So who's added yet another storyline. Sure, he was a Grand Chess Tour leader, but who knew that he would be in such dominating form so far in the event? Everything about it is becoming storybook, and there are 3 more thrilling rounds to go. Well, we expect a great fight today from these players. Wesley So facing off against Big Vlad, Fabiano Caruana looking for a big win against one of the not-so favorites in the event, Michael Adams. But hold on, he's been playing very solidly after those first 2 losses. So it should be a thrilling day yet again, and we will bring you all the action live here from London.
Thank you, Maurice. History in the making, and indeed, it's been great. But how has this impacted the world rankings, Tanya?
Let's take a look at the impact of this tournament on the ratings of our players. Wesley So gaining a whopping 13 points in this event. He's gone up to world number 4, and if he continues, if he's able to score this big win against Vladimir Kramnik, in fact, he'll take Vladimir's spot as world number 3. Fabiano Caruana also gaining 6 points, and he's just 10 points behind the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen.
The closest that gap has been in many a year. Magnus has been head and shoulders above, but Fabi's drawing him in.
Yes, and take a look at Veselin Topalov. Yes, he's down by 22 points in this tournament and 3 rounds still to go.
He's in a death spiral. It's been terrible to watch. Really, really, really painful. I've never seen him falling out of the top 20 in the last, what did we call it, 15 years or so? It's been
24 years?
Yeah, it's been a terrible event for Veselin. Hopefully he can do something today in his game with Anish.
He absolutely needs to do a lot of damage control. Let's take a look at the schedule for the London Chess Classic. We start today at 10 a.m. Central Time, and don't forget, tomorrow, tune in at 8 a.m. Weekends, the games begin at 8 a.m. Central Time.
2 hours earlier, yes.
That's right, yes, there are early starts for the player. And how do you think that would affect the players? I mean, they're clearly in a routine of starting the games at 4 p.m. London time.
It's always awkward. I always dislike it when the schedules bounce up and down. They do it obviously for the weekend crowds, and I understand from the tournament organizer's point of view, but it does play havoc for the players. And I believe in London, Malcolm Payne may be invited. Oh, not yet. Let's take a look. What are they playing for, Tanya?
Well, a lot.
Lot.
$300,000 at stake for the London Chess Classic, the individual event prize fund. And don't forget, the players are not just fighting for that, but also the bonus $150,000 for the Grand Chess Tour. First place goes back home with $75,000, second with $50,000, but the player to finish first in the overall tour rankings goes back home with $100,000, second with $50,000, and the third spot, the ever so crucial third spot, will gain a direct entry into the 2017 Grand Chess Tour.
$450,000 to be decided. And there he is, our tournament leader since round one. I mean, he started with a win against his closest rival, Hikaru Nakamura, and he's been in first ever since. Wesley So.
Consistent and pragmatic. Wesley has, and Veslin we see right there.
Yeah.
Getting a short nap in before the round begins.
I suspect he's just reviewing all of his preparation. At this point, I'm sure he's just thinking, okay, no more losses, no more losses. Come on, you can do it. And Vishy Anand next to Veslin.
And I've got to say, Yas, that, we have seen such intense combative play with lots of ups and downs. We've seen some brilliancies, we've seen some misses. But what has really impressed me is how consistent Wesley has been. He's been one player who's not made a terrible blunder or a terrible mistake. He's kind of just gaining the points slowly and steadily. Consistent, pragmatic play by Wesley.
Without question, that is absolutely the case. Another player who's been having a quiet event, Vladimir Kramnik. Had he won that matchup with MVL where he stood so well, we thought he was going to reel in the point. That's where Big Vlad, he just kind of creeps it up on you. And he's still capable with 3 rounds to go of making a mark. Alejandro, your thoughts as we get started for our 7th round of the London Classic.
I think it's going to be another day of very fighting chess. As I said, Vladimir Kramnik, he has 2 distinct approaches to today's game. He could take the solid route and say, I'm in 3rd place, I'm still holding on. As we see the organizer, Teresa, coming into the playing hall. But he can also say, I'm going to be solid. He can also be a very aggressive player with the black pieces. I've seen him play some very sharp lines, and we've seen some great preparations from some players in this tournament. Even Levon Aronian's disastrous game yesterday started off with a very nice prepping. He was outplaying Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So I think just because Vladimir Kramnik is black today, not necessarily will we see a simple, solid game.
Absolutely, and recalling that candidates tournament in the final round where he was playing against Ivanchuk with the black pieces. He essayed the very sharp perk defense. He ended up losing, as did Magnus Carlsen. They ended up tying for first. Magnus became the challenger. What a historical game that was. But
in
yes.
fact, and that's what also started the entire controversy of tie breaks
yes.
of tournaments. And we've got Malcolm Payne introducing the players. Let's go straight to London.
Everybody here at Olympia and also those watching online, just a little bit about Chess in Schools Communities. It's a charity that delivers chess lessons, chess clubs, chess equipment, chess tutors to schools all over the UK. Currently, we work in over 300 schools, delivering lessons, and we support over another 300. Our ambition is to get into 1,000 schools, and of course, like I'm sure everyone in the audience, ultimately we'd love every school in the UK to be playing chess. Now, the charity couldn't progress, it couldn't advance, it couldn't expand without your support, so thank you for everyone who's donated money to the charity during the London Chess Classic. To do that, you can visit the chessinsschools.co.uk donate page, and it's very easy to give to the charity, either via PayPal or bank transfer. You can also donate to the charity directly in the foyer, at the desk, or at the Chess in Schools and Communities stand. The 8th London Chess Classic is delighted to be part of the Grand Chess Tour this year. The Grand Chess Tour is a series of tournaments held around the world. We've already had tournaments in Paris, Leuven in Belgium, and in St. Louis, the Sinquefield Cup. The tour promises bonus prizes of $150,000, $100,000 to the winner, $50,000 to the second place finisher overall in the series of tournaments. The London Chess Classic climaxes the Grand Chess Tour, and the current leader of the tour is also the leader of the London Chess Classic, Wesley So. So to find out more about the Grand Chess Tour, go to grandchesstour.org. Also around the building, you'll see the standings shown on the screens, and it promises to be a very, very tense fight, perhaps for the second place, because Wesley looks like he's going to be very, very hard to stop. Now, it's a great tradition here at the London Chess Classic that we have ceremonial first moves made by some of our children who visit, so don't be alarmed if you see relatively small people on stage. We've got Grandmaster games for you, but they're going to have their own input into it, which is sometimes quite insightful, but we'll see where we get to. So first of all, let's welcome the players to the stage. We have a fantastic game here in front of me in prospect. Please welcome from the United States, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour, Wesley So. And Wesley is playing former world champion. He won the world championship in 2000 in Hammersmith, and we're actually in Hammersmith, so there's something about this borough that's good for chess. And I know that Vladimir occasionally likes to go and visit the tournament hall and also even the house where he stayed during his triumph over Garry Kasparov. Please welcome Vladimir Kramnik. On my left, another high-level matchup, but then it isn't every game in the World Chess Championship. As another player has forgotten his pen. It's definitely the theme of the tournament. Thank you, Mr. Chief Arbiter. From Armenia, playing white, Levon Aronian. And Levon is playing former world champion from India, Vishy Anand. And on board number 3, please welcome the wild card in the London Chess Classic, the UK number 1, Michael Adams. And Michael plays white against the world-ranked number 2 grandmaster from America, who is getting very, very close to Magnus Carlsen's number 1 spot. Please welcome Fabiano Caruana. And on board number 4, we're very grateful to him for his contributions at Wednesday's Parliament versus Lords match, where he was, well, at least notionally in charge of the Lords team, I think, and helped play some consultation matches where we compared Grandmasters with Lords and MPs against Grandmasters against Lords and MPs. The parliamentarians really seem to enjoy it, so thank you. Anish Giri, welcome to the stage. Playing black against Anish, another former world champion from Bulgaria, Veselin Topolov. And on board number 5, from the USA, Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru playing the French number 1, Maxime Vanchedra. Now we've got a very busy day here at the Classic with 3 ceremonial moves. So first of all, I'd like to welcome a child from one of the chess in schools and communities, well, major areas, really one of our flagship projects, which is on Teesside, from Outward Academy Byerdales, 11-year-old Zoe Coates. Now, Zoe is such an established chess personality up there. She already helps Sean Marsh, who's our Chess in Schools coordinator, run tournaments. So I'm very impressed because when I was your age, I could barely turn up to a tournament, never mind run one. Now, have you got a good chess move for Wesley?
Yeah.
You do? Right. Let's see it then. Here you go. Pawn to e4. Wesley?
The best move.
The best move. Well, fantastic, Zoe. Well done. Do you want to have a quick photo? That's it. Got that? Thanks very much. Thank you, Zoe. I hope you've enjoyed your day here. All right, next up, to make the first move for Levon, I have the London under-8 champion, who was also second in the British under-9 and under-11, and was our top scorer recently in a representative event. From London, Nishal Thaat. Where is Nishal? There you are. Right, Nishal. A good move for Levon. Ah, of course, England Junior International, and he plays the English opening. Well done. Levon, I thought that was very patriotic of him. What do you think?
Absolutely, and I'm a great patriot of this move as well.
Great. Okay, well, we'll see if it stays on the board when play gets going. And another area where the charity does a lot of work, where we've had a lot of success, and the schools enjoyed a lot of success in tournaments around the UK, including getting through to the English Chess Federation finals. And they were totally dominant today in the tournament with the junior players this morning. Sacred Heart School in Liverpool scored a record-breaking 74.
I am having quite a fan moment with Wesley. I mean, it's clear he's lost all the baggage of his past and whatever's happened before in his life, but what he hasn't lost is his humility and kindness.
Oh yes, you see that. I'm just taken by the children as they come up. I mean, it's a big moment for them. Their hearts are racing, and I just think they're so cute, adorable, and
Absolutely.
another English opening move there by the young prodigy, dare we say, as he opens up the game. Yesterday, I just wanted to say it was a huge ramification when Fabi defeated Hikaru for the Grand Chess Tour standings. That almost completely secures a victory in the Grand Chess Tour for Wesley, because as we know, Hikaru was the only person who could catch him, and that really knocked Hikaru back. Also, it means that Fabi at the moment is in the top 3 of the Grand Chess Tour and would be invited in 2017, and then the rest of the players will have to do it by ratings or wildcards.
No, indeed, Wesley's got a 1.5 point lead over Hikaru Nakamura with just 3 rounds remaining. It does seem that he sealed the 2016 Grand Chess Tour victory, but well, the field for the London Chess Classic is wide open yet.
Absolutely. As we saw there, Wesley So's road to victory is not going to be easy. It's not paved with
that's
roses.
exactly how we like it.
Exactly. And as we get started for the round, I believe we're getting set up for a special guest.
And indeed, well, we're going to have that up for you soon. And another very interesting matchup, I have to say, for today, yes, is the Giri versus Topalov. Not for the standings, but this could land up being quite a comedy of errors. Giri's love for draws and Topalov just giving
Losing.
away all the points and losing. I mean, that's a bit of a conflict of interests right there.
Well, yes, this is the question. Will Anish's streak continue? Will Topalov continue his streak and upset Anish? Or could we actually see an incredible turnaround and Vesel and Topalov scoring a victory? That would be breaking everybody's streak.
Well, and with Veselin, what we can be assured of is a very entertaining round.
Always, always. When this man sits down to play, he is so uncompromising. He lives by the sword. He dies by the sword. But this has been his worst career result, I'm going to say, in the last 2 decades. Hopefully he'll be able to right his ship.
And our big matchup for today is So Kramnik, and in fact the games are underway, and let's see what the players have started with. So we've got Wesley with d4, despite claiming that e4 is the best.
Against Vladimir, he didn't want to go with the king pawn. He opened up with the queen pawn, and we have knight f6, c4, and e6. Very Anish's game. Let's go down to Anish.
h3. Do I see an h3 on the board?
No.
What just happened in the chess world?
That might have been a finger failure, I'm sure.
You mean from g3 the hand just slipped?
Look on the webcam. Okay, so that's definitely.
Anish also giving a little bit of a smile because he probably sees it on the big screen as h3, and he's like, wait, I did not play that.
Someone's having fun in the studio. Our production people will talk to them afterwards, but we do have a Queen's Gambit decline, a very straightforward Queen's Gambit decline.
Yes, we can all breathe again.
We can. I see that we have a very sharp game between Hikaru and MBL. Neidorf discussion coming up there. Vladimir Kramnik playing the Queen's Gambit declined against Wesley So, super ultra solid. And in the game of Mickey Adams opening with the English. Now Mickey is one of the all-time greats, in my view, E2, E4 players. And English is quite a perplexing choice, and then we have the symmetrical English with G3 and G6 in this game. Let me update I believe bishop G2, bishop g7, and knight c3 are on the board. So a symmetrical English, quite a break from his normal career opening. Back to Wesley So for a moment, and this has been a very solid choice from Vladimir Kramnik. He's used this move c7, c5 on numerous occasions to neutralize some of the best attacking players in the world with this system. So can Wesley get an opening advantage? Again, the symmetrical with knight f3. Okay, I've actually played this position my whole tournament career. I've always gone for the plan of a2, a3, and rook b1, trying to expand on the queen side. That was not the choice of Michael Adams. He's playing very solid, knight f3, very hard to get an advantage. And then finally, as we go around the horn, let's go, oh my goodness, we have exactly the same opening position. Yesterday, he lost, of course, in that sparkling tactical brilliancy to Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. Today, he's got the very same position with the white pieces. a2, a3, the same move played by Fabiano. Bishop e7, of course. Let me just boldly state the obvious. Don't you dare get your hand caught in the cookie jar with queen takes b2, as after knight a4, you'll discover that the black queen is trapped. So bishop e7, bishop f2, queen c7, and again, the players are repeating the brilliancy made by Fabiano.
Right. Well, a lot of action at the London Chess Classic, but where we are from right now is the St. Louis Chess Club. The club that has made phenomenal contribution to the chess world. St. Louis is known as the capital chess city of United States. It all started with the Sinquefield Cup, and it's expanded to the Grand Chess Tour. The Grand Chess Tour aims at bringing the highest level of organization to the world's absolute top elite, bringing out the best in the chess world. Well, there's one man behind it, behind everything, and Alejandro Ramirez is with Rex Sinquefield.
Well, thank you, Tania. Definitely, I'm here with Rex Sinquefield, the man behind it all. Welcome to the show, Rex.
Thank you very much.
Well, Rex, we've had an amazing London Chess Classic. Have you been able to follow?
I have been able to follow it somewhat. Yes, an amazing series of games, and of course, as always, amazing commentary by the best commentary teams on the planet in any sport.
Well, thank you very much. Now, Rex, I have to ask, you have the Grand Chess Tour coming up here in 2017.
Right.
And you're adding a new event here in St. Louis. How are you feeling by the faster time control?
I like, what, you talking about Rapid or Blitz or just a faster classical game?
The Rapid and Blitz.
Oh, those are fine. I just have never been comfortable with having a classical tournament settled by Blitz games at the end. To me, that's just so incongruous, and it's, I think it's a diminution of the classical event that preceded it.
And of course, partially we're talking about the World Championship that happened this year, where we had this long classical tournament or match.
Right.
And it was resulted in a rapid tiebreak, basically.
Decided by rapid games. I'm not as much troubled by rapid games. I mean, for the fans, they're really great. And we had the event here recently where it was a game in 45 or game in 60. We had two or three games a day.
Yeah, and the St. Louis
For
Showdown.
fans, that's a wonderful event because you have time to digest the whole game. You get several games a day. And for the fans, you know, if they're not totally into it, watching a 5-hour game is pretty challenging, and most of them will give up at some point. But these multiple rapid games going on all boards, or shorter classical games, are really great entertainment.
And we had some amazing chess here last month in the St. Louis Showdown. Anand's show, absolute class, beating up everybody in that tournament.
I know. Well, you got to watch these people from India, you know. They're known as conquerors.
Well, the 2017 format is going to be changing a little bit. We're going to have the top 3 players from the Grand Chess Tour 2016 immediately qualified. Those are currently, depending on how London finishes, will be Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura.
No surprise there.
No surprise there.
But a big irony.
Yeah, of course.
They all live in St. Louis now.
They all live in St. Louis, all St. Louis residents. And, of course, we're going to have the 3 next ones by rating. It'll be Magnus Carlsen, current world champion, Vladimir Kramnik from Russia, and so far it's going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France. Now, you can add another 3 players to this mix because there will be 9 Grand Chess Tour players next year. Who are you most excited to bring back out of the list?
Oh, boy, that's kind of tough because whoever I omit is going to be angry. But I think it's fair to say everybody loves Levan Aronian.
Absolutely.
He's a wonderful guy. He's a great chess player, and he's just a wonderful person. And it's wonderful to listen when he's trash talking during blitz.
Oh, that's a specialty.
One of the world's best, you know. And so we'd certainly want to see him. Otherwise, you know, I leave it to the experts. You know, I know the limits of my competence, and those limits are drawn very, very narrow. You know, small area of competence. I don't want to go out of it.
We have to say that the Grand Chess Tour has made a huge impact in the chess world. It's definitely raised the standard of organization throughout all the events. And the fact that it's integrating the rapid and blitz portions with some of the classical chess has just changed the game, in my view, in many ways. And I think the players are really appreciating it.
Yeah, I think the players do, and the fans do, and everybody owes an enormous debt of gratitude to Garry Kasparov, because these were really a lot of his ideas behind this, both structuring the entire tour and the specific elements, these details that you're referring to.
Absolutely, Garry Kasparov, a driving force here behind the Grand Chess Tour, but it's been a global effort, really.
It really has, yes. It's been a wonderful effort. We've got other cities and countries that want to enter. I think eventually we'll be up to 6 locations, and then we'll see what happens. Obviously, the players can't play in every one, and we'll probably have rules that permit them to miss 1 or 2 events.
Wow, 6 locations. So we're talking probably by the 2018 Grand Chess Tour by that point. But an amazing expansion that we've seen here from the Grand Chess Tour. Just, it's unbelievable that so many of the top players can participate. And the only reason we don't have Magnus Carlsen is just the conflict he had at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you got some little trivial event like that you have to play. You know, to think that he put that above the Grand Chess Tour, it's hard to contemplate. But you never know about those Norwegians, you know. So
well, Rex, you founded the club about 8 years ago.
I think so.
And right now, it's attracted all kinds of top chess players, as you were mentioning. The top 3 Americans are now St. Louis residents. How's it feel to have changed the world of chess in America single-handedly?
Well, actually, it was done by a lot of people other than me. You really have to give enormous credit to the tremendous staffs, Joy Bray, Tony Rich, and all of the people like Yasser and yourself and Jennifer and Maurice, whose advice we get as often as we can. And we basically say there's questions of expertise, let's leave it to the experts. Let's listen to them, take their advice, and that's why it's really working well. But we're very fortunate. I'm very happy to be able to do this. But you're right, in every respect, this has exceeded my wildest imaginations, and I'm told that I have a wild imagination sometimes, so, but it's been enormously successful.
Absolutely. Well,
and with the best commentary team in the world, first thing I said was, look, if we have the best commentary team in the world, we're going to have to start holding chess tournaments.
And what kind of chess tournaments we have there just been absolutely amazing. We're really spoiled by the tournaments that we've had here in St. Louis, not just the Sinquefield Cup, but also the championships, the U.S. championships coming up in late March, early April of next year. It's a very busy season here in St. Louis, and well, thank you, Rex, for joining us here in the show. I know that some of our fans are excited to see what's going on in the opening moves in London.
Yeah, there's much more interesting things taking place on the boards than talking to me.
Except, Rex, before you go, a little bar talk the other night. We had a staff karaoke party, and you were there singing with your son Randy, very good, by the way, and you said to me that you had some ambitions about the World Championship. Share your ambitious thoughts that you
I have
mentioned.
To be careful here. I said that if a St. Louisan qualifies for the championship match, I would do everything I could to make sure that the match is held here in St. Louis.
That's the bar talk I'm talking about.
And we have 3 real candidates for that, as we were talking about. Hikaru and Fabiano, they were part of the candidate cycle this year, but Wesley So, what a meteoric rise he's been having.
Oh, my goodness. He's a rocket.
He is. It really is. Up to number 4 in the world currently. And watch out, if he wins this game against Vladimir Kramnik, he will overtake the Russian and become the number 3 player in the entire world.
A remarkable rise indeed. Thank you, Alejandro and Rex. And turning to our leader, Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik, let's get to the game and how it opened and how it progressed. We had a d4, queen pawn opening by Wesley. And as we were mentioning before we turn to that interview with Rex, we do have a queen's gambit declined with bishop f4 on the board. And this very a specific move order by Vladimir Kramnik. One he's really relied on a lot we might even call it his A game, his A defense to D4. This C7, C5, meeting white in the center, forcing a series of trades. And at the end of the series of trades, we see that black has an isolated queen pawn, and in return, black has easy development for his pieces. Maybe not so easy in this particular case, thanks to this bishop on c8. By the way, let me just emphasize why the move b2, b4 is important. There's a threat, black has this threat in the position of establishing his knight on b3, harassing this rook on a1, and therefore we see this move b2, b4. Knight drops back to e6, attacking the bishop, and this is all theory. We've seen this in numerous games of Vladimir Kramnik, and he's held the black side, even though this pawn on d5, again, is isolated and weak. Vladimir has shown that this position is actually quite acceptable for black. Let's just turn over to our other key matchup that we spoke about earlier, Michael Adams versus Fabiano Caruana. It was a symmetrical English, and with the move e7, e5, Fabi is going for what we call the Botvinnik pawn triangle. We'll see it in a second. With this move d7, d6, this triangle of pawns here in the center of the board was a favorite defensive weapon of Michael Botvinnik as black clamps down on the break d2, d4. And let's go to Maurice Ashley in London. Maurice.
Well, this position, as you see here, is a game from yesterday between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, one of the more exciting games you'll ever see. Indeed, it had a queen sacrifice for two pieces, a positional sacrifice, and the more you look at it, the more you notice that it was good for white. Hikaru's preparation was not good enough, and he ended up going down in flames. Well, now he has a chance to play with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who simply walked straight into the line and said, I'm going to show you how this is done. You might have lost to Fabi yesterday, but I'm the one who's the best in the world at the Najdorf. I wanted to just show this position right here because it's so important. There's some critical differences between this game and the game I'm about to show you. First of all, the G5 move came very, very quickly. This move already on the board, and here Fabiano played the move H4, big time move, making all the excitement that we saw happen in the game. Well, if we can now jump to the max, and I just notice, by the way, the black king, the queen side is not developed at all. This is the most important thing for you to look at as you're looking at this. And also this bishop on F1 will feature in just 1 second. Now, jumping to this game, Maxime deviated when the move G4 appeared on the board the first time. Let me go back to it right here. When G4 appeared on the board, instead of playing G5, which is what Nakamura played, here Maxime said, first let me just bring one of my pieces out, and then now bishop to G2. Fabi's bishop ended up on the E2 square, guarding this G-pawn in some variations, and now rook to C8. Now he's gotten this nice battery along the C line. Now king to B1, another move Fabi did not need in his game, so this position. And now, with two moves, the bishop to b7 and the rook on c8, and this king b1 with the bishop on g2, well-placed or misplaced, we're not sure as yet. He now played the move g5, essaying this thematic concept, looking to get the e5 square. And you'd think the move h4 would be the one that would land on the board. But again, this accelerated queenside development might be a plus for black. So what did Nakamura do? He played the move queen to h3, a very cheeky move, not the first choice of the engine. The point, however, being that if you take on f4, he's now prepared to play g5, exploiting the pin of the rook, pin of the pawn against the rook on the h line. This is his preparation. It's clear. He played it very quickly, and it's the first time in the game that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has stopped to think. So who has the better preparation? We saw Hikaru get demolished yesterday. Will he come on the other side and prove that he is well prepared today?
Thank you, Maurice. I love these theoretical battles with preparation, and this is intense. This is a really high level one. Loving it.
No, absolutely. Theoretical battles all over the tournament. We've seen some epic novelties all throughout the London Chess Classic. And I remember just, I think it's Jonathan Tistel who sent out a tweet the other day saying that how this is in the complete opposite style of what was happening at the World Championship, for example.
Right.
Where we were all wondering that what have the players really prepared, because nobody really went into decisive opening lines. But this has been a complete different scenario from that. We've seen some amazing opening preparation, and you would expect that novelties and ideas come from young players, come from players who are, you know, the younger lot. But, well, none of that. Vishy Anand has been calling the BS on that and saying, I'm going to show the best novelties here.
Right. Well, indeed, as you were saying, and what Jonathan, and a shout out to Buddy Tisdall, was saying, there was really a non-theoretical battle in the World Chess Championship match, and how these games, on the contrary, have been very theoretical indeed. I also wanted to point out, from what Maurice was saying, this move, Queen H3, has a very devious idea. It's eyeballing this pawn on E6. I can best show it after a disaster, after, for example, takes on F4, G4, G5. If you would just play with me a bit, drop your knight back. Then suddenly, let me just do this again. Queen H3, eyeballing the E6 pawn, G5, knight back. Now we have this move G6, and you can see how the queen on H3, coordinating with the knight on E6, hits that tender spot, pawns on F7 and E6. So there is some real poison behind this move, Queen H3. Having said that, it does look a little bit awkward to put the queen on the H3 square when white may be in the process of giving up the E5 square as well. I'm going to turn this over to Alejandro to ask him, in this big theoretical duel, who's coming out on top? Alejandro.
As Maurice was mentioning, Yasser, there are many differences between the early development of the rook on c8 and the bishop being on g2 that change the character of the position. And therefore, this is why Hikaru is choosing to play the move queen h3 instead of h4. Theoretically speaking, it's been played a few times, but not by any grandmasters. It's been played about 6 times by players between 2100 and 2300. So the actual theoretical duel is probably already over, and you could consider this a novelty at the grandmaster level, even though it's been played a few times. There are many ways of dealing with the immediate threat. The immediate threat, of course, is to take on g5, exploiting here the pin on the h-file. The most logical is to simply move the rook out of the way, rook g8, reinforce the pawn on g5, and disallow anything down the h-file. Now, you know that Hikaru has something prepared against it. Among other ideas, you can play f5 and try to punish the pawn on e6, or you could play e5 and blast the position open. You know that Hikaru has some specific idea in mind against rook g8. There are some players that actually did it even more artificially and played the move knight h7 at some point. I really didn't understand that. I think rook g8 or rook h7 in certain variations are also worth looking at. Notice that rook h7 is defended so that I can take on g5, take on g5 with the queen. It cannot take the rook. However, in some positions, e5 is going to become too powerful, because if I ever move the knight from f6, you can imagine that this rook is completely hanging. Now, a little surprised that MVL is thinking, because he usually has deeper preparation, but it seems like Hikaru reviewed his lines very well yesterday. And even though I expect rook g8 because it is the most natural move, it's definitely not the only possibility here in this sharp, sharp Najdorf.
Talking about MVL's preparation, I mean, he's a Najdorf expert, but I have to say, in this tournament, he's failed to impress us with the preparation bit yet.
Oh, absolutely, across the board. He's had some really unpleasant outcomes from the opening, and he wasn't punished yesterday for his opening with Levon, but really he is a player who has scored much higher than from the positions he's received out of the opening. He's very lucky to be at 50%, considering how many actually very bad positions he had, including against Veselin Topalov.
Including Veselin Topalov. And even yesterday with white against Levon, Levon was able to get out of the opening without any problem, and from a
with advantage, in
with
fact.
advantage, and seemingly from an absolutely good position for black, just went on a self-destruct mode.
Exactly.
That was one of the more inexplicable things from yesterday, as
yes, it truly
Levon
was. Oh, it truly was. Levon just really spoiled an excellent position. Let's just go to the game, our number 2 game that we think of as a key matchup, and that is between Michael Adams and the world's number 2, Fabiano Caruana. We're saying it's a Botvinnik pawn triangle. A7, a5. Black needs to get in that move a7, a5 to absolutely discourage white's b2, b4 advance, which after b2, b4 pressures the pawn on c5 and causes black to lose a lot of central control. a7, a5 needed. Now, this is a fine maneuver known from the 1940s. Knight f3, e1. You might ask yourself, why is white retreating a piece that's already developed? Well, as we can see from the pawn triangle of c5, oops, I got to click it, d6, e5, the outpost d5 is begging for a white knight. Well, this knight on f3 can't reach the d5 outpost unless you do this maneuver. Knight e1 to c2 to e3, and then occupy the fine outpost d5. The game continued bishop e6, d3, knight ge7, knight c2. I'm not really a big fan of this move knight c2 in this particular position. I prefer this approach, rook b1, d5, b2, b3, with the idea of knight c2 next. I'm not afraid of the advance d4 because after knight a4, I'm tickling this pawn on c5, and black isn't very happy about that tickle. Capturing on c4 is not a good idea because you're playing into white's hands with this rook ideally posted on the b file. That wasn't Mickey's choice, and maybe it shows not his most that he's not so familiar with this position. He did play knight c2, d5 takes, knight e3. I am actually think that black has already equalized after knight e7, so I don't think the opening has been a success for white.
Well, just talking about this opening, starting with c4, I mean, the two most principal ways to reply c4 is with c5 and e5. And there's interesting psychology behind it because I've often noticed that players who play the Grunfeld and like the Fanchatter bishop to take it out on g7 often go with the idea of c4, c5, getting the bishop out on g7. And players who play the Nimzo and like to take out the bishop from the other side often also against c4 go with e5 so that they can take the bishop out from the f8 diagonal.
Right.
So you can see these trends in players. You know, they've got this certain style or certain preferences of where to place the bishop, and you can see that across the openings that they play.
Yes, and maybe this was just Mickey's attempt at avoiding a Grunfeld. If that was his intention, well, again, I think black has already equalized. Back to you, Alejandro. What's your thoughts on this key game?
Well, I'm quite familiar with this structure that black has set up. It's a very common way of playing, I guess, in the symmetrical English. But as far as I was concerned, the major move was knight d2, e7.
Right.
Defending here this knight on c6. And this is the reason that Mickey's going into this think after knight b6, because it is a very uncommon move, really just coming up in the last couple of years, whereas knight d7 has been known for decades. The knight on b6 has a big problem, even though it has the plus of defending the c4 square against the potential knight c4, and also covering the a4 square in case I want to put my pawn on a4 and anchor a bishop on b3. It does allow white the strategical resource of taking on c6. And if you take on c6, takes on c6, you have a completely different game on your hands than if you retreat the knight to e7. Of course, in that scenario, the knight will be redefending this one. This is not a possibility. Here, black has a completely shattered pawn structure. You can see the ugly c-pawns. But on the other hand, he has a powerful light square bishop that cannot really be countered. You can see there's a couple of weaknesses on the white side, on the light squares around the king. And sometimes it might be even important that black hasn't castled, because you can imagine that in order to exploit these weaknesses, black even goes h5 and h4. So a tempting idea here for Michael Adams to take on c6, but is it the best? It's kind of difficult to know when you haven't done your preparation and your opponent has blitzed out knight b6.
Knight b6, quite a sharp move, inviting some serious strategic complications. Besides the move bishop takes c6, which I might be reluctant to try, I was just, well, if you were going to play bishop takes c6, let's put it another way. If you were going to play bishop takes c6, b takes c6, following up with knight e4, immediately eyeballing the pawn on c5, or potentially the other move, knight a4, similar idea, just to attack this pawn on c5. These double pawns on the c file, yes, they've been shattered, but that is an awesome bishop on e6. And in the hands of Fabiano Caruana with a loose white king, I think that's really asking too much for to walk into that as white. I might start with a move like knight a4 here, eyeballing this pawn on c5 right away. If I could get the trade, now I'm a little bit more interested in perhaps taking on c6, as the recapture on a4 square will at least come with the tempo against the pawn on c6. Very interesting challenge that Fabi has just laid down. Again, the most common move is knight e7, simply reinforcing the knight and preventing these ideas of bishop takes c6. Fabi says, do something about it. Ooh, big challenge going on right now.
Absolutely, and as we can see that Mickey Adams is in fact taken aback by the move knight b6, which was blitzed out by Fabiano. And this is the thing about these positions. I mean, a move like bishop c6, whether it's before knight a4 or after knight a4, it is so committal. They often say the best way to create imbalances in a position is to have a knight and a bishop exchange.
Right.
And that's also a great strategy when you're playing against a weaker opponent at all levels.
Right.
You know, if you're able
to create that imbalance.
To create that material imbalance. And I think it's so committal for white to play bishop c6 here. And I don't imagine Mickey wanting to do that, knowing that definitely Fabiano is the one with the better preparation at this point.
Exactly, because definitely the move knight b6 will have come as a surprise. Let's just check in on the Wesley So versus Vladimir Kramnik game. Again, I've mentioned that Vladimir Kramnik, he has embraced black's position in numerous games, used it to neutralize some of the world's best players. We see this position after bishop e5, ace, a7, a5, attacking the pawn on b4, castles, AB, rook takes, bishop takes. Essentially, Wesley So is saying, go ahead and take my pawn on b4, a flank pawn. I will then take this pawn in the center. Although we're materially balanced, white's bishop on the a1 diagonal may give him a pleasant opportunity to create some kingside threats.
b7 weakness at some point. The b pawn can be a little weak at in some places.
It's always one of those, is it a liability or an asset, though,
Yes.
Tanya? It's a pass pawn after all.
A passed pawn that can also be a weakness, like you said, a liability or an asset. And often what also happens is that we get complete clarification in these positions and end up with a 4 versus 3 rook pawn endings.
On the same side,
On
which
the
is
same side, which
pretty
is
drawing.
Absolutely, yeah. So Wesley So actually played Vladimir Kramnik for the first time in 2015 in Shamkir, in the Kashimov Memorial. And he has grown up watching Vladimir play, and Vladimir is one of the idols for Wesley So. That's what he said in his interview in Shamkir. And he was greatly influenced by Vladimir's book, My Life and Games.
Right.
A brilliant
Which is,
book.
yes.
It's a great book, and I would
Agreed.
advise anyone who can get their hands on it, definitely go through it. And Wesley So grew up reading that book and playing him in Shamkir, where they actually drew. Vladimir Kramnik was extremely impressed. And remember now, that was a time when Wesley had not broken into the absolute top elite chess,
Right.
which is what we've been saying, that how quickly, I mean, he's just been there for 2 years, less than 2 years. And how quickly from there, from playing Vladimir Kramnik for the first time, just early 2015, and now he's here fighting for the championship of the London Chess Classic.
And leading it.
Leading it
Yeah.
and taking away the Grand Chess Tour. Well, it's always great to play against, you know, against your idols, and well, they're not your idols anymore, they're your rivals now.
Exactly. Well, again, the fact that they've played so few times, this is their third matchup in classical chess in their careers, only playing twice before. It just goes to show the meteoric rise of Wesley So. On our break, before the show, Alejandro was saying, you know, 3 years ago, I was playing Wesley in a lot of open events, and now suddenly there he is, leading the Grand Chess Tour, and as you're saying, playing against one of the people who had a big impact in his
from
life.
idols to rivals.
There you go. B4, B5 was Wesley's move after Kramnik. Vladimir played Rook D8, protecting his pawn, Bishop C5, and we can see that D5, D4 is on black's agenda, just trading everything off, making a very pleasant draw if he could achieve that. Queen D2, and I'm wondering, does that really
He has
prevent
gone for
D4?
D4.
No, it hasn't. And I think both players are unfortunately of the mind that a draw suits them, as we're just looking at just a wholesale swapping of the pieces here.
Yeah, this game's going to last another 10 minutes.
This is, well, I guess Wesley's very pleased with his current position. Vladimir Kramnik at the moment in tied for third at +1. We're seeing a lot of pieces being traded off. And again, Vladimir is not to blame. I mean, he's trying to neutralize White's opening advantage. And
he's done that successfully. I mean, if anyone, White has to go for the advantage out of the opening, but that's Wesley saying that he's happy with the draw in this game.
Also. So as that game peters out very, very quickly, a little disappointing to ourselves, we'll turn it back to Mickey Adams, Fabiano. Mickey still wondering, should he accept the challenge and the strategic challenge laid down by Fabiano with his move knight b6 by capturing on c6, or slow play it with knight a4, or even something else. Moving over to the game of Levon Aronian and Vishy Anand. Love that trash talking yesterday, your countryman. Vishy is really the gentleman of chess. He's always said very nice, I want to say easygoing remarks. But yesterday he said, look, I'm not retiring, and you, Mr. Anish Giri, when are you going to win a game?
Well, he is a gentleman, but if you take a dig at Vishy, well, you're going to get it right back at you.
Well, let's take a look at Levon Aronian. He's again essayed the Queen's Gambit decline, just very popular at the highest levels. The early queen trade come off, and after this move, bishop b4, rook d3, not a piece configuration you'll see often. It's rather rare. Obviously the 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 pawn structure greatly resembles what we would call the Queen's Gambit accepted. You'll see this often. White is relying upon his superior development, more active pieces to get an advantage, but there's no targets in Black's position. Vishy's very, very good in these positions as Black and neutralizing the advantage. I slightly prefer Levon's position, but not by much. Let's continue our journey. By far, the position that has the most excitement is this move, Queen h3, and again, in this big matchup, theoretical duel between Hikaru and MVL. MVL's in the tank, still thinking about how to meet this move, Queen h3. And last but not least, which of these players are going to continue their trend? That's Anish Giri, having drawn all of his games, Veselin Topalov having a very bad tournament, trying to stem the bleeding. We've seen this variation of the Queen's Gambit decline earlier in the tournament. It was that great game Nakamura versus Vladimir Kramnik that lasted forever and ended up with a stalemate.
Struggle of the London Chess Classic.
Truly. And at the moment, it's very balanced. I think that Veselin is doing fine.
Dramatically very different positions out of the opening today compared to yesterday.
Right. Yesterday was totally sparkling and fireworks.
It was crazy everywhere.
Yes.
Today, well, we've got this knight off of MVL, and I've got to say this Queen h3 move, and I don't think, yes, we've got a move yet from MVL. And,
no, he's definitely in the tank, and I want to see what he's worried about, what threats he's facing. Let me turn it over to Alejandro for a second, because MVL is really thinking as move Queen h3 is taking him back. Alejandro, what are the dangers that Black is looking at?
Well, I think from yesterday's game between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, we can tell that just one wrong step in this sharp knight horse is fatal. So Maxime is probably just making sure that what he can play is something that doesn't lose instantly. I am still heavily favoring the move Rook G8, but when you face a move like Queen H3 and you know that there are so many potential threats in the position, things can go wrong very, very quickly. There are already quite a few ideas. Let's put in rook g8, which to me looks like the most natural move. Immediately, the move e5 also has to be considered, and we were talking about this earlier. Let's continue the lines a little bit. Pawn takes e5, pawn takes e5. You can interpose a bishop takes g2 whenever you feel like it. I'll have to return my queen here. Knight takes e5 and bishop g3. And how to evaluate this position? You can see that the king on e8 feels a little bit more unsafe, and that this rook on e1 is coming into, oops, how did that happen? Let me put the position back here. That was very strange. Okay, rook g8, e5 takes, knight takes e5, bishop g3. And here, after bishop takes g2, which is almost forced, queen takes g2, you still have to wonder exactly how I'm going to resolve the tension in the center. It seems to me like this could be very dangerous for MVL unless you have a very specific threat. I have bishop takes e5, rook e1, and even knight takes e6 or knight f5 in certain positions. Notice how clever it is to have put the queen on h3 to drag the rook to g8 before I play the move e5 in many scenarios, because the king can no longer hide in the king side after I resolve the center. Notice that after e5, pawn takes, knight takes, there's no way to really open this side of the board. But since I've dragged the rook to g8, the king can no longer come into the king side so easily. You'd have to do it through f8 and g7, which is not exactly the ideal way of doing it. I think that this bishop g3 move might be what MVL is really scared of. The computers are ambivalent. They're still thinking about it. I personally think this is incredibly dangerous.
Wow, wow, that's a really quite a shot, e4, e5. But we have a caller, Tanya.
We do have our first caller of the day. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Richard. I'm calling from St. Petersburg, Florida.
Good
Hi,
morning, Richard.
Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. My question is this. We've been hearing many discussions about how chess benefits school children, sharpens their mental skills, their visualization, etc. But my question is, has there been any studies that prove that chess can be also very beneficial to senior citizens? And before I go, I just want to, if I may be so bold, Tanya, I think your wardrobe is superlative. Okay, thank you. I'm going to hang up and listen to your response. Thank you, guys.
Wow, we went from a very intriguing question to a nice compliment to you there.
Topic. Well, thank you.
Well, let me jump in there right away. Well, first of all, there have been numerous studies, many of which have been thrown out because they're just simply too good for the group where children are concerned. The most important study ever created was the IBM study. Dr. Margulis proved that chess sharpens the reading ability of children. And this is huge in educational circles because if you think about it, reading is the absolutely crucial factor in learning, picking up a book and comprehending what the book is about. So yes, where studies where children are concerned, I think the evidence is overwhelming that it has a great benefit to children. Where seniors are concerned, in fact, here in St. Louis, Rex wants the St. Louis University, what is called SLU, locally, to do precisely those kinds of studies where dementia is concerned in senior citizens. Can chess help slow dementia and cause people to exercise their minds, their brains? And, well, it's going to be a long time before we get that answer.
Yes, it is, but it is also what is really interesting is that chess has been universally recognized as a tool to fight against Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's in centers
That's strong. Be careful. That's really strong.
In centers all over the world, where you've got people being treated for Alzheimer's, chess is used as a tool to keep their brain going, because it affects your memory in a big way. I mean, chess is something it's known to develop your ability, your memory power. And maybe there are a lot of scientific studies going on, and right now, like you said, there is no proof or evidence of it, but it is being universally accepted and practiced in many, many places.
Well, I will have to get up to date on the latest studies because it is such, how do you say, a challenge for many of the OECD nations what they're going to do about Alzheimer's. It's a very debilitating, expensive disease to control, to so, you know, if chess does have a positive, beneficial impact, it would be extraordinary. But thank you to the caller for the question. And, well, we love chess.
Yes, we do. And there's absolutely no doubt that it's a game, it's a sport for the mind, for the brain. It's a gymnasium of the mind, and it does keep your brain active no matter what age you are and how old you are. So whether you're 5 or you're 50 or you're 100, chess can only be good for you.
Well, there you go. I find myself very, very absorbed by this game of Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In this game where, in case of this gambit, let me just show the line that I'm talking about. Alejandro mentioned rook g8 followed by e5 as being one of the great challenges that MVL is facing. Looking at this position, for your pawn, this pin is very annoying, this pin on g3 to c7. Knight takes g4, well, this is really just asking for trouble after rook a e1. The king is in the center, and h2, h3 can easily be on white's agenda. But rather than that, I was thinking about knight coming back, rook coming over to e1, and bishop coming to f6, fortifying this knight. Now, black's king is still in the center, and that's a very scary fact. But if he can castle by hand, he's got a very solid extra pawn. We may see the type of sacrifice that we saw yesterday in the game of Anish Giri and Vishy Anand, where you sacrifice a piece on the king's side to get in this knight d6 check. Somehow, though, I don't feel that this should actually bring white the goods. So I don't know. Would you play the sacrifice? Is this one an attractive one for you?
Well, in this particular position, yes, I've got to say, yesterday's Vishy's sacrifice on b5 definitely took me completely by surprise.
And Anish as well.
Yes, and in this position, in knight off, knight b5, when you're able to get the pawn on d6, it can be attractive. But, you know, if the king is safe, the two pieces against the rook are always quite powerful.
Tanya, I've been handed a note, if you could read it, regarding a study that's being done here in St. Louis. It's being led by Laura. If you will, read it to our viewers.
Dr. Lauren Schwartz is leading the study orchestrated by Stuart Slavin, Associate Dean of the Medical School of St. Louis University. And this is regarding our question earlier about
Alzheimer's, dementia,
about how chess can be helpful for senior citizens.
We hope.
Yes, and so a study is in fact going on in SLU at this very moment to prove if chess is scientifically beneficial for senior citizens.
Exactly. All right. So, Alejandro, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm not a big fan of Michael Adams' approach in this game. I think Fabi's doing very well. Oh, and you've got, of course, the other game. Please take it away, Alejandro.
Yasser, I am trying to break my mind over this game, and it's not just me. I'm trying to use as powerful of a chess engine as I can possibly muster to see what the evaluation of the position is. The latest move we have is knight c5 was played by MVL, and I was trying to analyze the move rook g8 that we were looking at earlier as a possibility, and I think that black is completely busted after the move e5. I think that it is a winning shot. I've analyzed it quite deeply, and I think e5 is just winning in that position. I think MVL was analyzing that as well, and he decided not to do it. The computers, after an extremely long think, decide that knight h7 is possibly the best move in this position, something that is, to me, completely bizarre looking, but they are pretty convinced that this is the best way of playing for the black side. So,
very counterintuitive.
Very, very counterintuitive. Knight c5 was played by Maxime, and I think that Hikaru has not replied, which means that he might not have seen this in his preparation. A good sign for Maxime, because I think that if Hikaru knew the position, he wouldn't be thinking. The computers are saying rook he1, and I see him grabbing the rook.
reaching for it, certainly.
And that would be a huge advantage for the white side, according to the computers. A very sharp position in which many things can happen, many resources in the game. But they are thinking that blacks are just insufficient. And after rook HE1, the threat of E5 is going to be too strong.
Would you mind telling me why rook G8, E5 was a bust? Because I was looking at grabbing that pawn and hanging on to it. I'm sure a lot of people would be very interested in knowing your thoughts.
Well, rook G8, where we're looking at this move, E5, the move order here is not so relevant. Let's just take on G2 first, take on E5, take on E5. Now, the knight doesn't have any good squares. You would like to hide it somewhere, but you cannot actually do so. Knight on H7 is super awkward. So knight E5 is what the engines were suggesting, and then just this spin, bishop G3. And the problem was finding a move here for the black side, just because, yeah?
My suggestion was knight D7.
I was surprised you don't take another pawn.
You know me too well, Alejandro.
Knight D7, and here it's where the computer accuracy beats a human every time. Now, already I think the computer thinks it's dangerous, and that for a human this is a very dangerous position to play over the board, and I think it's much easier to play for white. You're on the initiative, you have the attack, your opponent's pieces are awkward. Not only that, the computer says queen E4, rook H1 also a very normal move and very strong, but look at this, queen E4 in this position with the idea of queen H7 in certain variations, also putting pressure on the knight, and rook HE1 coming as well. Rook HF1 attacking the pawn on F7. The computers are thinking you just don't have the resources to hold all the threats.
Wow. Okay, I'll throw out another move. Bishop takes A3.
Bishop takes A3 was a computer suggestion, trying to go for some counterattack. Computers really don't care about your counterattack.
I hate
take
that.
on A3 in this position, and it says it's just a completely winning position. Notice that your knight on E5 is hanging. We also have Maurice to chime in this position.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Yes, and as you all are analyzing there, we are analyzing here as well. The GMs in the VIP suite, they are into this position. They are not liking black situation at all. This move, rook HE1, seems like the consensus best move, guarding the pawn, and that move E5 is such a gigantic threat in the position. Also, of course, captures on G5 is a threat. If you move the rook away to deal with this first threat, trying to get on F4, then E5 comes in with effect after takes. You could take here on G2, and then you get some really thematic Sicilian lines as this knight drops back. This move, knight to F5. We've seen Tal blow up many a king side with this move, except this king is stuck in the middle of the board, capturing now, runs into knight to D5, and after queen C6 takes, and just pure positional piece sacrifice. A la Fabiano yesterday was his queen. In this case, only a piece for Nakamura. The Indians love the position. This king has nowhere to go, and suddenly you have threats, E6, F6, maybe knight F6, all kinds of things just hanging over black's head, and he has to figure out what to do. This is going to be very difficult. If Nakamura can find this move, rook HE1, he'll have everyone in the party, and it's going to be a difficult game for Maxime, and if Nakamura can win, he'll bounce right back in the competition.
Wow, thank you.
Night of Novelties continuing to baffle us all through London Chess Classic, but we do have a caller with us. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Yes, my name is Gabriel Romo, calling from Los Angeles.
Hi, Gabriel.
Hello, Gabriel. Welcome to our show. What's your question?
Hi, Yasser. Wow, awesome. I can't believe I'm actually talking to you guys. That's great. Yasser, reason for my call was mainly directed at you, sir. I have read your book regarding chess duels, your games with the chess champions, which I thought was an excellent book, and I appreciate you writing that book. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
The reason for my call, though, sir, is I was wondering, back in your days, you didn't have privy to the computers, to, like, ChessBase and all that knowledge that the database has. So one I was wondering is, like, nowadays, if you were, say, like you were preparing for Fabiano Caruana, if you were still playing in the tournaments, would you go to the program, so to speak, and pull up, like, Caruana's games to help you with certain openings, or would you go based on what computer lines say are the best to play?
Well, thank you, Gabriel, for the question and for the compliment on chess duels. No question, I would do both. Absolutely. I would go to the database, I'd pull up the games of Fabiano Caruana, I'd carefully scrutinize what openings he favors, what positions he plays particularly well or particularly poorly. I would rigorously analyze his games with a chess engine, looking for potential cracks or weaknesses. And I think that I would absolutely, positively have to do this to meet the world's elite players, because that's what they all do. There's just no getting around it. You have to do a lot of hard work using a lot of the most sophisticated software programs in the world. No question.
Right, yeah, so no love or hate chess engines. They're absolutely something that you need for opening preparation. And I think that has been one of the best things that the digital age has given us, is the access to games, instant games played world over by all players, which goes such a long way today in preparing for openings, because you know exactly what you're up against, which I'm sure must have been a bit of a challenge earlier, Yas, trying to figure out what your opponent is going to come on the board with.
Well, not only that, but as I wrote an article for the Wall Street Journal back in the 70s and 80s, the Moscow Central Chess Club was the repository for an enormous amount of games that had been played in the Soviet Union and Soviet times, and it was considered solid gold.
Yeah, to get your hands on that.
Yeah, if a Western player could get his hands on the bulletins of the Soviet Championship, that was just so great.
And
so,
now it's readily available for everyone, and
the databases have been a great equalizing force. Back in my time, we were envious of the Soviet grandmasters for the fact that they had all of this material, as well as their coaching and their system-like approach to chess. And so the computers literally have been a great equalizer for the whole world.
No, absolutely agree. Well, you definitely want to get your hands on on databases if you're looking at being a professional chess player. Well, we're going to go into a short break, but well, here's Maurice Ashley with Grandmaster Gawain Jones.
We're here with Grandmaster Gawain Jones, one of England's top players, a member of the Olympic team. He won Dubai this year, also a runner-up at the Millionaire Chess Open. Of course, I had to throw that in, being that I was one of the co-organizers. Gawain, you're here at the London Chess Classic. You played in the knockout event. What is it like every year to have this tournament taking place on what's home soil for you?
Well, it's fantastic. Before the tournament, we sort of had a dearth of strong events here in London or in England. Like Gibraltar, sort of, but that's a long way away. So, yeah, it's fantastic to see some chess right here in the backyard, and you can see so many players here, so many spectators. It's great for chess in the country.
Being a great player yourself, how does it feel to watch the highest of the heights, these top 10 players playing in this tournament? Do you get the itch like you'd wish to be swinging in there too?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I played in the top event once before, and then the next year I tried playing the Open, but I was just so distracted by the elite players going on in there. It's like, oh, yeah, I want to be back in there. It's so exciting.
Who are you impressed by here among the top players? You're following the event. I know you're watching along. Who have you seen so far in this tournament that you think may be the favorite to win it?
Well, Wesley must be the favorite again. He's been destroying the whole tour this year, and he beat Nakamura. He's on 2.5 out of 3 at the moment. Another promising position today. So, yeah, he's looking very impressive right now.
Is he looking like world champion caliber to you? I mean, some of his variations, especially today, he played this move F4, looking fantastic against Anish Giri.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He's come up like leaps and bounds recently, and his preparation looks very scary. He doesn't really make any mistakes, so yeah, it looks like he might be a challenger for Magnus in the next few years.
It's all words. Thank you very much, Gawain. Gawain Jones, one of the gentlemen in British chess, definitely a great player, enjoying all the action here at the London Chess Classic.
welcome back to the extremely crucial round 7 of the London Chess Classic. Glory, pride, money, everything at stake here.
Absolutely. Well, it hasn't been the scintillating round of round 6, but it's an important round nonetheless. Let me get to the game of Mickey Adams versus Fabiana Caruana. When we left it, we were left it around these parts. We had just seen this retreat knight b6 by Fabi, came knight c4 and castles. And Alejandro was explaining that, well, when you give up this light square bishop on g2 for this knight on c6, a very important strategic challenge, you're very happy to see black's king castles because there's no h5, h4 and counterplay against white's king. So only after the move castles did Mickey pick up the gauntlet, captured the knight on c6, causing black's pawns on c6 and c5 to be doubled. There was a capture on b6, and now this move bishop e3, immediately targeting this pawn on c5 with the idea of knight a4 as well. Queen takes b2, knight a4, queen b3, and I'm expecting knight takes c5, forking queen and bishop, and either forcing the move queen d5
or queen d1,
or queen takes d1, rook takes d1, and this bishop will have to move bishop d5. Now in this particular case, okay, the pawns of black are split and potentially weak, but I do like white's position a bit. The reason I say that is because I love targeting pawns, and this idea of knight d7 to b6 and then rook to c1 gets my attention. I think Mickey will be pleased with the outcome of this particular position. It's not the fireworks of the last round. If you want fireworks, we've got to go to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and MVL, this huge theoretical battle taking place on this board. And Hikaru did play this move, rook h1 to e1, and while we were on break, I was looking at a little bit with Alejandro, and he said he's just been busting black's position, and I'm going to turn to Alejandro to explain some of the reasons why he is so pleased with Hikaru's preparation. Alejandro.
Well, the main thing, Yasser, are the concrete tactical problems that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is facing in this position. And even though rook h1, which seems to be not only the natural move, it wasn't part of Hikaru's preparation. He just took too long on that move for it to really have been part of it. But it's a very natural one, and it is the strongest move in the position. Here, the problem for black will always be the move e5, followed by f5. It's just very difficult to find moves in this position for black. For example, if you take on f4, avoiding all of these e5 shenanigans, you have to now deal with the move g5, exploiting the pin down here, and if the knight retreats, let's say, to d7, then g6 is exploiting the fact that the pawn on e6 is now weak. This is already, you don't even have to analyze very deeply to see that black would get into a lot of trouble in this variation. Now, what else to do, though? In this position after rook he1, which is on the board, you could still play rook g8, but then e5, I think, comes as an even stronger move. The only saving grace for black in this variation is that at least he has the d7 square for the knight. So, for example, after bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, pawn takes, knight ft7, you have your position in which white is simply better after queen h3 or really any other move, even knight e4. You can imagine that the knight's going to come into d6. This coordination of the black pieces will be very costly when the position opens up, because the rook is not really going to participate in the center as the rooks on e1 and d1 are going to be doing for white. It just seems like an unpleasant position to play for as black in a scenario which I also think white's moves come very naturally.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alejandro.
But yes,
Tanya.
I have to say in this position, if black does not go for what seems to be very somehow principled and very much in the Nidal spirit of taking on f4, he's just going to land up in a much worse position. And that line that we were seeing right now with gf4, g5, it looks extremely dangerous. But if we just go a few moves ahead.
Of course.
Because I feel this is very crucial, the principled variation. And now knight d7 without a doubt.
Yes.
g6 is your main idea, of course.
Exactly. Eyeballing the e6 pawn. And where would you like to go with this?
I think I would like to take your pawn on g6 because otherwise just
I am going to take on
or
f7.
Yeah,
exactly.
a lot of stuff.
And
so
then
knight e6, and I take on e6. And my only and biggest defensive resource is the knight on e5.
Yes.
I want to play knight e5.
For.
That's what I live for. And I'm just dreaming of the day I can play queen c4 and get these queens off the board.
Yes, or queen d7 with a similar idea.
And my question is it really that awful for black?
Well, again, very concretely, you have to look at what white would like to do. This bishop isn't the greatest, so you can imagine bishop coming to h3. This bishop on f2 would also like to get into the game, and I think we would start with the move bishop to d4. So this rules out queen d7, because after queen d7 you can't take with the knight because the rook is hanging. But if you take with the king, you're walking right onto an exposed file. Oh, excuse me, did it the wrong way. And I'll just clip this knight on e5, and also notice this bishop is coming here, winning a piece. So you can't, after the move bishop d4, pardon me, you can't play the move queen d7, but you mentioned the move queen
right,
c4.
So you stop me from d7, I go to c4.
Exactly. Now, I'm not anxious to allow the trade of queens. Bishop h3 might give me the positional compensation. I think I would just back up with the queen and simply say to black.
I don't have an engine, but what's wrong with knight d5?
Knight d5. Knight d5.
C2
Actually,
is hanging,
knight d5
right?
is.
So I take on d4.
c2?
Yeah. First I take on d5 or first I take on c2? Okay, it doesn't matter probably because I have to take on d5 at some point.
Right.
And now I've got this queen f5 idea maybe.
Queen f5 looks like a very decent. By the way, I don't think you should.
My rook on c8 is hanging, so I can't take on g2.
Precisely.
That's for sure.
So queen f5 looks like a box move, and now my queen is trapped. But I'm looking at, oh, this is really looking very attractive here. Let me just do the simple. Queen takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes. So this is the simple idea of d6. Bishops of opposite colors, but as we know, it favors the attacker. What's the body count in terms of material, by the way?
At this moment, black's got an extra pawn at this moment.
Right, but he's facing some severe threats, including d6 and
I have a feeling
d6.
This should be somehow
I think d6
okay
is the most
black.
severe threats. Well, if you play king f7, d6 followed by bishop d5 check is going to be a pretty awkward initiative to deal with. But having said that, Tanya, I'm with you. You have to play to the spirit of the position.
That's
and
exactly
when
my point.
when you've played the move g5, there's no question that that black is fighting for control of the e5 square, and this feels very Najdorf-like. Sometimes you ride the tiger, sometimes you get bucked off, sometimes you get eaten, and sometimes you have a dinner.
Yeah, and for MVL, I mean, this is like the ghost of the past from Vishy's game. If you don't play the principled way in Najdorf,
like the rook c3, what you're talking about, the ghost.
Yes, in Vishy's game, which was the missed opportunity because you want to play a little safer and you don't go for these typical, like you said, spirit of the position kind of moves. You're just suffering, and it normally doesn't end well for black in a line like Najdorf.
That's exactly right. And also, there are so many Grunfeld defenses. You've got to play them sharp, tactically. You can't back up from the challenge, if you will. So very sharp things going on here, but the test is really on MVL.
Absolutely.
Because this move, rook he1, has got him stumped, as has queen h3, and he's calculating some very fierce lines here.
Talking about getting your opponent stumped, what has me stumped is how Najdorf, being one of the openings that is extremely topical, being played at the top level, at all levels, the theory of Najdorf is so well established. You know, you've got books written on it, it's been threadbare analysis, And yet in this tournament alone, we've seen 3 epic night-off novelties.
Yeah.
Vichy, Fabiano Caruana yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura, and Queen H3 today.
Well, it just goes to show how rich chess is, because the Najdorf has essentially, for the last 70 years, been a topic amongst the elite players going back generations, from Miguel Najdorf himself to Bobby Fischer to Garry Kasparov to Veselin Topalov, and now to Anish Giri and others. So it is even though it's been greatly explored, it's still
Filled
so
with
rich,
possibilities.
filled with possibilities, indeed. I just wanted to go back to a caller's question, because I thought it was fantastic. It was either Richard or Gabriel. It was Richard, I believe.
Yes.
And he was talking about the impact of chess on children and the many studies that have been done there. A lot of our empirical research has had to be thrown out because it's so egregiously in favor of kids. How does chess impact elderly, senior citizens, especially those with dementia or Alzheimer's or other conditions? And we had mentioned, and it's worth mentioning again, that here in St. Louis, they've actually, Rex has provoked the study with the St. Louis University, and we wanted to read out once again what it's about.
Right, because there have been so many studies about the beneficial effects of chess for kids, but it's not been proved yet how chess is beneficial as a tool for senior citizens. But there is a big belief in it, and it's being used all over. But scientifically, well, there's a huge shout out to SLU, to St. Louis University, for this study that they're carrying out to exactly prove the beneficial effects of chess for senior citizens, and it's Dr. Lauren Schwartz. She's leading the study, orchestrated by Stuart Slavin, who is the Associate Dean of the Medical School at SLU. So a big shout out going to SLU for their work.
Yes, exactly. And we have another caller.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
I'm Aryan and calling from Switzerland. My question is, why isn't Caruana playing rook to d1?
That is a brilliant question and very, very direct. I love it, Aryan. Let's go over to Caruana's game, yes?
And see why he has played. Okay, so we did see this knight takes c5, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, bishop to d5. And the caller's question was, why
has Caruana not played rook to b1? And well, he has it there. You're playing like Caruana.
Michael Adams, in fact.
Sorry, like Mickey Adams, and he has played rook to b1.
And he's done it for a very specific purpose. As we know, rooks just absolutely love open files and open ranks. It is, after all, how the rooks move. And so the open b file is very alluring for both the white and black's rooks. And he's played the move rook b1. And again, I like the outcome of the opening for Mickey. The move knight b6 definitely came, Fabi's move knight b6 definitely came as a surprise, but I think the pawn structure is very favorable for white. And
right,
thank
firstly,
you for the
congratulations to Aryan for suggesting a move, the right move in the situation. So there you go, Mickey's played what you wanted. And yes, I have to agree with you, Yas, in this position. I mean, despite the fact that black has 2 bishops, which often favor the player, and especially when the position is an open position. But in this particular case, this knight on c5, it is so strong, controlling the board and dominating the board. Like you said, the rook on b1, controlling the b file. Definitely white is, but the thing is, I don't think it's that much. I think black is also doing fine. Maybe a slight advantage for white, but I think Fabiano has got it under control.
Well, go ahead and give a suggestion as to how he should continue in this exact moment. Obviously, I want to play rook b7 and follow it up with rook b1. But if you challenge me with rook b8, for example,
which looks natural,
right? I want to play the move knight d7 and harass the rook.
And now I'm just thinking, yes, if I can go rook b5, maybe you've got knight b6 jumps.
No, I just want to keep tickling.
So and can I go rook b3 instead, yeah?
Yes, rook b3, and I still want to keep tickling you. Basically, rook b3. Sorry, that was a mouse slip. I still want to. I'm trying to get you to give up the B file.
But will you? Because I can still go back to B8.
True enough. Alejandro, take it away. Where are you looking, my friend?
Well, guys, this game that you're watching between Michael Adams and Fabiano Caruana, it's all nice and sensational, and I don't care about it. Let's take a look, and I want you guys to analyze with me because, okay, the engine is one thing, but remember that these players are not using the engine. They do not know what the engine evaluation is anymore. They're out of preparation. MVL has thrown down the gauntlet. He's played the move H5.
Wow.
How do you reply to that move?
That's visual. H6, H5. You know, it's funny when you know, as a grandmaster, I've always had this approach that I look at what I would call candidate moves, if you will, and analyze them very carefully. This move, H6, H5, would doubtlessly been way down on my list of candidate moves. Taking on F4, D6, D5, Rook G8, Rook H7 would have been my moves. So clearly this move, to my mind, shows that MVL is not that comfortable in his position and that he looked all the way down the list before coming up with the move H6, H5. Having said that, I wouldn't doubt that this move has a refutation. Alejandro, I don't believe this move can be that good for black.
Continue the analysis. Tell your viewers. You mentioned the candidate moves, right?
Yes.
In this particular sharp variation, let's say that black plays the move H5. Yasser, what are your candidate moves as white?
Well, E4, E5, blistering, opening the center, F4, F5, knight takes B5. Even taking on G5, knight takes G4, G6, I start looking at forcing very sharp moves.
So we have knight takes B5, E5, F5, F takes G5.
That's a lot of moves. And also, maybe even just taking on H5 as well.
5. Let's give you a 6. Knight F5.
Knight F5. That's...
That is...
Knight F5, that would be maybe the most courageous of all the moves that I would look at. That's the way of putting it. I think, especially a move like H6, H5, we've said it often, we'll repeat ourselves at the risk of repeating ourselves. An attack on the flank is best met with a counter and a strike in the center. And the move H5, E5 would feel like the natural move to my way of thinking.
No, I was about to say, yes, that knight F5 would definitely be something that I would need the engines for. Maybe it is in the spirit of the position, and you're a knight-off player with white. You know, these sacrifices on F5 and D5 are very typical of Sicilian in general, and you can feel them. But in this position, knight F5 would not have been one of my top candidate moves.
What would be some of your candidate moves, or narrow it to 2?
Well, I would say E5. I would be very drawn to E5 simply because of the concept that you want to break. You've got all your pieces ready to break open the center.
Exactly, the rooks.
And the concept of candidate moves, yes, I think we should explain that to our viewers. What are candidate moves? And in chess, there are so many possibilities and possible variations and moves, and you can't really sit and calculate each and every one of them.
Absolutely.
So the first thing that you do when you're faced with a question, what you want to play, is that you narrow it down to 2 to 3 candidate moves in the position that strike you as being not based on the calculation or not based on lines or variations, just on the feeling of the position. When you see this position on the board, you say E5, F5, FG5, maybe knight B5.
Right.
And these are your candidate moves, and then you go on to calculate these instead of looking for random moves and random variations in the position.
Right. And so let's do that, shall we? So the first candidate move, and my primary candidate move, would definitely be E4, E5. Again, obviously just blowing open the position, and most specifically with the idea of blowing it open in the center. Now we can see that this move H6, H5 from black's point of view is that he's going to be ready. It's a tough question for black already. Should he open up the position open up the
And
D
then
file
G4.
by capturing on E5 or not. And then you have a position like knight G4. Now here I sit there and I go, okay, well, I'm looking at ideas like knight F5 and knight D5, and I'm sitting there going, okay, for the moment my bishop on F2 is attacked, so let me just imagine that I come back with my bishop. Now I've sacrificed a pawn, but I've done this for very concrete reasons. I'm looking at knight takes b5. I'm looking at sacrifices, trying to get at the black's king. And at the same time, I'm hoping to exploit the fact that this knight, if you take on g2, probably a bad idea, by the way, but if you take on g2, I have the idea of playing h2, h3 in the position.
Black can go back knight h6, though, once you move your queen from h3, because you're not attacking the h5 pawn anymore.
That's true. Another question I would ask myself is, what do I think about taking on g5? After all, this pawn is on pre, and after knight takes, I really like, again, this is based on pattern recognition, my own experience with the Sicilians' defenses. I always think that if you take, just for argument's sake, if you take, I always think that the soft square e5 is going to come back and it's just going to be a too powerful attack. Taking on f2, very good. Let's take a look at this. Take on f7 check for a moment. King has to go somewhere. Now I'm
thinking d7. I know it looks scary, but you know, a lot of your pieces are under attack. And if you don't do something quickly, then white is lost.
Exactly. And my rook on d1 is also under attack. Maybe I can't get away with this. Again, I'd give this position some thought. Let me just go back one move, and I'm looking at the move queen f3. I don't think that this is going to be a great assistance. Because this knight on c3 is hanging with check. No, I think I'm giving up too much material. So back here after takes, I'll probably end up having moved my bishop somewhere. Bishop g3. Again, with similar ideas like Vichy showed in a previous round of knight b5 as well as g6. Here, this is the kind of a spirited Najdorf where you are playing for the e5 square for your knight. It's a very sharp position. Alejandro, what do the computers say?
No, that's cheating. Yeah. Oh. But okay, I'll show you some of the lines that you mentioned and what the computers think about it to get started. You were mentioning this pawn takes g5. E5 the computers don't like at all. They think that after knight takes g4, black is already in the driver's seat, but perhaps that also requires more analysis. Even the computers, since we're not using a supercomputer here at the studio, we just have a normal PC, it's still lagging behind to what something of the powerhouse that these players have at home could find. But after pawn takes g5, knight takes g4, g6, f takes g6 is playable completely. Knight takes f2 is also playable. Pawn takes f7 check, loses to king f8. The computer finds no compensation whatsoever. Queen f3 is playable, though. Knight takes d1, and you were saying this knight is hanging with check. Well, then give it away. Knight d5 is very possible in this position. The idea is just to open up the e-file against the king. Possibilities for black include queen d8, pawn takes g6, leaving the queen hanging, knight c3 check, all of the moves that you were coming up with, of course. The computer's main line is queen d8, queen takes f7 check, king d7, bishop h3, targeting this pawn on e6. They say bishop takes is forced, pawn takes d5, attacking this pawn on e6 yet again. And of course, the normal result of a game, a draw. After rook f8, queen h7, rook h8, and a perpetual on the queen. So you can see how ridiculous these lines are. It's very difficult for any human to even come with a third of this. I mean, even seeing the move knight d5 is almost impossible. Evaluating it even harder. Now, these guys, Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, are amazing calculators, but they're not going to see even like a fourth of what we're going to show you with the computer. They are just relying a lot of times on intuition, not really knowing what the true evaluation of the position is. They're going to say after the interview that it was a murky position. He had a sense of maybe he was better, but of course they're not going to know for sure. They're going to have to trust their instinct on which candidate move to find and play, because at the end of the day, it's impossible for them to calculate it all out.
Thank you. And we have a phone call, Tanya.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello, my name is Brett Castellanos. I'm from Tallahassee, Florida, and I was calling because, well, I play a lot of Go and chess, but a little bit more Go. And recently this year, we had a computer beat some of the top professional for the first time. And I was wondering if you could just comment on how the rise of computers has changed the game of chess, and so that we might know what to expect in my other hobby.
Well, thank you very much for the question. Maurice and I, we were the commentators for the Deep Blue Garry Kasparov matches. Remember, there was two. Everybody seems to remember the second one that Gary lost, but they tend to forget about the first. And I recall at the time, this was 1996, 1997, that it really electrified the world, this idea that a computer could beat or compete with the world champion. And it was a kind of Armageddon, if you will, the apocalypse, when IBM's Deep Blue won the second match to what I think of really as kind of a finger failure by Gary. And yes, it was very impactful, but even more so, as we discussed earlier, what it meant for databases and software and the internet itself. I mean, the internet is an ideal medium for the chess game. I mean, television has not always been a friend of chess, but the internet is fantastic, and millions of games are being played each and every year over the internet, whether it be Blitz or Bullet or even correspondence games. So it's had a dramatic impact. In the game of Go, the Go players were very, pleased with themselves on a 19 by 19 board. They thought, okay, another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years before Go would be solved, or that machines could compete with the highest Don Masters. And the Google Go was really a great shock for the Go community, as it thoroughly trounced one of the really elite players in the world of Go. And unfortunately for Go players, they're about to experience what our chess players have experienced, that the Go programs are going to get better and better and better faster than the human players, who are always improving, of course, but the programs themselves and the engineering marvels of getting, tens of millions, even maybe 1 billion computations per second, it means that, it's going to be databases and internet exchanges for the Go community.
Right, indeed, and I think one of the biggest impacts that chess has, that engines have had on our game, on chess, is the resources, the defense skill, that it has gotten to a whole new level with players. I mean, engines have shown defense and resources in a position that one would never ever imagine, and in many ways has leveled the field because of that. Preparation is one thing which has been affected, but also just the quality of and the ability of a player to defend in a given position.
Yeah, in my particular case, my own experience has been that I had a real hard time finding an opponent. I lived in Seattle, Washington, that would want to play me. I was young, I was 12 at the time that I started, and the adults who were really good players really didn't want to face a 12-year-old kid. Number one, they didn't want to beat me.
That hasn't
and number
changed
two,
even
they didn't
now.
want to lose
It's
to
tough
me.
to play a kid.
And for me, what the chess engines have meant is a perpetual opponent. Anytime somebody wants to play a game of chess and sharpen their skill, there's a ready opponent. And not only that, but they're really, really, really good. So it wasn't that I was just playing an adult and it was challenged. No. And we have Maurice in London with some thoughts. Maurice.
Indeed, Yaz, the computer has definitely changed the game dramatically. And one of the things that I find fascinating is how we humans try to rationalize chess. Of course, you have this board with 64 squares, 32 pieces, all of them doing different things. And we try to give this strategy all the way back to Wilhelm Steinitz, the father of modern positional play. And we always, in each generation, try to understand more and more and come with a more comprehensive strategic insight, strategic umbrella, if you will, to be able to buttress our thoughts. Because after all, we're humans. We don't just calculate everything to the last move. But this generation of players has grown up on computers, and what they have learned to do is from analyzing with the computers to get a different type of positional sense, to get a different kind of truth about the position. And I'm sure that the books will have to be rewritten to add the kind of nuances that the classicists did not understand at all. I mean, you talk about maybe even going back 20 years. I remember talking to Levon Aronian, and he was talking about none other than Garry Kasparov. And he said of Kasparov in one situation that it looked like in some positions, Garry wasn't so comfortable in understanding what really needed to be done. Of course, Garry hasn't been analyzing a lot of positions for a long time, but Gary's play is based on the games from the past, his generation, and maybe just a little bit further. But as soon as you start to go away from chess and the big analysis, deep positional analysis starts to come in, then the new players start to understand chess a little bit differently. That doesn't mean that Gary's not a monster. We know he's maybe the greatest player of all time. But even he, if he stays out of the game, will fall behind, and he's going to have to catch up. And all that computer analysis, all that engine's getting better and better. And the younger generation, looking at those moves, are going to get a different kind of feel. And they will play insane chess to our eyes that for them has become quite natural in the age of computers.
Thank you. And Alejandro, you jump in here if you would, please. Computers, how did it impact your life?
Well,
your career?
My life is entirely based on the fact that computers can play chess. If computers couldn't play chess, I wouldn't be able to have become a grandmaster. I was born in Costa Rica, raised in Costa Rica. We don't have grandmasters there. We don't have any chess books there. The chess informant takes like 2 months to get there. I was raised on learning against Fritz 5.32 and using the chess databases to learn. I was able to buy a couple of books every time I traveled, but it was very limited knowledge. The fact that I had computers at my disposal were the only reason I was able to study at all. I was incredibly lucky to have the Internet Chess Club and to have any database that I could get my hands on in order to improve. There was just such limited resources in my country. So to answer a little bit about how AlphaGo is going to change the world of Go, it's going to change it in many ways. Some will be negative, some will be positive. A lot of players I know don't like the chess engine because it solves the game. It gives out all of the mysteries, even though we're seeing this game between Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave where even the computers don't have a clue of what's going on. And I think that it just improves the game in certain ways. It's no doubt that the internet generation is overall stronger than the previous generation, simply because we have had so many different resources. I mean, every time that people say there's like rating inflation, look how many 2,700 players there are, and there is a very strong argument. Rating inflation in chess is either non-existent or minimal, because these players are not 2,700s just because of rating inflation. They're 2,700s because that's the strength that they play. We have had the ability to learn from the past and also to learn from computers, which has made obviously our games much, much stronger. The game that Magnus Carlsen plays is much different than the one Kasparov plays, and I think that if you ask the top 10 players who is a stronger player at their peak, unanimously when they have been asked this, they say that's not even comparable. Magnus Carlsen has more resources. This is not a fair question. Magnus Carlsen is stronger.
Wow.
Thank you, Alejandro. Well, yes, love or hate the engines, gotta have them.
Well, they're going to be a part of our lives today and for the foreseeable future. One other point I would make about AlphaGo, which I found extraordinarily interesting when I read articles about that particular competition, and what it was AlphaGo was playing itself, and it was playing millions of games against itself. Now, in my whole tournament career, I've played about 4,000 tournament games. I don't know, 30, 50,000 games overall. But to play millions of games against yourself and to be, in a sense, self-teaching, that is really extraordinary. And so really, the sky's the limit. I mean, it's only hampered by the computations per second of the actual computer chips.
Yes, absolutely. And I think what is really important to remember is that even if the game changes, which it will because of engines and computers and their influence, what is really important to remember is that you will always play against a person. You will always play against another human being when you're at a competition.
Absolutely.
And it really doesn't matter what the engines are saying at home at that time.
No.
It's a completely different story, and that will never change. The fact that psychology, nerves, circumstances, what's going on in your mind, your emotions, everything will play such a crucial role, which the engines do not take into account.
Except for what Alejandro was saying, that they're just simply getting better. We have a repetition.
We don't have a repetition, but we're going to have a result very soon, as the game has been wiped off pieces here between Levon Aronian and Visharan. They've been blitzing out their last few moves, playing very logical chess, and Aronian is simply unable to prove any kind of advantage. Perhaps we can take a look at how they got here. But this game is obviously going to end in a draw. There's a knight against the bishop, 4 pawns for each. In only the king side, there is absolutely nothing to play for. You can take a look here after the move bishop d6, rook d8, rook d1. There was a very clever idea here by Anand of taking twice on d6. And then it seems like c6 is under attack, but he has this clever idea of playing king f7. Now against bishop takes c6, which was played. Anand played the move king e7, which attacks the rook on d6. Now there's the possibility of an intermediate move, bishop takes b7, bishop takes b7. And now, white is up a pawn, but because of the weakness on c3, there's just not really much you can do as white. You can't really hold on to the pawn. So rook d4, rook c8, already the pawn is not going to survive for very long. And the players decided, okay, let's just trade everything. a2 is doomed, as after check here, rook c2. You'd rather lose a2 than f2. And the game is just going to end in a complete draw very, very, very soon. I was not expecting this to be the first game to end in a draw today, but it seems like the other one, Wesley So against Vladimir Kramnik, the players are taking their sweet time per move.
Well, in fact, I wanted actually to bring us, and by the way, the players have agreed to a draw, and I wanted to bring a game to Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik because I hadn't expected anything. We had reached this period, this point, some time ago. I hadn't expected rook takes d4. For some reason, I was thinking queen takes d4 was simpler, but they reached this position. But let me go to Maurice Ashley in London. Maurice.
Well, we were talking about computer analysis, but in the days of old, when kings like Tal reigned the chess world, you used to see these kind of Sicilian positions where Tal would just rip a king side apart, and he didn't have any computers to analyze with. He just used his creativity and his brain and his imagination. And one thing he taught us was the typical sacrifices in positions like this. And when you look at this position, you notice that black has decided to leave his king in the center of the board. He has pushed these pawns. This move h5 is not a thematic type idea in this position. A queen on h3 is somewhat unusual, but white is fully developed and feels like it may just be right now that you land the decisive blow, or at least something that's electrifying. And in this position, we have been analyzing, and the engine has suggested this spectacular move, and I just looked on my monitor and seen that Nakamura has indeed played the move just as I was speaking, the move knight to f5. This was Tal's calling card. Knight f5, knight d5, knight takes on e6 were all of those moves, and he has played this beautiful sacrifice, one that we know as a Night Off player, don't allow this, because if it lands on your board, you're probably busted. Is this game over? The engines are saying huge advantage for white, virtually winning position with this, and if it's correct, it'll show that these moves, g5 and particularly h5, were simply terrible moves. h5 just giving white everything he wants, the time to build this attack, and the cool calm variation actually is after takes, just to simply capture back. This is an unusual pawn constellation if you've ever seen one, and the point just being black has nowhere to go. The king is stuck in the middle of the board. He's never going to castle. There are going to be captures on g5 happening. If you were to play a main line like takes, trying to get rid of some pieces and getting rid of this guy, then suddenly the simple g5, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that there's some explosions that are going to happen to black's position. Takes is being threatened here. White also has a move. Let's say you pin bishop to d4, and it's pure harmony in the white position. This move, knight f5 by Nakamura, a spectacular one, and we saw him get killed yesterday when a knight landed on f5. When Fabi played it, he's now had his chance to play knight f5, and if all goes well, he should be able to wrap this one up, but still a lot of game to go.
With knight f5 going for the blood.
Yes, indeed, and what a setback for the knight, or two major setbacks yesterday and today. This move, knight f5, incredibly thematic, and again, White's forces are just so much better or more harmonized, and again, Black's king just stuck in the center. It's a great move. It's a great move.
And I have to say that Hikaru Nakamura in such positions is an absolute beast.
Yes.
For him to make a move like knight f5, which we were just discussing, yes, would be so difficult for us to even get in our candidate move list, maybe because, you know, you need a lot of familiarity with this position, with these ideas of the Sicilian, of knight f5, knight d5. But for him, it is such a flow, and to feel these positions and to realize that, you know, the king in the center is going to be so extremely weak for a really long time. Maybe there is no checkmate immediately and no apparent compensation that you can feel or see in the position at this moment. But the king is a long-term weakness for Black.
Exactly. And as Maurice was mentioning, players of the past, the great Michael Tal, trailblazing such sacrifices. That's a part of the DNA of these players today, because they've got all of those games in the database. They've seen these patterns time after time. They've worked 50 years ago. They work just as well today. Knight f5, very thematic sacrifice.
And I think this is exactly the reason why everybody who starts playing chess is always advised to study the classics.
Yes.
Because these are the kind of ideas that come from a time when there were no engines telling you that a move like knight f5 existed.
That's right.
But they came up with these kind of ideas at that moment themselves.
Yep.
And they explained it so beautifully in the game. So it's extremely important to go through the games of these great players. Tal, Capablanca, Alekhine, Bobby Fish, Garris. Yes, the list is endless, and you've got to start somewhere. Well, Tal would be a good idea.
Absolutely. If you want just creative, marvelous chaos, there you have it.
I like that, creative, marvelous chaos.
I actually was attracted to the games of Vasily Smyslov and Capablanca because I enjoyed the harmony that they produced. Going back, Alejandro, knight f5, a cruncher.
Well, I was suggesting it to you, Yasser, when you were mentioning the candidate moves. Knight f5, it was the top computer suggestion, but for our audience, I would definitely tell you, put your engine away, enjoy the position, not only because I think it's so rich and so beautiful to calculate these variations, but also because your engines might just be too weak to understand what's really going on. There are many variations where even certain engines are arguing against each other and which ones are the best moves. They are all in agreement in one thing, though. White is definitely much better. Now let's take a look through some of the lines. I think Maurice was already mentioning what happens when pawn takes f5. I think that one is pretty logical. But what happens if pawn takes f4? Where is the threat in essence? Where is the killing blow here for Hikaru Nakamura? Because if I see a knight on f5 and I can ignore it, usually Black pieces, they want to ignore the knight and say, hey, what are you going to do to me? I am taking a free pawn here on f4. Now the killing blow comes here. Bishop takes c5. And the problem for Black is how to recapture. If you would like to recapture with probably the pawn. The taking with the queen has a very specific tactical problem. Knight takes e7, pawn takes e7, and after e5, I'm attacking both f6 with check and the bishop on b7. That means that after the force line, pawn takes g4, pawn takes f6 check, king d7, I can capture this pawn, rook g8, queen takes g8, you have to give up the queen because g2 was hanging. We have this very complicated position in which White simply has more material. You have two pieces and a rook against the queen. It's a little overwhelming, especially considering the fact that the king on d7 is so weak. Yes, you have a bunch of passed pawns and you can play queen h5 and the game's not over, but it should be an overwhelming edge for the white pieces. Now let's go back to say why don't I take with the pawn so that when you take on e7, e5, the bishop on b7 is defended? Well, this also has a problem that is much more spectacular. If pawn takes e5, the killing blow, you could play g5, and there's a couple of winning attempts, but I like knight d5. Just putting the other knight there. Bam! That's it. That's it. That would be game over. If you take with the pawn, pawn takes d5, this is a killer rook on the e file. If you don't do that and you take with the bishop, doesn't matter. Pawn takes. Notice that because of the coordination of the rooks, and I had mentioned this earlier, the rooks in the center against the king are just too powerful in certain variations. If you take on f5, the killing blow, obviously d6, taking advantage of the pin down the e file, that would be game over. So that's the answer to the question. What happens if black ignores the knight on f5 and I just take on f4? From a practical point of view, you might even want to take on f5 in this position, or you can even say, what happens if I take on e4 instead? Notice how many pieces and pawns white is sacrificing with a single move. It's not just the knight on f5. Here, this is also a very complicated position after knight takes e4. I cannot ever take with the knight because it allows a queen takes c2 check. The computers are giving bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, and now the move bishop d4. Very importantly, defending the knight on c3 and attacking the rook on h8. Do you think the computers care? They don't care. They go b4. Yes, it's true. The computers say white is winning, but this is such a mess that neither player has any idea of the evaluation, and quite honestly, this game could go either way. Objectively, it's very likely that white is winning, but that doesn't change the result of the game, as we've seen that even in such complicated positions, a win is not guaranteed, as we saw in a much simpler game yesterday between Vishy Anand and Anish Giri, in which Giri, having a decisive advantage, let it slip.
Wow, those variations are what we would call visual. Those are some really beautiful lines with knight d5. Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Alejandro. And again, you know, like I'm with Alejandro completely. Turn off your chess engines. Just enjoy the position, because while white may, according to the computers, be so much better, the whole position's blown up, and literally all three results are possible. It's so easy for either player on a single move to misstep and lose the game. I just wanted to go to a game that's just not fascinating, it doesn't have the explosiveness of the game that we're currently watching. Is this game of Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik. Again, very placid waters, but I'm just a little bit wondering if back here, when Vladimir took with the rook and not with the queen, if he hasn't gotten himself into a little trouble because of bishop d3 check. As we can see at this moment, with this bishop attacking the king, there's only two ways of blocking this check. You don't want to play rook takes, because that will just get you into a lost position right away. You have to play either f5 or g6.
G6 runs into queen e5.
And it's game over because the checkmate.
Or rook h8,
rook d8.
Oh.
Rook d8.
There is a
defense. Sorry, I saw queen e5 and I just stopped. Oh man, that makes it, rook d8, just blocking both threats of mate on h8.
So, well, if queen e5 doesn't work, probably black has to. Black is okay playing g6 because f5 is...
Well, that's what I meant. I was about to say the other blocking move, I thought g6 was impossible. The other blocking move, f5, really felt like, okay, something is my spidey said,
wrong.
Yeah, you don't want to play the move f5, but if g6 is possible, that really steals all of the great thunder I was about to expound upon. h4, no, you can now play queen d6, blocking my threat, and h5 is being met by rook takes d3. I apologize.
And we do have g6 on the board, after which Wesley played the move rook a4, having nothing better in the position, really.
Right. So instead of the move h4, let me take that one back. g6 was played, rook a4. You can't, well, you should not take the rook because it's not a back rank mate.
It's not enough after bishop c4.
And you are winning this guy on f1, but the queen is better than the rook and the bishop. So after rook a4, the rook will have to drop back to guard the queen. Unfortunately, this game looks like it's heading to a draw. Let me go back to the game of Fabiano for a second, because that not much has happened since rook b1 and rook b8. So rook b1, rook b8, a4, f5, and this is the current position. This is looking evenish. If I can't win the b file with knight d7, and you were mentioning how you could go rook b3 and knight c5 and rook back to b8, then I don't think it's that much, but
You like white here?
only by a smidge. The game that is producing all the excitement on this game has been a draw has been agreed. The game that's producing all the excitement is between Hikaru Nakamura and MVL, the big theoretical duel.
And I'm just thinking, if before playing h5, I mean, MVL probably just completely missed knight f5. It's a move that, you know, you're aware of, but it's so kind of like a vague sacrifice that it's impossible to calculate the lines. And after seeing h5, well, if e5 doesn't work and fg5 doesn't give so much, you're tempted to play such a move. But then after knight f5, I mean, MVL's in a big think now because he definitely realizes that it's gone wrong.
Well, the position's blowing up. I don't know if he's thinking that it's gone wrong so much as he's likely thinking, well, I've got the kind of position you're going to get if you play a knight, and as Alejandro was saying, this very challenging move, hey, show me what you got. G5 takes f4, I'm a pawn up, I'm not going to take your knight, you're going to take my bishop, well, I can live with that. You've got to still produce some fantastic moves. So it's one of those things that I think if you're playing a knight, or if you're going to provoke your opponent at times to attack you, right? But sometimes the attack kills you, which is the sad part, of course.
Talking about provocation, I mean, this is such an important concept of modern chess because nowadays to expect a clean game out of the opening where you get a slight but a nagging advantage and you go on to convert it, what you call a clean game of chess, is very rare, and it's not practical to even expect that. At this level, especially at this level, for these players to win a game, they need to create strong imbalances. They need to do provocation, provoke their opponents to make certain mistakes and good moves, but what that does is it also makes you vulnerable to making mistakes.
Of course.
And we do have a move on the board as MVL has played the move I was mentioning, knight c takes e4, exploiting the pin on the c file, still keeping a lot of tension in the position.
Knight c takes e4. We were looking, was it bishop takes e4?
Yeah, we're looking at bishop takes e4, although the immediate bishop d4 is also completely possible.
Knight takes e4, and this was bishop d4 attacking the rook on h8. Again, the knight is not hanging because of queen takes c2 check. The king goes into the corner, and then bishop takes e4, and thanks to the queen's protection of the knight, black wins back his piece. So that is why we're looking at, after knight takes e4, again, this is the current position, bishop e4, knight e4, bishop d4 as the most likely sequence of moves. Yes. Well, with that rook on h8 hang, this is a crazy position. I've got to think that there's a lot of moves here, but maybe there's not that many. Hold on. As black, in a strange kind of way, I'm attracted to capturing the knight, sacrificing the exchange in the hopes that after something like h5 takes g4, I'm going to get a massive pawns on the king side, and I don't mind being exchanged down. Unfortunately, I do believe the move queen h7 is really good, eyeballing both the f5 pawn and even tickling the black king with a move like queen g8. From a material point of view, it's great, but the problem again is these two white rooks harmoniously placed on the E and D files against black's king. So unfortunately, I don't think you can essay the exchange sacrifice.
Right, and that would mean, is it possible now to move the rook away?
Yeah, but where do we want to go?
And then knight g7 check is
well,
rook g8 and
knight g7 check. Yeah, but also, can't we in this position?
In fact,
lots of
Nakamura
moves.
has gone for bishop e4. So we're expecting knight e4 now.
So bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. Let me just check. Of course, the problem is we can't play bishop takes e4. I think that is just losing gobs of material after takes, attacking the knight, and e4 is hanging. So knight takes e4 looks forced.
And now bishop d4.
d4, which is a very attractive move. After all, our bishop is under attack, so let's attack the rook. Double-edged position. Both players are really on the edge of their seats. Yes.
No, I was just
please.
thinking of e5, but then I get this really strong f5 square, and you.
Yeah, this is a big.
Don't want to do that.
No, you really don't. I mean, now it basically means the knight can.
It's there forever, for eternity.
Exactly, and he has
we do
played
have knight
takes
e4.
e4.
Now the question, yes, is Hikaru going to play bishop d4? But it's
Certainly.
kind of self-suggestive because if you can't take the knight on e4, it's the only other logical move in the position.
I'm wondering about maybe. Here's another try. Knight takes c3 check. If you play bishop takes c3, pawn takes f5, I was hoping that after bishop takes h8, I'll be able to break through. Queen takes, but how am I going to get to that light square's diagonal?
And bishop f6 is a threat. So you want to go bishop e4, right?
Yeah, I can meet bishop f6 with bishop e4, but I'm looking at these types of positions, so it looks kind of transpositional and planting my knight on bishop, on the e4 square, and hoping that I'm getting again this wedge of pawns for.
This particular
feels
position
bad.
looks like
It feels bad. My spidey sense is tingling. Alejandro.
Well, Yasser, definitely, as you're mentioning, the resources that Black has in this position are very numerous. However, this one particularly fails. Bishop d4, I expect 100%. I don't see any other move in the position. Now, how to answer this is very difficult. Knight takes c3, bishop takes c3. Now, your idea of taking on f5 in this position was actually quite good if white were compelled to take on h8. But
really?
Unfortunately, there's a very specific problem here, and it is that after pawn takes f5, you're threatening the move f6, winning the bishop on e7, and if you defend this bishop, then I can take on h8 and transpose into those positions where I'm up the exchange and you don't no longer have this pawn mass on the king's side to compensate for it. One of the more difficult lines I found to evaluate was happened on the move rook g8, and there are a couple of tries in this position. Rook g8 simply moves the rook out of the way, so it's one of the more natural moves. But the computers are convinced that after knight takes e7, and here they're starting to go crazy. They want to take on g4. Sometimes they want to take with the king, and I was asking them, well, what if I just play knight takes e3 and take with the queen? This looks like pretty good. I'm defending everything. This looks fine for black. And then I realized that after pawn takes,
oh no,
the pawn just queens.
Oh no.
There's no way to stop the pawn. You just go h6, h7, h8. And we do have bishop d4 on the board. Very dangerous game for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but actually I was incredibly surprised that the winning idea is to simply queen a pawn before move 30.
Yeah, you're looking at rook takes e6, rook takes d6, knight d5s, checkmating attacks. Oh no, it's just about this little pawn going all the way up the board. So that was a crazy line. Again, let's look at the knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, rook g8, knight takes e7. I've probably done this in the wrong move order. I apologize, but I'm getting to the same position. And it's all about this guy going up the board. Well, let's finish the line. I'll take a pawn. Now, of course, with this bishop eyeballing the promotional square, I either have to play king d7, which I don't want to do, or play the move e6, e5, which looks more attractive. Now, let's finish this line. How are we killing? We're going h6, rook over to h8, and now what's attracting your tie?
Can I go something like queen h5, and I want to just go bishop e5 at some point?
Yes.
I'm not using an engine, but isn't d6 just hanging, or is there a problem with it?
Which is just hanging?
Just rook d6 immediately.
Rook takes d6, queen takes d6.
And just rook.
Bishop takes e5?
Bishop takes e5, queen drops back to
and
e7.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. Well, can I kick? I'm I wouldn't be surprised if I'm losing.
No,
Oh,
C8 is
rook
hanging.
c8. Oh, darn it. Rook c8.
Which means I'm playing bishop c3 next move.
Yes, you are. Oh, that's a killer.
Yeah.
Nothing to be said. That's the winning. That's a winning line for sure. So rook takes d6 and bishop takes e5. I was thinking of something else, but
And it's
never
probably not
mind.
the only way. Honestly, also queen h6 looks very strong.
Yeah, that was the move that had attracted my eye geometrically, just, thumping this guy. The base,
Yes.
going after the base pawn on d6 looks really good. So these variations, all very promising for Hikaru. MVL does have a lot of resources, but they're getting narrowed from our analysis. Tanya, any other games particularly
This one has
attractive?
definitely got us transfixed, but let's move on and see what's happened on our other big game, which is Mickey Adams versus Fabiano Caruana.
We were speaking about the fight for the control over the B line. I was attempting to do things like knight d7 to try to wrest control over the B file. What Mickey did is he played the move f2, f3, which is a very sensible move. First of all, you're in these back rank checkmating patterns threats, and you played the move f3 in order to give the king some lift, maybe on a future day playing e2, e4, and now it's black trying to wrest control over the B file. He's played, that is to say,
Bishop A2.
Fabiano has played the move bishop a2. Now, having said that, I don't want to trade rooks. I want to put my rook on b7 with the idea of bringing my rook over to the a file. So very
But then
cagey.
can I take on b7 and go bishop b3?
Yes, it's all doable. Bishop to b3.
So
And now, I want to think about this. If I play rook b1, I'm pretty sure I can win back this a5 pawn. In other words, you're not going to keep this a pawn. You'll move your bishop and I'll take. But I'm wondering if I can do it in a nicer way here. What else, what other options do I have? Not that great. I'm looking at rook c1, bishop takes a4, bishop d2, anticipating that I'll be able to capture this pawn and maybe harass this pawn on c3. It's looking very even to me.
Yeah,
to
black
my
has
mind.
definitely solved all his problems. I mean, f3 is,
I think
well,
this
to
move
say
bishop
not really
a2.
going for much.
Yeah, I think this move bishop a2 is a very, very good move. That, well, okay, let's say I bite the bullet and I give you the B file for a second and I play a move like king f2, anticipating that this rook is going to come down one day to the b2 square, I beg your pardon, and I want to meet it with rook to d2.
You have to be also careful about bishop d2 because I don't want to lose the a5 pawn.
Exactly. So king f2, I think with the counterplay being generated by black along the b file, it's enough for equality, but still these split pawns, again, I'm a structure guy, give me an extra pawn, I'm a real happy camper, my usual.
But I do believe the two bishops will also offer enough for black because simply whenever you get your bishop on d2, I've got moves like bishop f8, putting pressure on that knight, and I'm probably going to take your a4 pawn for the a5 pawn, and
Well, yes, true.
tough to imagine black having any real problems in
And
this,
I think you
especially
can
after
solve
taking.
everything after. If you play king f2, do I have rook b2?
Yes, rook b2 is, and I was going to play rook d2.
Okay, and I think I can just force a draw. If I take and go e4?
E4, yes. So take and check.
Yep.
And then go into a bishops of opposite color position, which is draw. Yes.
Yep.
That
seems to be the simplest.
Right, well, so no real problem for Fabiano. And let's take a look at our Wesley game. Has anything happened after g6?
Well, we left it
A
at these
lot.
parts where rook a4 was played, forcing the retreating move rook to d6. Queen takes. Now this rook on b6 isn't a very happy camper at the moment, so black does have some issues that he still has to solve. Rook d4, an edge for Wesley. Maybe it's not going to stir your spirits, but still white is a little bit better. This rook, again, not on the greatest square. And white is quick to advance his king into the center. Remember, in the ending, the king is a very powerful piece, so activate the king. Bishop f5, bishop c4, king e7, king e3, f7, f6. Well, unfortunately, for all of his efforts, as soon as black plays the move rook d6, I think that definitely is the end all of his problems. I am saying this game also appears headed straight for a draw.
Well, not very ambitious, definitely not ambitious play from Wesley's side, but understandable given his tournament situation, playing against Vladimir Kramnik. He doesn't want to take too much risk, but just a position where, well, I don't want to even see two possible results. I mean, this is definitely just a draw. I don't think
it looks so.
White has anything.
Now, if we were to imagine that these games that are pending were drawn, with the exception of the Hikaru game, but if they were all drawn, this would not impact the scoreboard whatsoever. We started the round. Everybody would maintain the same positions they had. Wesley would be a half a point in first place. And I think that would secure the Grand Chess Tour for him, if all games were drawn.
Right, because the only person who can catch up with Wesley So in the Grand Chess Tour standing is Hikaru Nakamura, and as of now, Wesley leads with 1.5 points going into round 8, which is, I mean, after today. So with 2 rounds remaining, it would be it's impossible for Hikaru Nakamura to catch up with Wesley So, and that would mean the Grand Chess Tour is with Wesley. And these are the Grand Chess Tour points. So Wesley is at 30 GCT points. And how are GCT points calculated? Well, it depends on the ranking. So 4 events make up the Grand Chess Tour, starting from Paris to Leuven to Sinquefield Cup and now the London Chess Classic. The best 3 scores are taken into account for the Grand Chess Tour. Your final ranking in each of the event determines how many GCT points you're awarded. Out of those, your top 3 of the 4 events will be calculated for the final standings.
Exactly. And
well, as we can see, well, Hikaru Nakamura, in fact, was our big story. Will he be able to take this GCT win away from Wesley So? That doesn't seem to be happening. And in fact, if London Chess Classic was to end today, this would be the final standing of the Grand Chess Tour. We've got Wesley So as the winner. Fabiano Caruana would be the second runner-up, going back home with that big $50,000. And Hikaru Nakamura third, securing his spot in the 2017 Grand Chess Tour.
And then we have these 3 players who are the highest rated players in the world that would join them, Magnus, Vladimir, and MBL. Here are our predictions. Well, Wesley So would still be in the lead. This doesn't look good for me.
Me neither. Yes, I had a lot of hope on our own end, but
I think it looks great. What are you guys talking about?
Alejandro's a happy camper.
Well, I tell you, Maurice going with all of the Americans isn't doing badly at all.
Especially if Hikaru wins today. I think he's still
I like my pick as well. I like my pick. I think Hikaru's going to win. Hikaru's going to win today. I think, and then he's gonna come back and tie with Kramnik. So if Hikaru wins today, guys, it'll be a huge step in the right direction. And I don't know if he's gonna pass Fabi. I had a problem with picking Fabi over Hikaru, but I think I'll be doing okay.
Well, Maurice Ashley's All-American prediction, All-American lineup seems to be headed
it's working.
In the direction he wants it to.
And we'll have to just check in on the time control, the times. I don't think my times are accurate in terms of the game between Hikaru Nakamura and MBL.
I have it on a little bit over an hour.
And is that accurate?
From what I can see on the screen, yes.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Because it's been such a sharp, double-edged game. I can imagine after this game is over, their brains are going to be worried because all they're doing is calculating. It's really, really a challenge for them. And by the way, we did have this move, Rook G8.
Yeah.
We were talking about resources. Rook G8, has been played. And let's see how we could potentially take that one out. Let's just think about this for a moment. Attractive moves include 97. Knight takes e4, queen takes c2. Seems to constantly return to those positions where the bishop recaptures on e4. I want to take on h5. Everybody wants to take on h5. I'm thinking with the queen. I'm kind of, okay, in this case you haven't already played the move knight takes c3, but I was trying to get those positions
where f6 is a strong threat.
Where f6 was crushing, just breaking through in the center. In this particular position, there may be a defense hanging by a thread based on d6, d5. I kind of don't believe that, actually. Did you want to take on h5
I was
with
actually
the pawn?
thinking with the idea of if you take ef5, maybe I've got queen f5, and this pawn on h5, you know, we were seeing similar positions with the idea of simply queen and this
Yeah,
pawn.
that looked
But
very
you've got
strong.
g4 is what I'm thinking here now.
Yeah, but that's not the end of the story, because we've been seeing queen sacrifices.
Right. And
Quite
knight
a number.
e7 here looks very interesting because gh3, knight g8, and
Right, again,
white has enough pieces.
Well, again, it could be a touchdown with the h pawn, as it is really looking very attractive. I mean, that's also a problem when you have a big advantage like this, where you have all of these options. You've got to pick a win and stick with it.
Yes, and that is actually a challenge faced by so many chess players. Again, across all levels. Having this position where there are so many good options, how to make that choice.
Exactly.
Well, and let's go to Maurice in London with more thoughts on this position.
Well, actually, it's a position that we haven't looked at too closely and probably don't need to look at that closely as well. The game between Giri and Topalov. There was a small little joke that people have been making about Topalov. You know, he's going downhill. But guess what? He's got just what the doctor ordered, is Anish Giri. I'm sure Giri fans do not appreciate it, but it looks as though this game is definitely leaning towards a draw. The question was, which was more powerful, Giri's drawing powers or Topalov playing horribly in this tournament? Well, it looks as though this one, if Topalov manages to mess this one up, I mean, he has already lost 22 rating points. It would just be a thorough disaster of what has already been a disastrous tournament indeed. So this position, I think Topalov will stem the bleeding just a bit, and we should be able to see a draw in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. Very interesting that what Hikaru Nakamura said about Anish Giri earlier in this tournament. Well, Hikaru had a terrible first round start, losing, and in fact we do have a result on our big Wesley Kramnik matchup. It is a draw. Wesley failed to get much out of the opening, but he was on the cautious side. That was pretty clear from the start. Not super ambitious play, but completely understandable play given his tournament situation.
Except for Vladimir, by the way, and in the elite levels, once again, Wesley knows that this is Vladimir's A game, his #1 defense to the queen's pawn opening, and Vladimir has neutralized all the world's leading players with this line. And Wesley said, okay, you neutralized me, but guess what? I'm in first, you're in third. It's okay.
Absolutely, it's completely okay for Wesley. And just going back to what we were talking about, Hikaru making a comment after losing his first game. Well, he had to play Anish Giri in his second round. Now, the first game, if you all remember, was a complete disaster for Hikaru. Lost on move 13 to Wesley So, blundered with knight e2, a complete shocker. And he said that he was really happy that he played Anish Giri in round 2 simply because that was an opportunity for him to stop the bleeding and start afresh and reset. Yeah. And we see Topalov here as well. I mean, the guy has been toppling all over, has been having a terrible tournament. And, well, he's got an Anish as well, and he's able to stabilize this position without much trouble with black pieces.
Yes.
So true. I think he would be able to stop this bleeding, but unfortunately for him, a little too late in the tournament.
Absolutely too late in the tournament. And we have a caller from Canada. Hello, welcome to the show. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, sir. It's Randy Bonnell calling back again from St. John's, Newfoundland.
Well, hello, Randy. Nice to hear from you. What's your question?
Well, in 2 parts, yes, sir. First of all, I wonder if you could define what a brilliancy is in chess. And also, second part, what to look for in a high-class chess coach. Because I know sometimes bad coaches have been known to discourage potential chess players.
All right, Randy, we will answer your questions. Thank you for calling, but we'll be going to London shortly. So I may have to interrupt myself when brilliancy in chess.
Well, that is kind of self-explanatory. Simply, a brilliancy in chess is a brilliant game or a brilliant move. When we say that this player just made a brilliancy, well, it could depend that move that just shocked everyone, and a spectacular move. A spectacular move or a spectacular game is a brilliancy in chess.
Yeah. Well, for most players, a brilliancy is that wonderful combination of featuring a sacrifice, as you've suggested, but also just a lot of tactics and just a lot of really good, correct moves. And we do have Maurice.
We're going to come back with this, but let's go to Maurice in London.
Yes, and we have world number 3, Vladimir Kramnik, who just made a draw against the tournament leader, Wesley So. Bit of a more or less easy draw for you. Given the tournament situation, how do you feel this affects you? You are behind him by 2 wins. Did you feel like you really needed to be solid today?
No, I just played my normal chess, so I didn't know if he will try to be ambitious, you know, and try to play for a win or try to play safe. So I saw no reason to risk myself, especially because I had black pieces. So I played my normal solid line, but he preferred to play very safe. And okay, still he posed me a small problem with queen e3, and I had to be accurate with his h6 move. It seems that it was a very accurate decision, and then it was heading to a draw. I mean, you know, against very top players, it's very difficult to start to play for a win with black, you know, from the very beginning. Usually it would just mean that you will lose a game, most likely. So I just tried to pick up my chances if I would have some, but okay, today it was not the day, but I still have 2 games, so I hope at least to try to win at least one of it.
How ambitious will you be in these 2 games? With you say at least one, I presume that's your white game, but with black, will you try to be a bit more aggressive?
Well, let's see. I mean, let's see how it goes tomorrow. I have white against Anish, and okay, if I manage to win, then I will see. Then I will think what to do in the last round. Also, we don't know how Wesley is going to do in the last 2 rounds. So, of course, tomorrow I should really try. I mean, and I'm going to try definitely.
Last question for you. How impressed have you been by Wesley So? Just this last year, the way it seems his play has picked up, he seemed more practical, more solid, and playing some really interesting chess, really first-class chess.
Yeah, I mean, he improved enormously this year, and he was already for a while a top player, but this year he's playing maybe the best chess actually in the world, in fact. So, I mean, now I'm seeing him raising his rating, his results, and I feel that he is going to be a very, very serious challenger for Magnus in the years to come. I mean, he's really strong now.
Those are incredible words coming from a former world champion like yourself. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of your games. Vladimir Kramnik with some big words about Wesley So, and certainly he still has some fighting chances in this tournament.
Thank you, Maurice. High praise indeed from a former world champion,
and well,
Vladimir Kramnik.
When it comes from Vlad, you know it
Take
means
it seriously.
something.
Alejandro, if you would, please.
We have updates in the most important game of today, at least from position point of view. After the move Rook G8, Hikaru took on E7, and Bashir didn't think twice. He actually took on E7 with the king, which was the computer's recommendation, even though the computers are saying black's toast. And the reason is the same as the other line. You take on H5 here with the pawn, which Hikaru did very, very quickly. And again, there just isn't a good way of stopping this guy going forward. Not only that, with the king on E7, there are several other tricks that black has to be very careful of. I'm just going to give you a sample variation. After pawn takes F4, which has not been played yet, but I think can be likely, Queen H4 check gives a huge advantage to the white side, but you can also even consider going H6, and if you close down the center, annihilating my bishop, it seems, well, there are possibilities of going H7 anyway, Rook H8, and then something like Queen F5, putting the pressure on the center, taking advantage again, these 2 rooks against this exposed king. Every time that you move your pawns forward, you're going to get punished for it. And again, this seems to be a winning line for the white side. Not necessary, though, as their pawn takes F4. Also, the simple move Queen H4 check seems to be winning. The engines are simply not finding a way to defend. After G takes H5, Hikaru Nakamura might have already figured out the more difficult part of the game. It seems the rest is a little bit on the cruise control side.
Thank
Thank you, Alejandro.
And Yasser, just watching this game brings me back to the question of the caller about a brilliancy. I mean, if you want a brilliancy, knight f5. But you were telling us.
Yeah, for me, it's those games that are really artistic, that it's the combination, the risk that a player undergoes to produce something really sparkling, creative, original. And the world of chess is just full of these marvelous brilliancies. I noted, for example, today in the game between Levon Aronian and Vishy Anand, one of the most incredible games of the 21st century was the brilliancy that was won by Vishy and Tata Steel. And you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
Alejandro.
Well, to the subject, I simply like Kasparov's definition of what deserves 2 exclamation marks, what we call a brilliant chess move. And it has to be a combination of the following. It has to be very strong, and it has to be unexpected. It's very rare that a move actually fulfills both of those requirements. Usually it's either unexpected but bad, or it's strong but you could see it coming. So something that is unexpected and very strong is usually what Kasparov defined as a brilliancy. Now I have to, changing the subject, I have to disagree quite a bit with everybody in the panel here, including Maurice Ashley, because everybody's giving Giri as a dead drawn position here. And even the computers are closing on equal. Whereas I completely disagree. I think that White has more space, and there is no reason for Giri not to push here for 100+ moves. And you can imagine that once I put the pawn on h5, either now or later, even if you manage to trade the queens, even in these kinds of positions, I'm able to press a little bit on the king side, try to pressure your c6 pawn. I can maneuver my knight all the way to a5 and put you in an uncomfortable position to defend this guy. Do you want to put a passive knight on b8? You want to allow me more access on the king side? Yeah, the most likely thing is that this is going to be a draw. But this is a 2-result game that I don't see why Giri wouldn't push for at least a little bit.
Oh, well, there you have that. Okay. Well, I think we've been treated to a great deal of excitement thus far, but maybe we need a pause. What do you think, Tania?
Well, you're in luck, yes, because we are indeed going to go for a break. But you guys log on to chess24.com for our puzzle of the day.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess 24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess 24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. See you at chess24.com.
round 7 of the London Chess Classes. 2 games have ended, 3 to go.
2 of them drawn, but the one of the 3 games that are remaining that really has captured our attention since its beginning has been this game between Hikaru Nakamura, MVL. I don't think MVL found any way of dealing with the problems in the position, and I think Hikaru Nakamura is well on his way to securing a victory in this game.
Well, we do have this position after black has gone, king f8, and I am just looking at the options of 8-6 here with the simple idea of going 8-7 and queening. And
exactly, h6, h7, h8,
how is
very
black
suggestive.
solving?
We only saw the move e5, but after h7, rook over to h8, check. All of it, while we were on break, Tanya, you were pointing out a very nice finish at the end after knight takes e4.
King a1?
Yes, this variation is what you found, this very crunchy looking move. Bishop takes e5. If the bishop is captured, then, as you pointed out, queen d6 check is a nice winning.
Yes, and it's over because king e8 runs into queen e5.
Exactly. Alejandro, your thoughts?
Well, guys, this is what I want to say about chess and engines and why it's such a rich game. Because even a position like this that we know it's winning because the engines have kind of spoiled it for us, it's very difficult to evaluate properly. For example, this line that we're looking at after h6, I think you guys mentioned, right?
Yes.
e5.
Yes.
h7, king e7, rook h8.
Yeah.
Check, I think you said?
Yes.
King e7.
Yes.
Knight takes e4.
Yeah.
Is much better for black.
Oh, because if bishop takes e4 first, not
Bishop
queen takes e2.
Right, and
yes.
h7.
And
yes.
h7 is hanging, c2 is under attack.
Right, bishop, we got the move order wrong. Right.
But that's part of the difficulty. If you don't go knight takes e4 right away, where's the winning blow?
If bishop takes e4.
You cannot take on e4 with the knight because bishop takes e4.
Right.
That's actually much better for black. So
Right.
where's the winning blow? That's something, the computer's telling it to me.
Right.
But I could not come up with this move on the spot, especially not a few moves prior. And if Nakamura finds it, I mean, this is Hikaru Nakamura at his prime, finding such a beautiful move, I think.
Really?
The killing blow here is king a1.
Oh my god.
Just getting out of
Just
queen
getting
takes
out of
c2
queen takes
check.
c2, taking advantage of the fact that there are pins everywhere. For example, knight f6, the blow, queen takes f4, again this spins, down the e file, bishop takes e5, rook takes e5 also threats. You could even play king e6 here as black, and it seems like black is holding, but there's just wins everywhere. Maurice has more killing blows from London.
Brilliant.
Well, it's the exact same move. As a matter of fact, I looked at the computer here as well, Alejandro, and suggested this move, king a1. And I have to tell you, Danny King, Grandmaster, and Lawrence Trent, giving commentary in the live audience, they just scoffed at me for even suggesting the move. I said it wasn't my move. just the engine said it, king a1. Of course, it is an entirely unnatural move. The human player would take on f4, and that's also winning. So it's hard to imagine Nakamura avoiding that move. Engines see what they see, and they're cold-blooded and make these kinds of moves that humans just obviously cringe at first. When you look at it closely, you say, yeah, but that's actually pretty winning and crushing, in fact. So the difference between the engines and human players, but the reality is Nakamura is looking for a killing blow with h6. There's no question about that. He sees queen f4. He played in blitz. But h6 is the move he's looking at. The question is actually, will he find the move? Will he get to that position and go, what should I do, and not know what to do and decide to discard it and go back to the natural human move? We'll see what he does in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow, that's a crazy move, king h1. But, you know, once you see it, you understand its logic immediately.
Yeah.
You're just sidestepping the whole queen takes c2 check variation so that you can play knight takes e4 without allowing this counter chance.
And that,
very impressive.
Very impressive. And that brings us to the point that how easy it is to explain a move once the engine has made it.
right, or at least identified it for you. I'd just like to turn our attention to a game that is very important to the standings, of course, as they all are. Michael Adams is white against Fabiano Caruana. And after this, the last few moves, It was bishop a2. Michael decided to keep all the rooks on the board and played rook c1, which I very much would agree with. If you can't wrest control of the b file, at least start angling for and attacking against the pawn on c6. Rook b2, king f1. Okay, that's a little bit strange. I think a lot of us would have been prefer to have seen our king on f2, but king f1 is fine. There was a variation where the king is actually better on f1. Tanya, you and I were discussing that. Bishop to d5, bishop to d2, and now rook a2. Essentially, this is an intriguing opportunity now for Michael to say, okay, let me retake control over the b file with the move rook b1, angling for rook down to b7, putting pressure along the 7th rank.
So bishop f8?
Well, bishop f8.
Because I want to do something to get rid of this knight on c5, right?
Yes, this knight on c5 is
It's
very
so
annoying. But you are inviting knight on c5 to d7, and as we know, okay, let me just put this on the board. Rook takes a4, right? Runs into knight b6.
Yes, no, rook a4 is clearly
not available.
Not what you want.
And if you make, well, let's say this looks like a reasonable move. Bishop to d6 just to defend the pawn on e5 for a moment.
I was thinking of rook e8 also because I want to be able to take on a4.
Ooh.
But then knight f6, sorry, rook e8 is a terrible blunder. You don't
No.
want to do that.
Okay, but hold on, sorry. Knight to d7, bishop to d6. What you have to be careful of in this variation is that after rook b7, I'm setting up for our favorite knight f6 checking pattern with a winning position, I want to say at that point. So as desirable as it is for you to want to kick that knight on c5 away, bishop f8 does get met by this knight d7. And this, are there some challenges here that Fabiana has to face, Alejandro? Because it sure feels like white could get an upper hand easily.
The computers are most unimpressed by the possibilities of Michael Adams in this position. They think it's completely fine here for Fabiano Caruana. Let's take a look at a couple of the lines you guys were looking at. Rook b1, first of all, bishop f8 is playable. The computer prefers to move e4, just giving up a pawn, with the point that after pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, simply retreating the bishop to f7 has opened up this bishop on the long diagonal. This king is feeling a little bit unsafe after that. You can imagine the next move is going to be rook f8, and even though it's not check, most of the bishop discoveries are going to be lethal, so you definitely want to move out of that spot. But the king starts feeling very uncomfortable after the move e4. I think that this would equalize quite easily. But even the lines that you were giving after bishop f8 here, there's no need to move the bishop to any other diagonal than just back to bishop g7. Again, the idea of e4 is currently on the air. The computer doesn't see anything particularly worrisome here from the black side. I understand that logically and visually I like white because you can put bishop on c3, attack e5, you can attack a5. The computers just don't care. Instead, after bishop d2, rook a2, I think it's perhaps smarter to play e4, but the problem with this line, even though it does kill the bishop on g7, it never allows the e4 break, is that suddenly the rook on a2, which is already quite annoying, is even more annoying, because now the second rank is completely open. It just might be that the rook on a2 is sufficient to give Caruana counterplay.
Oh, wow. e2, e4, that wasn't my first attractive move, but I can understand if black is able, as Alejandro was saying, just sacrificing the pawn, opening it up for the two bishops, that does seem to solve his issues.
I mean, this also brings us, yes, a sharp move to solve all your problems. And with double bishop, you're always looking for ways to open up the position, open up the files. And white's king also does not look comfortable at all after playing e4, not to mention that the double pawns just mean more weakness for white. And I quite like the idea of solving the problems with e4.
Yes, no, it visually it looks very good to do
and
that.
This position is really interesting as well, because we were thinking earlier that white...
The Anish-Giri
Topalov position,
yes.
Indeed, because we just assumed that this position should be completely equal. And despite Alejandro saying that white has this cramping effect on black, which definitely more space, and you are, but I just don't feel it's enough.
Me either, but this wasn't what Alejandro really wanted. Alejandro actually, what's coming over me? I'm defending Alejandro? I can't believe this. He actually wanted to take trade queens, and he had ideas of that with his space, with the fact that this knight may be on a6, has it's just a one-trick pony, and it could be on the wrong circuit. He thought that there were two results here.
Right.
Okay. He didn't like Anish's choice, which was to keep the queens on the board.
But
with
honestly, really, it doesn't matter at all. I can trade
Yeah.
queens whenever I feel like it if I'm white.
Is that so true, though, Alejandro? So, like, in this position, I can imagine now that you've already got the queen on a6, this knight is going to a better circuit. And let's go to London with Maurice for thoughts on this exact game. Maurice.
Well, there's an interesting moment in the game, and from the mind of one Lawrence Trent, the idea after the move f6 in this position, Geary played hyper-aggressively. Well, maybe it's not such a big risk to play the move g4, but he did have this interesting sacrifice with f5, just give away a pawn right now, and after takes, well, the computer helps out with the move knight df4. Knight e4 looked the more natural human move, but the computer says this one, however, the knight is now prepared to go to the g6 square. The queen is at any moment prepared to go to b1 and pluck off this pawn, and it's the pinning down of the black forces with all these weaknesses suddenly on the light squares, thanks to this move f6, which has accelerated the possibility for white. Even here, down a straight pawn and not winning it back anytime soon, the engineers are saying white is simply better. Black's worse. This move f6 compromised his defense. Instead of doing that, instead of the sacrifice, he has instead played a more aggressive move, the move g4, aggressive looking, again, keeping that space, and still the plan of f5 will be in the position. So maybe this move is a little bit impatient, this move f6, creating more weaknesses in his position, and it looks as though Topalov, if I'm Anish Giri, even if the position is dead even, the way Topalov is playing, you simply have a responsibility, even if it's true that you have some space here, to keep making moves, because you want, knowing that he has that lack of confidence in himself, you want to push. It's not about being a nice guy. I mean, you've got to be ruthless at this level, and he's going to try everything in his power to win this game.
Absolutely. No, it isn't about being a nice guy. It's about results. And we talked a little bit about that killer instinct. Wesley, potential challenger to Magnus Carlsen? Absolutely. He's been playing great. But does he have the killer instinct? Is he too nice a guy?
Well, not on the board. I mean, that's been pretty clear with his entire year that he's had. And 2 years ago, if someone would have said Wesley, that would have been pretty surprising for a challenger against Magnus Carlsen. But the way he's been playing this year, jumping to world number 5 and now on the live rating world number 4.
And climbing, it seems.
I would, if I had to bet, it would be on Wesley and Caruana as the challengers to Magnus Carlsen.
They definitely do seem the most likely, don't they? I mean, and look how young both Wesley and Fabiano are. It's kind of strange for me to be talking about Hikaru Nakamura as the veteran. Between the three, but there it is.
Francesco points 30. His current rank is first, and well, that's not going anywhere because let's be real. Hikaru Nakamura has got absolutely no chance, I'm guessing, right now, because even if he wins this game, he has to finish clear first in London Chess Classic, and Wesley So has to finish 4th or below.
Yeah, Hikaru needs to run the tables and for Wesley to collapse.
Really drop down. And with 2 rounds to go for Wesley So, well, I don't see that happening. So Wesley So is making a finish for the goal line.
Absolutely. And Alejandro, take it away.
Well, we see Hikaru Nakamura still focusing on that position. It's incredibly complex. We had left it off as Maurice had those insights from London. But of course, after the move h6, the variations were not quite over. For example, e5, h7, and we got to this position after the beautiful move king a1. And now what happened of knight f6, queen takes f4? And I wanted to look at this position, and I think this is what is hard to analyze, and it's hard to calculate, is the fact that, for example, what happens on the move king e6. I can see that I was sacrificing my bishop on e5, so you're kind of coming up with desperate moves. And king e6 is obviously a desperate move. You never want to put the king on e6. But you're asking white, so what? Like at the moment I'm taking your pawn on h7, is this really so serious? And this is where I don't think it's very easy for a human to evaluate this position at all. It feels like there's a win. I don't see one immediately. It's just the computers are just saying there's an overwhelming advantage for white after some kind of strange moves. For example, it wants to play rook e3 with the idea of playing rook f1. It's allowing you to keep the pin down here on the e file. And after knight takes h7, for example, they play knight e2. What kind of moves are these? These are moves that computers come up with. Incredibly difficult for Hikaru Nakamura to analyze something like that. And he has played the move king a1, but without pushing the pawn first. So he's immediately attacking the knight, but he hasn't preemptively put the pawn on h7 first. This still looks like it could be quite dangerous for MVL anyway.
Wow, king a1.
I'm so impressed by this
Totally,
move.
yes. It's not the move that first comes to your mind because you've got all of these other tempting options.
I mean, the board is chaotic right now.
Right.
And then you just slowly make this move king a1 without doing anything direct. It's a class. I mean, even if this is not the computer's top move and it was h6, the fact that Hikaru foresees this idea of just moving the king away from everything to do with queen c2 check.
Yeah.
And just knowing that that's going to be useful for him at every point and just threatening, keeping all the threats on the board.
Yes, that is a very high-class waiting move, I must say, especially when h6 and queen f4 are on tap. Alejandro.
What I'm wondering is here, Hikaru, if he saw the move, what I expect Maxime to play, not so much because it's the most obvious move, but because I think he's going to run out of resources, is the move here, queen e7. And I'm actually very curious about this move. It looks completely counterintuitive because it seems that it's dropping a piece, but I'm not so sure about the evaluation of the position at the end. You could take on f4, which is a huge mess after queen g5. That seems to be the computer top choice. But the human way would be to just take on e7, and say, okay, thanks for the knight, buddy. That's an extra piece. But then you start delving into the position, analyzing it a little bit further, and after bishop takes e4, getting rid of this guy, rook takes e5, I have currently one pawn for the piece, which is not very much, but I'm going to pick up h5, that's one. I'm probably going to pick up h2, that's another one. That'll be 3 pawns. You can see this massive pawns coming down on the board. Neither the rook nor the bishops are very well posted to stop any of them. Suddenly, is this really so clear?
Wow, great resources, piece sacrifice. My first impression is like, I would have, like you said, just said, Alejandro, hey, buddy, you're a piece down. But those are some serious black pawns. King e6, f5, and as you're saying, the h5 and h2 pawns are not really going anywhere. Very impressive resource. I like it a lot, especially because I think the alternatives might be just simply terrible to loss. The queen e7, definitely the most challenging.
Yeah, and it's important to point out that queen e7 probably does not work after knight c3, bishop c3, because that gives white the extra resource of bishop f6.
Right. That was the whole point of Hikaru's king a1. He wanted black to resolve the tension with the knights. Sorry, Tanya, and as you were saying, now he would be delighted to plant the bishop on f6 and just claim, claim the game full stop.
Very interesting piece, sacrifice resources, and we are going to see it. But I actually agree with you, Yas, that everything else in the position is just too scary for black.
Exactly. h6, queen f4 are on tap.
Well, we're into round 7. Let's take a look at the road ahead for each of our top contenders.
These are for our weekend games, right? For Saturdays and Sundays games, yes.
So Wesley So has to face Fabiano Caruana tomorrow, who is right now at Seoul 2nd. And round 9 will be up against the French Grandmaster MVL, who at this moment is having a mighty interesting game against Hikaru Nakamura, showing some pretty interesting defensive skills. And here's Vladimir Kramnik. He's had an easy draw with Wesley today with the black pieces, a result that Vladimir should not be too disappointed about, because clearly the onus was on Wesley So to try and do something. But well, Wesley was happy given his tournament situation to bail out. So Vladimir Kramnik will be facing the super solid Anish Giri tomorrow with the white pieces, and he's made it pretty clear in his interview with Maurice Ashley that he's going to go for blood tomorrow.
And then he plays, draws a smile to my face, the 2008 World Championship match between Vladimir and Vichy was played in Bonn. It was a great match. Vichy essentially won it with the black pieces, by the way.
He's going to be up against Vishy Anand. Indeed, in round 9, that is going to be a face-off against two former world champions. And here is Cunning Caruana. He's in Seoul's second right now, definitely eyeing the top spot of the London Chess Classic. Well, tomorrow is going to be the day, the clash of the titans.
Exactly.
For this event.
With the $75,000
At
for
stake.
the London Chess Classic at stake. What a game that's promising to be.
He's going to be up against Wesley So in the last round against Anish Giri. Hikaru Nakamura will be playing Levon Aronian, who's had a quick draw with Vishy Anand today. Not too much of a battle there, so we're going to be seeing, hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of inspiring chess tomorrow from these two players. And then round 9, he'll be up against Mickey Adams.
Wow, so good possibility for him of trying to get back into the Grand Chess Tour swing of things. This is going to be a very exciting weekend. They've got those 3 crucial places to play for on the Grand Chess Tour circuit, as the 3rd place finisher will be on tour in 2017.
Yes, he will, yes. And talking about comebacks, I mean, in this tournament, Nakamura has been pretty much the king of comebacks, losing round 1 to Wesley So, and well, now he is fighting for one of the top finishes. Yesterday, being crushed by Fabiano Caruana, but no, that doesn't matter to him at all. Today, he's up against MVL, and he's showing who's the boss.
Yeah, we've had an intriguing development in the game of Michael Adams and Fabi Caruana. After we had left it, we saw this position, Bishop D2, Rook A2. We're talking about several possibilities, E2, E4, and the one that had attracted my eye, which was Rook B1, well, Mickey had his own approach. He saw perhaps those lines where black is sacrificing a pawn with the move E5, E4, and Alejandro was pointing out what would happen when white's king is sitting on F1. So this crafty little move, king F1 to E1, getting his king, tucking his king a little closer to the bishop on D2, eyeballing chances of Rook A1, Rook B1, and waiting for this move Bishop F8. And Mickey has pounced with this move Knight D7, attacking this pawn on E5. Don't touch the A4 pawn quite yet, because Knight B6 would singe your fingers. And at the same time, he also has another idea, too, in position. Knight F6 check, capturing this knight, pardon me, capturing this bishop, which would open up the rook. Again, I suspect that the computers are saying even, 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 just like Alejandro is pointing out.
And you're right.
Yeah, and I'm right.
So
but
Bishop,
as the human player, I'm still attracted to White's position.
You're still attracted to White.
Yes.
Well, it's quite interesting, and I'm just seeing we were discussing a very similar concept earlier. Does black just get the bishop back now to G7 against your threats of Knight F6 and against your point of taking on E5?
Yes. Yes, he should and probably will, in fact, do that. Also, there is a bishop B3 issue that I have to deal with. Having said that, let me play this move that Alejandro was mentioning before. E2, E4, attacking the bishop. If the bishop were to move, just for argument's sake, to B3 for a moment, now I'm going to use that opportunity to get my rook out of dodge. Rook A1, attacking the rook. At least I've got good minor pieces for the moment. Eyeballing the pawn on A4, A5, pardon me, as well.
But your F3 pawn is weak, right? Can't I just take on D1 and take on F3?
Yes, that might just simply be... every time I want to do something these days, there's always a wise guy, or in this case, a wise girl. Yes, sorry, that's good enough. It's almost a billiard bounce, bishop to B3 to D1 to F3. Oops. Okay, so E4 is not working. Well, let me try something else. How about bishop c3, attacking this pawn on e5, welcoming, I suppose, an opportunity for you to play rook takes a4, so I may play bishop takes e5.
Right. Well, we're going to keep an eye out on this game, but
Yes.
we've got a caller, yes.
Hello, welcome to the show.
Hello, my name's Justin. I'm calling from Palm Springs, California.
Hi, Justin. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say, I think everyone can agree that when players, for whatever reason, liquidate to a draw after 30 moves, it's bad for chess. I'd go even further, and in such situations, award both players only 0.4 of a point for wasting everyone's time. But that said, I love a good swindle. I love it when the top players go for an aggressive plan, then if it fails, bail out into some beautiful, unexpected stronghold. In those cases, I even want to give them 0.6 of a point, but and thank them for their beautiful play. But my question is there a way to improve one's ability to find strongholds without memorization and opening up the in-game table bases? Or is there a way to intuitively spot them? Thank you so much.
Thank you, and well, then you must have loved that stalemate from round
Hikaru
5.
Vladimir,
Yeah, that was something
EF7.
special. I have it in mind that Grandmaster Andy Soltis, who's written numerous books, had done one on fortresses, and just this idea of finding resources in a position where you didn't think they existed. So, for example, you bail out to a queen versus rook ending, but your pawns are in such a way that the queen can't overcome the rook. And these fortresses, for me, Vichy is one of the great Houdini escape artists. He's had some positions, remember, against Boris Gelfand, where he found some very nice fortress and saved the game. So there are players who stand out for their escapability, their resourcefulness, and maybe just pick a couple of them and see over their games. I'm sure it will help you develop a nose.
No, I agree with you, and I think what's really important is to remember that I don't think you can memorize the concept of fortresses and strongholds. It's just about developing a feel for them.
Exactly.
And how you can do that is simply by studying and working on the game. The more positions that you'll see, the more such fortresses that you'll become aware of, they will just stick to your mind, and you'll start feeling the possibility of them being available in your own games.
And one of the things, too, is as you develop this nose for recognizing a fortress, I think it gives you added confidence in your own swindling abilities, because you say to yourself, I didn't know that's a fortress. How about yourself, Alejandro? Have you ever tried to, how do you say, develop this imagination for fortresses?
I think one of the ways that I developed drawing resources the best was solving compositions, which is, I think, that something every grandmaster at the top level does, which is solve these fantastical puzzles that have these solutions that are sometimes quite extraordinary, and it makes you think outside the box. I also saw a couple of books. I read both of the Art of the Defense books. I think one is by Solstice, the one that you were mentioning, and the other one is by a Russian player, but I cannot remember his name. I think Vukovic was Art of the Attack.
Art of the Attack.
But this was Art of the Defense, and it was basically dealing with this kind of unusual concepts on how to draw the game in what seemed like a lost position. Now, as fascinating of a topic as this is, I do have to say that sometimes the crashing and burning of players in the Najdorf is a better game. And in this case, we have the move b4 by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Out of nowhere, I did not expect this move at all. I thought Queen e7 presented some real problems, but b4 is just weird to me because Hikaru's literally just played the move Rook King a1, saying, I'm threatening your knight, and the guy's going, well, take it, I don't care. Now, knight takes e4 seems to be winning. I really don't understand where the compensation lies. You could take on a3, but I don't think it really challenges me to anything, and there is no follow-up threat. You could take on e4, but after rook takes e4, again, I'm not seeing any real follow-up here. Like, for example, queen takes c2, I can play rook d1 just to defend the rook, right? You can take on a3, but even the move take on a3 doesn't present a serious threat that I can see. I think after queen takes f4, among other things, I can just win. I don't really see what Maxime is threatening at all on the queen side, which makes me really baffled about the move b4. There's an even more concrete refutation, and is that on b4, he's saying, I'm attacking your knight, and Hikaru can be like, I don't care. Just play h6 and say, I'm mating you first. Pawn takes on c3, fails to h7, pawn takes b2, bishop takes b2 forced, but there's just no good way of resolving the problem with the rook on g8. And it's a free rook, but more than the free rook is the fact that I'm going to be queening with a checkmate attack. You notice the bishop on b2 and the queen on h4 coordinating against h8. If you eliminate the influence of my bishop, then I'm going to take your rook anyway. King takes, and now the key move, not so difficult to see. Queen h6, bringing the rook in on the next move, and black's king is just dead in the water. Now, those are the only two logical moves I can see really in the position. I mean, you might be wondering what's wrong with pawn takes b4, and well, that one is not as hard to explain as after e5. There are a lot of subtleties in which this pawn on b4 is simply not covering the a file on the important variations, and this would actually give away the advantage completely, but I don't expect somebody that calculates the way Hikaru Nakamura does to go pawn grabbing on b4.
Thank you, Alejandro. I mean, I must say, h6 is compelling, but he went king a1 to attack the knight, and then comes this move b5, b4, which is so counterintuitive. Take the knight. That just looks like
very natural.
That just looks completely winning.
It's quite interesting that we had these moves b4 and knight f5 in yesterday's game of Caruana versus Hikaru. Yeah, it's such an echo of the yesterday's disaster that Hikaru had, and we were questioning this move b4. And I have to say that in this position, it seems to be equally bad.
Yes. Well, that's putting it bluntly, to say the least. Yes, it does seem to be equally bad. I don't disagree at all. b5, b4, knight takes, e4 takes. And again, I'm just wondering what could be on in MVL's mind. I mean, there's just so many what looks like crushing ideas. Knight takes e4. I mean,
queen f4.
Queen takes f4. Queen f6, eyeballing the h6 square. This looks like material and attack in White's favor. So, wow. Okay, this is a big surprise, and especially when we realize that, hey, Queen e7 would have really made life
Hikaru's going for knight e4, and he's played
difficult.
it on the board.
Well, again, h5, h4, h5, h6, perhaps even stronger. But look, I mean, he's just
knight e4 is so human.
Yeah, you know, following through on his threat.
And we have bishop e4, rook e4, queen c2 on the board.
Right, and Alejandro was mentioning that after queen c takes c2, there is rook e1. There are also other ways of defending against these both rooks being attacked. This looks like one move, but this move looks very natural because you start thinking about rook takes e6 and queen f6 as well.
Well, one of the main reasons you want to keep the rook on e4, I think, is very specific, that after rook d1, pawn takes a3. And I actually don't like the move that he played as much as the other one. But let's say the reason I wanted to take on c2 and play rook de1,
yes,
no, not rook de1.
Right, rook d1, e1, yes.
After pawn takes a3,
yes,
that there is no threat of perpetual on a4.
By covering the a4.
Yeah, because e4 is covering a4, and I think that's kind of important. He played rook e1, which is also winning according to the computer, but not nearly as much. And I can understand that because now you're giving me a couple of more options on the threat department, that maybe this was not as accurate.
So immediately black is threatening a perpetual with ab2, queen a4, and queen c2.
Right, but queen takes f4, similar to that other line where if you take on b2, bishop takes b2, you are hoping for a perpetual. The queen is doing the yeoman's job, and we do have b takes
and
a3.
It's still obviously winning. You're going to be up a piece at the end of the day.
Clearly, yes, agreed.
And Hikaru immediately takes on f4.
That's
He's clearly seen everything.
Taking on f4 is forced. You have to cover the a4 square.
Exactly.
And this is winning. This is completely winning.
But isn't it like peace and attack, though, too, Alejandro?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
That's the problem. I think if Maxime had the time to bring the rook to g2 and start creating some threats, maybe the piece not even that big of a deal. But the fact is that he's kind of getting mated as well.
It's queen d6, queen a3.
Yes.
Yeah, no, the game is over. I mean, this is just winning for Hikaru.
Right. Wow. So a big missed opportunity, I want to say right here, that b4, when this nice piece sacrifice, queen e7, I think that this would have been quite a difficult one to actually rope in. It appears on the first hand that you're just a piece up, but then you just give the position more time to settle. You start to think king e6, f7, f5, the h pawns, this c2 pawn hanging. This is by no means trivial. This would have been a much sterner test than what MBL tried, which I think b5, b4, and we've got this position. So, Alejandro, coming to you now.
Well, just a quick break from this tactical melee that we have on the board. We have, after the move bishop f8, knight d7, Fabiano went for a very forcing line with the move bishop b3 immediately, trapping the rook on d1. This all, for example, prompts the move rook a1, which was played in the game, and then a lot of moves in quick succession. Rook takes a4, rook takes a4, bishop takes a4. Here, Michael has to take on a5 by rook a1, bishop b3, which is fine. Rook takes, and bishop takes a5. Now, this is the position that we have on the board, and I think that this is actually going to be easily drawn, as after bishop d6, bishop c3, I lose the pawn on e5, that's true, but at a cost of the wrong color bishops. King f7, if you take on e5, if you take with the knight, I just directly take your knight, there's nothing to calculate there. King e6, attacking both pieces, bishop takes, king takes d7, and yes, you're up a pawn, but you will never, ever, ever do anything with that. This is a very easily drawn opposite color bishop position. They could just sign the score sheets right away. Maxime Vacher is trying a last trick. He has played pawn takes b2, bishop takes b2, rook g5, probably the best way that he could handle the position. The point, of course, is that if I take on g5, then you've opened up the a4 square. Instead of that, queen takes d6 was quickly seen on the board, king g8 absolutely forced. And there are several moves in this position that win. Rook d3 covering the a3 square is one of them. Queen a3 directly is also winning. And there are actually a couple of others, so he has choices at this point.
Thank you, Alejandro. Big result that Fabiano does hold that pawn down position. It doesn't seem to be
a big problem be able to do that.
And rook g1, pinning the rook on g5. There's no rook a5 check anymore. Rook g1 was the choice of Fabiano.
This forces the trade of queens after rook g1.
Yes.
Because now black's getting mated on the g file, so therefore there's no choice but queen a4. Check.
Queen a3.
And you could play queen a3 immediately, or you could play after playing king b1 and king a2, whatever you feel like doing.
I see.
But the computers, I think, are a little too fancy in this position. I think queen a3 is just the easiest.
Yes.
And even though, well,
it's actually nice to keep our bishop on the b2 diagonal, right?
Well, but that could have gone queen c4 check as well, and you probably will have to.
I'll go queen b3.
No, when your queen is on d6 instead of queen a4 check.
Oh yeah, but computers are fearless. I think it just goes to a3.
Tanya, yes, I understand what you're saying. You can try to persuade me to bring my king back, but
king a3.
That's not the move you want to play when you're a piece up, by the way.
I'm just curious, by the way, if I do trade immediately, like say king a1, let's play the human queen a4, queen a3 immediately, right?
Yes.
Is this so easily? It should be, right? It should just be over. Queen a3 takes.
Well, because I have the right color bishop, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I have 3 passed pawns.
That aren't threatening anybody.
All right. Just making sure.
But just to continue your train of thought, rook takes, king h7, saying, please go ahead and beat me.
We do have queen a5.
It should be winning, but it feels like there should have been something easier also.
We can also just
this
play
looks
bishop
pretty
b2
easy to
here,
me.
right?
It should be easy, I agree.
Bishop c1 stopping king h6. I was thinking b2.
Well, I'm thinking to put the pawn on h6
and
then
just rook g7.
Rook g7 and then bring my bishop back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably winning because it's the correct bishop.
It's the correct bishop. Yeah. But it's the type of thing you hesitate and just you double check.
You make just for a second, right? Yeah.
It does give you that gut check. And I saw that in the other game of Anish Giri, we have 3 games remaining. 2 have been drawn so far this round. The other game between Anish Giri and Veselin Topalov, we left it a long time ago. Basically, Anish has made a king march over to the queen side so that his king will help protect the business squares along the A file, A2, B2, A2, A1, A2, A3. I'm going to get there. So that basically he can release his queen. He would like to change the configuration of his king and queen in order to release his queen.
Yes, exactly. And you release the queen, and then when you break on the king side with either G5 or F5, your king is not. Your king is much safer, just stopping all the squares on the queen side. And
no counterplay down the A file.
Absolutely, because white has to break on the king side to be able to do anything.
Exactly, and those breaks are going to be based on either F4, F5, or G4, G5, and the queen can't just sit there playing nursemaid on B2.
No, it can't. And this is a very typical idea that when you have time in the position, you don't go immediately for your break because it's clear that black has got no plans or no way to improve.
Right, black is just holding.
Black is just holding, so you make your position the best possible version of your position, and that's what Anish has done with transferring the king to the queen side.
Alejandro.
I was wondering, guys, why in the game between Hikaru and Nakamura wasn't just keeping the pieces on the board easier? Because, I mean, black is kind of getting mated, isn't he?
Oh, you mean bishop A3?
Bishop A3.
Oh, of course. That's much simpler.
Yeah, and it's not.
And it's not?
No, there's actually a surprising resource in that position.
No way. Okay.
King H7.
So after bishop A3, blocking the check, not going for the queen trade, you're saying there's a tactic King H7?
Yes.
What? So we're taking a rook?
No, what do you want to...
Rook D8.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
That is really shocking. Oh, and just to show so we're up massive amounts of material, but when you look at the position, there's no escaping a perpetual check, so that rook cannot be captured. So rook D8. And I don't have anything based on rook G7.
You have to play rook G7, but it's not over yet, Yasser.
Rook G7, King G7.
No, King G7 right? Because of Queen G3.
Yes, which I thought was winning.
Exactly.
So King H6.
King H6. Oh my goodness. Oh geez. Oh no.
You don't have a single good check.
I don't. There's no queen F4 check, which would be highly desirable because the queen is covering. Oh my goodness.
This is absolutely incredible. So if Hikaru Nakamura plays bishop A3 at this point, Alejandro...
Which looks completely winning.
Which looks completely winning.
There's a King H7.
But after King H7...
It's still winning for white, but he needs to be a little careful. After King H7, we go directly into this position, and after Rook G7, King H6, there's still one resource. You have to move Rook D4.
Attacking the queen. How remarkable is that?
And we'll see.
He's gone Bishop A3.
He might have to find it.
Oh my goodness!
He's got Bishop A3 on the board.
If he finds King H7, it shades...
No.
He's gone G1.
No, so much for that.
Oh, if he found King H7, it would have been the shades of Nakamura versus Kramnik. That remarkable stalemate resource.
And King at 7 now.
Okay, I have to go.
Missing something. I don't think so.
So, a very human response. Rook takes, and King H7 is the position.
And now he's just going to get mated because after King H7, Queen D3 check, I think is the easiest.
Yes.
And I think
he's played it.
On F5, which I don't see an option.
And then we go Queen
D6, I think is sufficient.
Yes, and just getting the queen over.
Yeah.
And
that would have been a
great
shocker.
That would have been a great resource.
King H7.
Oh, Sammy Reshevsky also was a great swindler, and that would have been King H7.
Now, just for the audience, the position was still winning after Rook D4 at the end. You simply get into this piece up endgame anyway.
So
in a worse version, actually. King h7 here.
Rook takes g5, rook d5,
rook d8.
Rook d8, pardon me, rook g7.
Check is kind of forced.
King h6, rook d4 you were mentioning.
Yeah.
Yes, so you're attacking this rook. And so if I took this, and then, well, now it's that same ending, no?
It's a very similar endgame, but it's probably a little worse for white because the rook's pretty active and the king's pretty active, and if I lose h2, it's actually a draw.
Yes.
But perhaps I can't get to it. I'm not so sure.
But can't I just go rook d4 before I play rook g7? I mean, is it important for me to put your king on h6 in this position?
Yes, but I'm trying to remember why.
Because I want to keep my h5 pawn, right?
You can play it, actually. The computer just says that you should take on f7 at the end. It evaluates queen takes d4 directly as not so clear.
So both moves are winning, but I understand you completely, Tanya. You don't want to allow the black king to approach your h-pawn.
Yeah, it becomes kind of unclear, actually, at the end. So king h7 would have been really cool. Perhaps Maurice can impress our guests afterwards with king h7. But yeah, this one is just done.
All right, and let me just get an update. So this is the position, and we have a move.
We have a beautiful move on the board.
Rook g6 check.
I like the move. King takes h5 played quickly, and then the rook retreats, simply gifting the pawn on h5 as it provided cover for the black king and nothing else. Now this is just checkmate on very soon. Queen h7 is a threat.
Queen h3 or queen h7, yes.
Yeah.
You can't defend.
Okay, wow. We definitely got to give game ball to Hikaru Nakamura for this extraordinary effort. This has been a great game.
And now the intermediate queen f3, I think, is the easiest after f5. Now if you play, f5. If you play queen h3, I still have queen h4. But if you play queen f3 check first, I think that's just
game
queen
over.
h3, queen h4, but queen f3 check, provoking the king to either.
And there it is. The king gets mated. That's a resignation from Maxime. A nice victory by Hikaru Nakamura.
Nice
very surprising.
Game ball. No
For the
question
caller
about it.
that was there earlier, this is a brilliancy.
Exactly. Well, I noted that one of the caller wanted to, take away points for a draw, quarter point. Well, in a game like this, you want to award an extra quarter of a point or something like that, because this was a great game. I mean, no matter what Hikaru does in his career from here on out, this is a game that's going to be featured in his best games of all time collections. It was gorgeous.
I agree. It was quite a win from Hikaru Nakamura, especially coming back after the blow from yesterday. What a comeback.
Against Fabiano Caruana. Speaking of which, though, that means there are 2 games remaining at this moment.
And soon it's going to be one. Adams, I think, is just in a completely drawn endgame against Fabiano. It's opposite color bishops. Yes, Michael Adams has an extra pawn, but it is completely worthless in this particular scenario. I think Fabiano knows this is a comfortable draw, and I wouldn't be surprised that at some point Adams simply offers it because there's obviously no way to do anything in this position.
Well, true enough, but on the other hand, Mickey hasn't enjoyed a lot of good-looking positions. It's always nice when you're actually looking at a position and you're on the better side of it. You don't want to just agree to a draw and say, yeah, well, I know it's a draw. And let me just enjoy it for a little while. I want a pawn. Exactly.
Well, with two games still remaining, let's take a look at our standings. Well, not much has changed for Wesley So, who's up at 5. He's the sole leader, and Fabiano Caruana is looking to draw his game, so he will be on sole second at 4.5. Vladimir Kramnik and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru Nakamura has caught up with Vladimir Kramnik. He's looking for a strong finish now. He is on joint 3rd position at 4 points. Vishy Anand, Levon Aronian on 50%. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, a very tough game for MVL today. I have to say, crushed by Hikaru Nakamura. And Anish Giri is fighting against Veselin Topalov, looking to make something out of a position that, well, I think it does offer him chances, but if he's able to convert it or not, we're going to find out. And Mickey Adams is all set to draw his game against Fabiano Caruana.
Boy, when MVL goes home to enjoy the holidays, he's going to look at this tournament and he's just going to shake his head. At one moment, he was the world's #2 player. His openings had been scintillating. He'd been doing great. And really, just it just feels somehow in the strangest of ways that he's gotten absolutely nothing, and even worse, less than nothing in his openings in this tournament. I just don't know what has gone wrong, but he's been outfoxed, outplayed, out-prepared.
In almost every game.
Opening, yeah.
In almost every opening. And let's not forget, MVL is a night-off specialist. He's a maestro of night-off. And, well, he lost to Vishayanand, who surprised him in the opening. Today, Hikaru Nakamura going with Queen H3.
Same thing.
And where is MVL's preparation?
I don't get it either. Just lots of questions that he'll be asking himself as he looks forward to 2017.
One of the absolute best players in the world, was world number 2 at one time. One of the very, very few. Only 12 players have made the 2,800 mark, and he's one of them. Very questionable performance from him here at the Classic.
All right, with that game of Michael Adams and Fabian heading towards a draw, that does leave us with this remaining contest. Anish Giri has just, I had mentioned that he needs to change king and queen's position so that his king can cover the A1, A2, A3 square, and he's just played the move queen C1 in anticipation of putting his king on A2. I'm not 100% sure that the knight will have to go to C3 to cover the A4 square, but by putting his king on B2, essentially White will be releasing his queen for the duties that she's going to have to serve along the E file with F4, F5 breaks.
Yes, and this is the thing.
Very unpleasant torture for Veselin.
Indeed, very unpleasant, and with his form right now, of course, Anish is going to make every resource in the position. He's not going to throw in the towel for a draw pretty much till the very, very end. And this position, there's everything to fight for. I mean, huge space advantage now, which is very clear. And this is the thing with space advantage. You can transfer your play from one side to another very quickly. While it's much more difficult for the side on the defense to transfer the defensive resources from one side to the other side of the board.
Yeah,
because of lack of space.
Yeah, they get stretched. No question. I've always been a fan of space. I think it's the most developed. Players appreciate material advantages. They appreciate development advantages, but they don't really appreciate space advantages as much. I think that's a higher degree of sophistication, that just as you get better, you get to your expert and master classes, that's when people start saying, oh, I really like that move H5, gaining space on the king side or queen side.
Let's go to London. It's Maurice with Hikaru Nakamura.
We are with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who has had maybe the most topsy-turvy tournament of anyone here, losing the first round, winning 2, losing another, and winning yet again. Certainly having the most share of decisive games in this entire competition, and also playing some really sharp chess. Hikaru, he played into a line you played yesterday with the black pieces, but he deviated with this idea with the bishop on B7 and rook C8. You play queen H3 in this exact position. It seems fairly quickly. You still in your preparation?
Yeah, I mean, basically the thing that was so confusing about yesterday is that I'd looked at this line. Actually, more likely I had stolen it from Maxime, or I just borrowed it from him. And when I looked at it, I thought it was completely fine. And then yesterday, of course, you know, I just got blown off the board without even really playing a move. So, yeah, I knew Maxime would play a Najdorf, and I figured why not try the line, because really it didn't look that simple even after the game when I was looking at it. So, so yeah, I thought it was a reasonable try, and so really it makes up for yesterday.
Indeed, you got this great position right away. He seemed to falter. I'm not sure what your analysis was, but when you saw H5 land on the board, you must have gotten very excited. This move, Knight F5, is what they played back in the old days.
Yeah, I mean, I suspected that Knight F5 was not the best move, but kind of, it just, I didn't see any reason that it was losing on the spot. I saw a couple lines where I thought maybe black would be okay, possibly, but I didn't see any risk, and, you know, basically I just figured why not take a chance, you know, it's a fun move, and really there's nothing to lose.
Well, the Indians thought it was a fantastic move, actually, in this position. They started calculating variations for him. Right around here, did you feel like there must be something wrong with his game. You're putting a bishop on d4. His pieces are split. He can't castle. King stuck in the middle of the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think I found all the best moves. I mean, the tricky move I think was King A1. That was the move that I used a lot of time finding, because everything else I think was pretty straightforward. You know, after he played Knight takes E4. But yeah, pretty much the moment I played Knight takes E7, I thought, yeah, I'm just doing great. I'm going to get this past H pawn. His king isn't that safe even with the pawns around it. So I was pretty happy. And then actually, yeah, King A1 was the tricky point, move 24, because it's like, yeah, right around this point, yeah, G takes H5, G takes F4, yeah, Queen H4, King F8. I mean, I thought I was just outright winning, and H6
the Indians actually preferred you to wait in this moment instead of playing and getting King A1 later. Well, how soon did you see King A1, by the way?
Well, the thing is, I was going to play Queen F4. For the longest time, I wanted to just play Queen F4. And if I play Queen takes F4, it gets very... I think it's probably still better, but I wasn't so sure, because there's some Queen F4, E5, like Queen H6, King E7, Queen H7, Knight F6, and it's kind of not so clear anymore. So yeah, I mean, I also thought about H6. I just didn't see this H6, H7, then King A1. But after King A1, I think it should be winning anyway.
Now, there is a line, just to point it out, that after King A1, there is this possibility of sacrificing a piece.
Yeah, but after Queen A7, I go Queen takes F4. No, I mean, I don't take. That's the whole point.
You want to take on F4.
No, because if I trade, then he takes on E4, plays E5, and he's got all these pawns in the center, and I might even be in some trouble there, actually.
Right, and then now this line with Queen G5?
Because he just says E5 and just play.
I mean, it seems like
it's
you're
not so simple,
still better, but it's not as easy. This line might have given some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, but all right, I have no risk at least. Rook takes E4 trade, E5,
true.
Rook F1, Rook F2, not sure where, and then Rook D4. And I mean, at the very least, Black's going to suffer for a long time. So I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game, most likely. But still, I think Maxi missed something, because around the moment that I played G takes, as soon as I played G takes H5, he started shaking his head. So I don't know if he just misevaluated, the results of the complications or what happened. But I mean, already at this point, I think he kind of had he wasn't so happy. So it would have been very hard to find the best moves.
Tell me, when he played this wild line with all the way down here and played the move Rook to G5, had you seen this move coming, Rook G5?
Yeah. I mean, I saw this when I played Knight takes E4. So I had seen all this with Rook G1.
And
straightforward.
Knew that you were going to have a huge position here.
Yeah, I mean, I knew also that I would be winning even the second game with after Queen A4. If you go to move 31, I mean, I was going to Bishop A3 was my intention from the start anyway. But I mean, I knew that Queen A3, the second game with Queen A3 takes Rook G1 takes King H7, Bishop C1 also has to be winning. So yeah, I mean, I saw that I would get to this point, and there's no risk or anything, and it was pretty smooth.
Pretty smooth. You're playing some chaotic-looking games to our eyes, but of course at your level, it's a lot more simple. Tell me, what is this tournament for you? You lose the first game, you come storming back, it seems like everything is great, then suddenly you lose a game without, as you call it, making a move, and now you win again. What is it like to be on this roller coaster ride?
Well, it's fun. It's better than drawing every game. I mean, I was thinking about it, a couple days ago, and in general, I mean, it's fun playing chess, obviously, but when you have so many draws, I mean, at a certain point, it takes quite a bit of the fun out of it. When you're able to get games where positions are complicated and you're going to have a decisive result one way or the other, I mean, I just prefer it that way. It's just, I mean, it's more like a sport then. It's not like, a game at that point.
Well, congratulations on your win today, and we look forward to your next 2 games.
Thank you.
He's having fun, he calls it. Well, this is the kind of chess that makes all of us have fun, certainly as fans. Very dynamic chess from one of the world's top players.
Thank you, Maurice. And
well, we
congratulations
like it that way
to
as
Hikaru. That was great. Weren't you surprised at how much Hikaru had seen? We were just looking at each other going, amazing.
I mean, he saw every line till the very end.
Pretty remarkable calculator. Yes. I mean,
very impressive.
Great calculators I've met: Bobby Fischer, Vishy Anand, Gary Kasparov, and Bohr. After what I just saw now, Hikaru Nakamura may well be in that list. Absolutely, Tanya. Great round and fantastic stuff. This has just been some amazing chess. Alejandro, your thoughts?
What more can you ask for than those 2 nighters that we've seen back-to-back yesterday? Fabiano Caruana dismantling Hikaru's, and Hikaru said, hey, let's take a page from that book. Let's beat MVL exactly the same way I was beaten yesterday. Let's see what he brings to the board. And that calculation that Hikaru had at the end is just very precise. He handled the position like a boss and was rewarded accordingly.
Wow. I remember a second had Lubos Kavalik. He once advised me, and he was very, very strong about it. You never play the other side of a opening variation you just lost. And I said, well, why? He said, do you know how stupid you look when you lose on both the white side and the black side? There is danger, what Hikaru did today, no question about it. There is risk, but it is very awkward when you lose both colors, both sides of the same opening.
Well, he managed to not do that and came up
win
with a
brilliantly, in fact.
Queen H3 novelty. And in fact, I'm just looking at their head-to-head score, Nakamura versus MVL. This is his 4th win against MVL, and MVL has failed to win a single game against Nakamura till date.
Again, we talk about those strange mathematical results at times where you'd expect a closer result. Nope. Let's take another look at tomorrow's pairings as they go into the penultimate round.
Our big winner today, Hikaru Nakamura, who delivered the goods yet again, is going to be up against Levon Aronian, who drew with Vishy Anand today. MVL, who's had a really, really tough day. Going down to Hikaru Nakamura in one of his pet lines, will be up against Mickey Adams, who is all set to draw his game against Fabiano Caruana. Well, Fabiano Caruana, world number 2, is going to be playing Wesley So. Now, this is the
tournament.
This
Yes.
is absolutely the game of the tournament. This will determine pretty much who is going back with the London Chess Classic trophy.
And the $75,000 as well.
And the big prize fund of first prize going back home with 75,000. Vladimir Kramnik, the other player looking to catch up Wesley So. Well, I have to say Vladimir and Hikaru Nakamura now are on the same points. Vladimir Kramnik will be white against the super solid Anish Giri, who looks like, well, he's trying to crush a victory out of Veselin in this position, who is going to be up against former world champion Vishy Anand. So we've got 2 former world champions facing each other off, 2 Americans facing each other off. A lot of excitement to look forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. The penultimate round promises to be a barn burner.
Absolutely, and let's not forget what Kramnik said. Well, he's going to be taking on the white pieces, and this is his last white of the tournament,
Right.
so he's also going to be looking to going for the kill.
He's a little bit on the outside, but he's definitely there with
The
a
third
shout.
spot.
Yes.
He's on the
Shared
third
fourth with,
yes,
Hikaru at the
Hikaru
moment.
Nakamura. Well, we're going to keep an eye on both these games. For now, let's take a break. back, and this game is over. As we had predicted, Mickey Adams and Fabiano Caruana have drawn their games. Yas, take us through what happened the last few moves.
Well, it was all about the bishops of opposite color. The pawn deficit was not meaningful. After the move King E6, as we can see, there's no real way for white to advance his pawns without allowing a lot of trades. Mickey did go for G4. What else could he do in the position? And after F takes G4, he agreed to a draw, recognizing that after simply takes, bishop here, pawn here, bishop back to D1. Yes, you can come up with your king if you like, but at the end of the day, it's about 2 versus 1 and a dead draw. So a hard-fought game, a good game, in fact. And boy, does that set us up for tomorrow. And then the penultimate showdown.
Wesley
#1
Fabiano match.
#2 player in the tournament, Fabiano Caruana, #2 player in the world, will fight against Wesley, our tournament leader, for the first place.
Indeed, he will, because he's going to be white. He's half a point behind Wesley. And if tomorrow he's able to take Wesley down, well, London Chess Classic is up for grabs for Fabiano. And these are his next 2 games. The cunning Caruana has indeed caught up with Wesley So. He is right now currently half a point behind. He's facing Wesley tomorrow, the big game. In the final round, he's going to be up against his good friend, Anish Giri,
who has, up to this moment, drawn up all of his games, been super solid, but quite a finish in store for cunning Caruana. Where did that cunning come from, by the way? But okay.
Cunning Caruana, or the fabulous Fabiano.
That, I prefer that. That sounds really good.
He's been playing well, quite fabulously this tournament.
As has been Wesley So. It's been the So show.
And the entire year for both Americans has been quite spectacular. Let's remember that both players have had great successes. Of course, everybody remembers that Wesley So won the Sinquefield Cup, and that's what has catapulted him to where he is in the Grand Chess Tour. But let's also remember some of the other impressive results that they had. Fabiano Caruana in the Candidates Tournament, despite not qualifying and not facing Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship, he finished second, a very respectable score in which he was always getting on the top of the leaderboards. Until the very last round, he still had chances to qualify and beat even Sergei Karyakin in the final round, would have given him that ticket to the World Championship. He's been second for a long time now. He won, tied for first in Isle of Man, a very strong open tournament. He led the team impressively in Baku, in which Wesley So also had a magnificent performance. It was really both of these players, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, that outshone the other Americans in what eventually was a team effort to bring back the gold medal.
Absolutely. It was a great breakthrough for American chess. And by the way, this was the first time since, I was going to say, the 1930s that an American team had won the gold medal. Of course, excepting for the Haifa Olympiad, was it 1974? When 76, when the Soviets and all of its satellite countries boycotted the Israel Olympiads. But anyway, it was great. And to our fearsome threesome, the triumvirate there of Americans who led our team. And here we have a man who's been suffering throughout the tournament, Veselin Topalov, half a point out of 6 games. He stands worse, and he's just going to do his very, very best to hold on. As Alejandro says, it is 2 results, and Anish Giri has the advantage.
Right, well, let's take a look at the standings with 1 game still remaining. Wesley So leads with half a point. He's at 5 right now. Right behind him, hot in pursuit, is Fabiano Caruana at 4.5. Sole second place for Fabi. Tied for 3rd is Vladimir Kramnik with Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru scored a scintillating victory today against MVL. Vladimir Kramnik drew with Wesley So, and then behind them is Vishy Anand, Levon Aronian, both at 50%. MVL having a really bad tournament is at 3. Anish Giri, he's drawn all his games up to now, and he is looking to score a big one right now. Will he be able to do it? I'm not sure. So it's MVL, Anish, and Mickey are all at 3, and Wesley is at half.
If Anish could win, that would, of course, bring him up to a tie for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot. So Anish Giri hoping that well, he'll finally break
his drawing streak.
And there you have it. This moment, where we take a look at the current position, the breakthroughs, if you will, are on White's side of the table. White's looking at an opportunity of playing G4, G5, or placing his queen on the E3 square and playing for the F4, F5 break. Something about G4, G5, I would be amazed if that was the winning breakthrough. I'm more inclined to think that it's going, if there is a win, a way of increasing the pressure, what have you, it would be more based upon F4, F5. But it's all about Anish being able to tickle black, and black having to place himself in such a position that he's able to respond to all of the breakthroughs.
This is one of those positions where White can pretty much spend 100 moves doing anything that they want. Improve it in
Yes.
whatever way you want, because Black is just waiting for White to make that break. But, well, if White wants to score the point and actually win this position, after setting up the pieces in the best possible way, he would have to either go for F5 or G5. There is clearly no other plan in
Queen
this.
side is all locked, so that's it. And, well, I must say, in chess, this is perhaps one of the most uncomfortable positions for a player to be in, where you're resisting. And it's all about just keeping your position, and you don't really have any counterattacking chances. And again, by the way, we have an interview with Maurice in London.
We're with world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. It seems that his hopes for number 1 in the world, at least, have slipped away. But nevertheless, today, a solid draw. What could you do? Michael Adams played quite well today.
Yeah, I got a slightly worse ending, and I think I defended it more or less okay. I don't know if I was ever clearly worse. I mean, I always felt it was a bit unpleasant, but I never saw anything which would lead to a really bad situation for me.
So you're still a half a point behind Wesley, and we have the big matchup tomorrow. You have the white pieces going into that game. How important is it for you to really put the pressure on?
Yeah, I have white, so I'll at least try to cause him some problems. It's definitely not easy to beat him, but it is possible. But I mean, I still take it as a game like any other. It's not a such a dramatic situation. I would like to win the tournament, and it's probably necessary to beat him to do that. But I'd rather just play a good game, and if I do happen to win, then I'll take it.
I can't believe how much you're downplaying it, Fabi. I mean, this game is the tournament, and it could catapult you to big prize. I mean, how do you stay so cool given how important it is?
I don't think it really makes sense to burn my bridges. So I'm going to play the game like I played the previous. Well, I shouldn't say like the previous 7 games, because I did play some pretty bad games. But I'll play it with the same attitude in mind. I mean, if chances come, then I'll take them. But they don't come every day, and I think it's counterproductive to try to force it.
Now, you've been playing quite well this year. You've had some great results, but so has he. I mean, how impressed have you been? You were his Olympic teammate. You guys took the U.S. team to the title this year in Baku, and he was one of really the workhorses. I mean, you got a medal as well, but he took the gold on board 3. How impressed have you been seeing him as a teammate and just watching the way he's played this year?
Yeah, he's been playing really well. He rarely makes mistakes, and I don't remember the last time he lost a classical chess game. So yeah, he just takes his chances when they come and plays very solidly. He doesn't take undue risks. He never really goes out of his way to or goes crazy or does anything which might put him in risk. He's in general very solid and a strong player. I mean, he's rarely making mistakes, and even in this tournament, it's probably hard to pinpoint any serious mistake he's made.
Can you give us, I'm sure you may not want to share this, but would you give us some insight maybe into what would it take to beat him?
I think I have beaten him, so maybe check out those games. I mean, again, he is a human, and he can make mistakes. I don't consider him, I mean, I consider myself a stronger player, so I think I have chances to win, but again, it doesn't when it comes down to the game, he can play very well, and he can certainly pose me problems. So I think it'll be a very close game. Also these things are very hard to predict. Most of my games in this tournament, I couldn't have predicted how they would have gone.
Well, we can predict that. We'll be watching you tomorrow for sure. Should be a very exciting matchup. Thanks a lot, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana, the number 2 player in the world, the number 2 player in this tournament as well, with a big matchup against his compatriot Wesley So that we'll be looking at tomorrow.
Thank you. The calm and cool as a cucumber, Fabi.
Absolutely. Well, he raised a very good point. When has Wesley last lost a classical game? I seem to recall a game in Bilbao against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. It really took Magnus to drag Wesley down. I'll turn that over to Alejandro. When did Wesley last lose a classical rated game? I'm thinking Magnus.
I think he hasn't lost anything in London. He didn't lose in the Olympiad. He didn't lose in Sinquefield Cup. I don't think he played anything before that except Bilbao, and he lost in Bilbao to Magnus. Yeah, to me that seems like the logical answer to the question.
Wow. And it took the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, to drag him down. And Magnus played a gorgeous game.
He had a gorgeous tournament, actually.
Yes, absolutely. So, and that was the tournament, by the way, where finally, Nakamura did beat Magnus to end that horrible streak of having lost 11 games without a win. And that streak was beaten. And then Magnus got Anish too, by the way. He had never beaten. And we have
Maurice with Mickey Adams in London.
Yes, with Michael Adams, England's number 1 player. He had a tough first couple of rounds, but since then, he stabilized the ship. Tell us, Michael, how have you been able to do that, given how tough these players are?
I don't know, really. I think perhaps I got a bit lucky in rounds 3 and 4, and that at least then I had some points on the board, and I wasn't thinking I was going to make 0 out of 9, so that was already a bit of a relief. And yeah, I think I played a little bit better last couple of games, a bit more steady.
You've definitely stabilized the ship right now. Tell us what you're thinking in this game today. What were your goals coming into the game?
Well, I just thought I'd play the English, just something a bit different.
Now, you're usually an E4 player, so was it a nod to your fellow Englishmen to play in C4? And also I noticed one of the youngsters, didn't they play C4?
Yeah, two of them played C4 today, actually, on my board as well. But, yeah, that was... Did
that surprise you when they played
C4? It was a bit of a surprise, yeah. I thought he was going to go E4, and then I'm going to take it back and play C4, but actually he played C4 anyway.
So why did you choose C4 when you're normally an E4 player?
I just wasn't sure. Fabiano was jumping around a lot against E4, and I couldn't really predict. And I kind of had the idea maybe to try C4 at some stage in this tournament. And as I was in reasonable form coming to this game, a few reasonable results, I thought it better to try it in this game.
Tell me, did you ever feel like you had some chances here to win this game?
Well, yeah, I like my position, but he defended well. I think that's one of the big differences. They're very good at making decisions in a worse position to head for the opposite colour bishop position. I think is where weaker players give you more winning chances. It's the really top guys. They know the right time to liquidate, and they tend to liquidate in the right way to secure the draw most of the time.
Tell me, now that you have 2 rounds left, what are your hopes for the next 2 rounds?
Just to play a couple of normal games, I guess, and see what happens.
I know I was interviewing some youngsters earlier today, and we asked who would win the tournament. First of all, who their favorite player was. It was maybe 70% of them said Michael Adams. And then who do they think was going to win the tournament? Most of them also said Michael Adams. So clearly you have a lot of fans here in England. I think they're expecting a bit more from you in the next 2 rounds.
Need to pay more attention in maths class, I think. But yeah, no, that's nice to hear.
Well, we look forward to seeing you play your first-class chess in the next 2 games.
Okay, thank you very much.
The favorite here, the homeboy, Michael Adams, showing that he's no pushover. After the first 2 losses, he's absolutely stabilized his game and now a tough customer to beat.
Thank you, Maurice. And he's so soft-spoken, easygoing. You get the feeling that he's just kind of cruising through life. no great ambitions, but definitely he enjoys the challenge of such an elite field. Who wouldn't?
And while he's been in this elite field for many, many years, he's been England's #1 player from at least since when I can remember.
Yeah.
Huge fan base back home for him is
Obviously.
completely understandable, because just like what Vishy is to India when it comes to chess, Mickey Adams is to the United Kingdom, to England.
Yes, indeed. And I just wanted to say, at this point in our show, we would really enjoy taking phone calls. Any message, any questions you might ask, 314-361-5465.
That's right,
I believe. I'll turn it over to Alejandro. How to apply the squeeze here, Alejandro?
I think Topal's just lost.
What?
I think that if Giri finds the move G5, and it's not an easy move to find, because there's a lot of calculation based behind it. But I think after G5, there's no way to hold this position for Topalov. Do you want to give it a try, Yasser?
Well, let me take a pawn. You know me. I'll take...
Which way?
F. And with the bishop.
Bishop G5, and I'm going to follow up with F4.
Bishop F6.
And he, of course, he didn't find it. Giri didn't find it, so... But this was winning. Bishop F6.
Right.
Knight E5, I think, was key. And probably the hard part of the combination is the Knight E5 first before Queen G6. It's very easy to miss this move, so I don't blame Giri, really. But Knight E5 check, I think, is just...
I immediately understand. There are real issues suddenly.
Yeah, if you
Bishop
take, for example, on
yes.
E5, first I check, forcing you to decide where the king goes.
Yes.
And then I just take on E5, and you cannot defend E6. That's huge.
Ouch.
If you retreat to E7, then after taking here, you cannot defend G7.
Ouch.
If after Knight E5 check, you take with the knight, then after D takes E5, I follow up with Queen G6 and Knight D4. Very important to take with the D pawn, and that's obviously game over. If Knight E5, you retreat to G8, I have Queen G4 first, or the immediate Knight A5 and take on C6 with an obviously winning advantage thanks to the passed pawn. I think G5 was just crushing, actually. I don't see any defense after G5.
And
you
if
have
I
to go Knight F. Sorry?
If I had taken twice with the pawns?
Yeah, that's also possible, but again, F4. And you're
Simple.
you're getting destroyed on the king side. If you go take, you can imagine that Queen G6, Knight F4 is just winning.
Right.
If you allow me to take on G5, then obviously the positional advantage is huge. So
And the final blockading try, Knight F8, not capturing anything?
Knight F8 is probably the most difficult one to actually solve, but you can imagine that if I got G5 for free, you probably want it anyway.
Yes.
And Queen E3, I think, was the strongest way of continuing here. The idea is that you have takes and F5 as a threat, and it's not easy to reply to it. You don't no longer have F5 because Knight E5 check in many positions. I think this is not holdable. I'm going to even have the move Knight A5 at some point, forcing you to take and creating a pass pawn on this side of the board. I think G5 was winning.
Wow, a missed opportunity. What was played instead?
Queen E3.
Queen E3.
Quite passive, actually.
Aren't all of those G5 ideas still on tap after Queen? Oh, you're no longer attacking G6 square.
Yeah, you're not attacking the G6 square in certain scenarios. And also, it was a very specific to the position kind of moves. For example, Knight A5 gained a tempo against the queen. The queen has no business being on B7. If he moves it back to A7, or more precisely A8, there are many variations where I cannot go Knight A5 for the tempo.
Right. Yeah, the move Queen B7 did seem to walk into that uppercut of Knight A5. But that was a great moment in time, that G4, G5. Normally these players at their caliber, they seize those opportunities, even if they're so fleeting. And G4, G5 just look great, especially when you see it with Queen G6. But we do have a phone call. Tanya.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello, my name is Nico. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. And I was wondering, the question of who the greatest chess player of all time has been asked several times, but who do you think was the greatest chess theoretician of all time, and who do you think contributed to eventually what modern chess has become now, quite a game of theory?
Wow, beautiful question. Thank you so much. Was it Nico who called? What was his name? I missed it.
Yes,
I missed
it as well, but it is a really interesting question,
Well,
yes.
take it from the top, Tanya. Who, in your view, was such a great theoretician that just seemed to stand alone?
I think when it comes to modern theory, you've got specialists.
Of course.
So it just depends on what is your opening and your style of play. And I think different lines, there are different players to study and learn from. For example, if you're trying to study E4, E5, I would say, well, study Aronian, study Fabiano in today's time. And these are players who are coming up constantly with new ideas and showing us the right way to play the right plans. If you want to play the King's Indian defense, study Gary, study Hikaru Nakamura. So I think in today's time, it's more about identifying some of the top players who play certain lines.
Openings, yes.
Yes, and they are the specialists of those openings.
Okay. Alejandro, same question to you, good sir.
I cannot disagree more with Tania. I think there is one clear answer. I think the greatest theoretician of all times by far and away is Vladimir Kramnik. I don't think anybody has had the influence that Vladimir Kramnik has had in the game of chess as far as theory is concerned. There are lines and there are openings that are played solely because Vladimir Kramnik either invented it or revitalized them. There are entire sections of the Grunfeld that only exist because Vladimir Kramnik created it, either both with white and black. There are certain variations of the E4, E5, like the Berlin, that only exist because Kramnik came up with it. The entirety of the classical King's Indian was refuted for some time, and Garry Kasparov did not play the King's Indian against Kramnik after that loss because Kramnik was the one that's coming up with the way of dismantling those positions. I don't think there is even a competition. Kramnik is by far, in my opinion, the greatest theoretician of all time.
Wow, talk about a panel that doesn't agree with one another. You're both wrong, completely wrong. Of course it was David Brunstein, the most original, creative player ever. You talk about the King's Indian, you got to talk David Brunstein. You talk about the King's Gambit, you got to talk David Brunstein. In fact, if you open up the 5-volume ECO, the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings, you'll see thousands and thousands of notes. And one name keeps coming again and again and again, and it's David Brunstein. He was simply the most creative genius the world's ever seen. And that's my opinion, I'm sticking to it. But a big shout out there to Vladimir Kramnik from Alejandro. Wow, we almost have to take a Twitter poll after that one because we really do. Where's Maurice in this?
Yes.
And Maurice thinks we're all crazy. Maurice.
Of course he does.
London.
I can't believe how people are such victims of their times. I mean, come on. It's clear that, okay, one person could be fantastic, but you go through generations and you go through openings and people make their contributions. Alejandro, of course, you're so young. You're going to, of course, give the guy who's right before you all the nod. Yasser, you're slightly older than I am, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But clearly, you like the classicist players. But all these generations, all the theoreticians that we've had your Gellers give amazing contribution to theory. We have Boleslavsky giving amazing contribution to theory. And one, Garry Kasparov, novelty after novelty after novelty. How many novelties did this guy come up with? As a matter of fact, Garry himself said that he had over 4,000 unused novelties still in his computer by the time he retired. I mean, imagine, could we steal that computer? Could somebody please hack it for us so we can see what's in there? I mean, it's just every single generation comes up with the great players and the great novelties, and I don't think you can answer this question. You can, of course, be impressed by the great theoreticians, but we've had so many of them that I don't think you can put your finger on just one.
I think we just answered the question. We're impressed by so many.
Yes.
And, yeah, and Bobby Fischer, too. I must say that during Bobby Fischer's time, his colleagues lived in fear of what Bobby was about to uncork on the. Oh, yes.
We have another caller with us. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, JC, calling from Shelby, Ohio.
Hello, welcome to the show, JC.
A pleasure. I want to thank everybody at the center in St. Louis for the world-class coverage, as usual, and particularly the chemistry of you two, though. Of course, I must wish Jen fantastic birth of her child. And, of course, she's a U.S. champion for women, and you asked her many times as men. And my commentary, besides how fantastic your commentary is Yasser, what do you think about the resurgence of chess in the USA, with St. Louis being the obvious capital, but that now things I think are at a level almost approaching, but not quite, the Spassky-Fischer era, which you have commentated on before. And to everyone, keep up the great work and know that there's many people out here that really appreciate it that you don't hear from.
Thank
so
you.
God bless everybody, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, whatever to everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, JC. Indeed, it's been mentioned before, we'll mention it again. It does feel like a golden age for the top elite players. The Grand Chess Tour having so much to do with it. The fact that we do have a unified world champion, that Magnus is such a star, if you'll allow me that, in Norway. Russia has so many great players. America, this resurgence that's taking place. So it does feel like a golden period. For me, however, it's a little bit awkward. I think the problem that we do face in chess is that while we have enormous number of great chess players, we don't have enough great chess organizers. Take a look at this event in London. This is a beautiful event. The London Classic is fantastic. Everybody in the UK looks forward to this event. It's a real festival at the end of the year. But then you look at the 11 other months of the year, and you find out that there's not a great chess scene going on in the UK. It's sort of like there's one event and one event only, this London Chess Classic. And I'm just saying, what we need is more great organizers. And trust me when I say the players would be delighted if we could get more great chess organizers going.
And what the caller was saying about U.S. playing a big role in this, I mean, I think that is a very key point. I mean, it's clear with the Sinquefield Cup and this Grand Chess Tour, the conceptualization of the Grand Chess Tour, everything that's going on this side of the world is having a very, very positive influence in the world of chess. I mean, you take into account the tour. It consists of 4 tournaments. It has grown from pillar to pillar every year, taking in new tournaments year after year, more players year after year. They're constantly expanding. We definitely need more organizers and more people like Rex Sinquefield to take an interest in the game and to spread this message of chess and to make the game more popular. But I think what chess was in the United States a few years ago and what it is today is, I mean, it's a completely different scene.
Without question. I retired in 2003 myself just because the U.S. Championship was not elevated to the high-class national championship it is today.
Now it is a superstar tournament. You are the winners of the Baku Olympiad.
Yes.
So a lot happening this side and a lot for everyone else to learn about and, you know, contribute in their own way to make the game big. But I think in general, the perception of chess is evolving. Magnus Carlsen has a huge role to play. Like you said, he's almost the one who's made chess cool.
Yes, well, and for you in India, Vishy Anand, and a 5-time world champion, he elevated the status of chess in India, the birthplace of chess.
He is single-handedly responsible for what chess is in India right now. And in India, there is so much talent and potential. I mean, the kind of kids coming out of India who are winning World Under 10, Under 12, age group championships. We've got Hari Krishna now, one of the top players in the world. And it is single-handedly Vishy Anand who's had a revolutionary effect on Indian chess.
And also a shout-out to our own colleague Maurice Ashley for the Millionaire Chess. Alejandro, your view on the world of chess today. Is it great? Or what's going on?
Well, I don't have the history of Yasser to compare, but from what I've experienced, the fact that the St. Louis Chess Club and the chess campus as a whole has attracted so much talent and so much dedication to revitalize chess in America, I think that they've done a magnificent job. I have been playing around the world, and it is difficult to compare the St. Louis Chess Club with anything else. There is just no other club that is as active and as a powerful influence as St. Louis is. And really, the fact that there's this great blossoming of talents around America is in large part due to the influence of St. Louis. And it's not just at the top that we see the change. It's not just about Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. It's not just about the Sinquefield Cup or not even the U.S. Championship. We see talent coming from all over the place, coming to St. Louis Chess Club to train, to learn, to be able to be involved with some of the great chess players of the world, and allowing them to catapult their own career. For example, Jeffrey Xiong has taken many, many classes here at the St. Louis Chess Club, even with Garry Kasparov, and that's really what, at the end of the day, allowed him to win the World Junior Championship in India only a few months ago.
Yeah, and to all of that, I would just throw in the collegiate chess as well. I'm not just talking about Alejandro and the St. Louis University, but just the fact that over the last 20-odd years, we've actually had scholarships for chess players to get a higher education. And in my days, that just didn't exist whatsoever. And now lots of universities and colleges across the United States are offering scholarships to highly ranked players who have done fantastic. So it's been a good period.
No, I think the entire image of chess has constantly evolved, and well, constantly in the recent past evolved, and it's evolved in a big, big way. I mean, chess is, you see it in movies, you see it in music videos now, you see it being played on streets all over the world. Schools are taking it in as part of their curriculum. Chess is cool, it's smart, it's sexy, it's everything right now. I think it's the game of the moment.
And we have another caller from Manchester,
yes, we do.
England.
Hi, tell us who you are.
Yes, hi. My name is Danish.
Hi, Danish.
First of all, wanted to congratulate all of you. You do an absolutely brilliant job. And Alejandro and Tania, they're a very good addition to the team as well. And of course, I love Yasser's commentary.
Thank you.
And, and my question is, my rating is around 2100
Okay.
FIDE. And I wanted to improve my middle game. What I find difficult is to create plans in the middle game. In some openings, I'm familiar with them, but as soon as I get out of book, it's difficult for me to create some new plans. So how do you recommend, which books and which authors do you recommend for to improve that? And also just a sort of a fun question. We've all heard about the question, who is the best chess player of all time, but who do you guys think would be the most intelligent chess player of all time?
Wow, thank you, Danish, for
Thanks
some
for
very
those
interesting questions.
questions.
No question about it. Alejandro, let's throw it to you. 2100, first of all, is a very, very good chess player. That's
Absolutely.
very decent.
Absolutely, a very decent chess rating. Now, I always think that learning the openings is the easy part. You just look at a book and it tells you what to do. But knowing what to do after the opening is over is one of the more difficult parts of chess. And I think that it's not necessarily a series of books that you need to learn, but perhaps look at the games of the great. Look at the openings that you play and look how the top grandmasters handle the positions. Just go over the games and try to explain to yourself, why did the grandmaster choose this move? Why did the grandmaster decide, I'm going to go through this plan or the other? And have a model example to choose from. For example, as Tania was mentioning, if you want to learn the King's Indian, look at Hikaru's games and see how he makes progress in the attacks. You want to be a more quiet E4, E5 type of player, then look at Aronian's games, see how he plays his positions, and try to understand why they're making every move that they are trying to make based on the openings that you play.
Tania, same question. You didn't answer the second question.
I'm still thinking about it.
Okay, we'll give you time to think about it, please.
I think this is true for, like you said, 2100 is a very decent level player, but I think this would be true for almost all players of all levels again, but specifically for the ones above the rating of 2000. Supposing, say, you've got about 3 hours a day or 2 hours a day.
That's the next point. How much time do you want to devote?
Yes, and if you're able to give, say, about 2 to 3 hours a day to the game of chess, I think you've got to learn to kind of divide it a little bit. Very, very important to study the games that are going on all over the world right now, just simply to understand the plans, the ideas, why a player is making a certain move, exactly what Alejandro said. But I think it's also a great idea to give some time to tactics. Try and solve some combinations. Not only is it a lot of fun, it is very important for your tactical vision and your general middle game play. Also, definitely go through classics. You're seeing a lot of games of the modern players, but go back in time a little bit. You've got so many classical great players who we keep talking about, from Capablanca to Alekhine to even to Bronstein to Bobby Fischer, just study their game. One of the books that I would highly recommend is My Great Predecessors by Gary Kasparov. It is an extremely, extremely high-level book, but just go through the games because there's so much that you can learn just by watching and seeing how the classical players brought about the ideas that we're still using today. But divide your time. Study a bit of tactics, study some modern games, and study some classics.
Yeah, to my answer to the caller's question would be something like, you need a mix, you need a practice as well as study. I always felt like you needed to do 50% of both. You can't just play, and never study. And conversely, you shouldn't just study, and never play. So you need to find a mix that works for you. So you need those opportunities, tournaments in your area, what have you. But definitely you've got to keep that mix and be goal-oriented. You know, chart your progress carefully. Are you making the kind of progress that you had expected or, you know, to achieve? To the question of intelligence, okay, Emanuel Lasker really stands out as both a philosopher, mathematician, as well as world champion. He was really exceptional. But for me, maybe I'm thinking about my era, there was Robert Hübner. Robert Hübner was amazing, professor of papyrology and hieroglyphics, speaks about 15, 16 languages from, you know, ancient Greece, ancient Hebrew, just phenomenal. I remember this one story of Robert that I still laugh about. There was the Finnish Grandmaster Heikki Westerinen, who was playing in these elite events, and Heikki spoke Finnish, full stop and end of story. And Robert realized that nobody else on tour spoke Finnish. So Robert decided to give himself a 6-month sabbatical to learn Finnish, just so that he could talk to Heikki Westerinen. I just thought that was fantastic, you know. And when he came to talk to Heikki, he said good day in Finnish, and Heikki was like, wow, it's so cool that you learned 2 words. So he was really appreciative. Shocked when he started having a conversation. But those two, Emanuel Lasker, Robert Hübner, to me are geniuses.
Talking about that mix that you spoke about, you know, that it's really important to play tournaments as well as work on it, and that's the way to go forward. And one of the other things that when you're playing a tournament, you want to improve your game, come back home and analyze those games.
Absolutely.
That's
so key.
That is absolutely key. Whatever tournament you've played, whatever games you've got, unless you analyze them and see where you've been going wrong and how you could have improved your play, you're not going to improve your game. So that is a very key point, Yasser, that if you want to improve your chess, work at home, but definitely play tournaments and come back and analyze your games.
Yeah, the other thing that I would definitely strongly suggest, okay, I didn't grow up with computers, but I grew up with notebooks. And I carefully wrote down all my analysis of all my games, and I kept, if you go to my home, there'll be like 32 notebooks of all the games I played, and I analyzed it. Yeah, it's really quite a remarkable compilation, because it's kind of funny. You can chart yourself as a little kid, and you're dabbling, and then you're giving yourself exclamation marks and question marks, and then later you get the same position, and I've evolved a whole different understanding, and I'm saying question mark, double question mark. You know, it was very, very nice, and the very act of writing down your moves really, in my mind, hardwires your mind. You see a lot more patterns by writing down. Today, everybody types or mouse clicks, and I don't think that interaction of your brain, the left and right hemisphere, is necessarily connected just through mouse clicks. And yet, on the other hand, I'm told that these young kids, they see the pattern so easy on a 2-dimensional board, they don't necessarily need to write down. I'm not so sure of that. Alejandro, your thoughts about writing down and analyzing your games?
I don't think I've written down anything on a notebook since like elementary school.
Oh, there you go.
So I usually keep all my notes in ChessBase. I used to be much more organized when I was a professional chess player about all my analysis and all my opening notes, and I was always keeping track of them. Of course, I'm very busy with other things. I'm getting back to getting used to having all these notes well and organized. But of course, I think that doing it the old school way works for some people. I know that I had a training session with Chernin once, a very famous trainer. He has worked with some of the best players in the world, and he pulled out this like notebook from easily the 70s with hand-drawn diagrams, and I was just perplexed. And of course, when we started working on ChessBase, he had like ChessBase 2 or something like that. They didn't actually accept a mouse input. It was amazing. You know, sometimes old school still works.
Well, thank you for that. I like that chess base too. Well, thank you for all of the questions. Very stimulating conversation. We've been waiting for the players to move up and get it going. So far, nothing much has happened. Let's take a break, Tanya, and come back in 10 minutes. What you say?
See you soon. we're back. The almost empty auditorium, just waiting for one more game. Last game of the day going on. That's Anish Giri versus Veselin Topalov.
This indeed is the final game of the 7th round. Veselin Topalov under pressure. It's been a kind of a cat and mouse affair as Anish has been quietly sitting on a position, nursing his advantages. It seems that he's now all geared up, ready to play the move G4, G5. Alejandro Ramirez, Grandmaster Ramirez, has been saying for some time he's been missing opportunities to win the game, which was quite a surprise for me. But now he's all ready for G4, G5. It's a tough affair to comment because it's only one game and we're simply waiting for White to make his big break.
I mean, it's clear, yes, once he goes G5, the position's going to explode. He's obviously been waiting for the right time, but as we hear, Alejandro did mention that there were some missed opportunities. Alejandro, take us through when Anish could have struck with G5.
He could have struck on G5 several times and they would have all worked. This is probably the clearest in my view. When Topalov put his queen on A4, which I feel is very misplaced, because once I open things on the king side, it will be clear that it's very difficult for the queen to come back into the to the king side to defend. G5 was just completely winning here. The computers were giving something like +3 or something ridiculous like that. The point is actually not too difficult. Is that after takes, let's say you take like this, queen H2, and penetrating on the dark squares here is just going to be completely game over. Also threatening to play H6 and penetrate on the king side that way. And you can see that what I was talking about, the queen is completely stuck on that side of the board, can't even come close to defending on the king side. If instead after G5, pawn takes, you take with the bishop, then again queen H2, now I'm threatening queen C7 or queen D6, and the pawn on C6 will fall very soon. And you can imagine that once the pawn on C6 falls, I have a protected pass pawn for free. That is easily a winning position. Well, I'm not sure what's up with Giri, because honestly, the whole point of his maneuvers is to make Topalov dizzy, so at the right time you strike with G5 when your opponent has been caught unaware. And it seems like Topalov has fallen for it a couple of times already, and Giri has just not struck the decisive blow.
Thus far.
No, I get the psychology behind it. I mean, you make your opponent suffer as much as possible, and then you prepare all the pieces at the best possible squares, and well, just play G5 at the most opportune moment. Well, it turns out he's missed that opportune moment a couple of times, but I've got no doubts that we're going to see G5 pretty soon, because it's clear that is Anish's only winning chance in the position.
That is the break. But we also talk about a Python-like grip in the, and Petrosian-esque technique. I'm just going to refresh the board. But Anish can't get lucky. When he's drawing all of his games, we're ridiculing him for drawing all of his games. Here he is genuinely making black suffer, but ourselves as well. Last move was knight C1. Well, he really is taking his time. And we have just seen this move, king coming back to G8.
And Anish played knight D3.
And knight D3 is the latest and greatest.
Now,
again, this kind of keeps both breaks open, but can you divine the greater purpose of putting the knight on H3, Alejandro? I don't quite get that.
No, it's very likely the knight will remaneuver somewhere else. The knight on H3 is actually not well placed for any variation, especially now that if any G5, you now have to calculate E5, opening up the queen to the knight.
Just to show what you mean, if you go G5 in such a position, ooh, whose turn is it? Knight D3. So we go queen E, making a pass, then you have to keep in mind the sudden break E6,
No matter if
E5.
it works, it doesn't work, you actually have to keep it in mind. It's an extra resource for black.
Exactly. So that's why you expect that this knight may end up returning perhaps to D1 and later to E3. There is an art to this type of a chess. I saw Anatoly Karpov, again, using the boa constrictor analogy of A, tiring your opponent, B,
Yes.
getting your opponent to worry about all sorts of threats that you may not be interested in. You know, the defender is sitting there saying, oh, I've got to be careful of this break or that break or that break. Whereas when you're in the driver's seat, as is Anish, you're deciding solely what break is attractive to you, and your opponent has to worry about lots of things.
Right. No, Veselin is definitely on a big back foot here. He's got no plans at all. You see, he's got no counter
active plans,
ideas
yes.
at all in this position.
Mhm.
So he just has to be on the lookout for what White has to do. And this kind of reminds me of this incident from the Olympiad in Baku earlier this year. You must be knowing one of the Indian players, Adiban.
Yes.
He's just so talented and one of our top players and plays for the Indian national team. And I was having a conversation with him because I was in one of these situations where I had a really bad position for a long time and had to, what you call, suffer
Right.
for a while. And he told me afterwards that in chess you have to be ready to play all sorts of position. If you're suffering in a position, be ready to suffer for 6 hours, and it's fine because the main goal is to just hold that point. And you cannot tire of it. You cannot, want to do something completely silly and rash on the board to dissolve matters just because you can't take the suffering.
Right.
And it is so important to actually sometimes just be ready to play worse positions for hours.
Good advice, and it's true. I mean, everybody can be an attacking genius, but this type of a test is really tough. How about you, Alejandro? When you're tested as is Veselin Topalov, the desire to do something active, you have to temper that constantly.
Yeah, you definitely always want to calculate things like e5 with g6 and lash out. And of course, Veselin Topalov is the type of person that wants some kind of activity, but it's just the suffering that Giri's putting on him. He's not letting him break out in any sort of way, and this is just so mentally challenging to do nothing basically for such a long time, as we see that he's played a move that does nothing, the move knight h7, which is just as good as any other move that did nothing in the position.
Just again, holding the position. Thinking in terms of an active player like Veselin Topalov, I did see one active idea for Veselin, and that was something based on how was I going to do it. I think I was actually going to do it like this. Bishop c7, into, wanting to play queen e8, knight d7, and e5. And again, this is how you get punished. When you're on the back foot, as you were saying, you're worse. You want to do something active. You end up oftentimes helping your opponent make the break he wants. So he has played after knight d3, knight h7.
And we have queen e2 on the board.
And queen e2 on the board. And, well...
that move has no purpose.
No purpose. Other than restricting the knight a little bit, actually, making it harder for this knight to find a better home. Well, no, I guess it still could come to f2 and f3.
Certainly Topalov makes a move that has no purpose but to pass. Knight f8.
Knight f8.
The thing is that Veselin is allowed in such a position to make moves with no purpose, because that is actually the best thing that he can do right now. He just has to wait for White to do something,
yes.
to make the break. But what is... and again, the onus is on White to do something here.
Absolutely.
Anish making moves that make absolutely no sense or with no idea in the position.
Simply tiring his opponent out.
Simply tiring his opponent out, and well, that has also resulted in him missing out on golden opportunities to make the g5 break.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, not very ambitious play from Anish on this side at the moment.
Well, and again, it seems to be one of those cat and mouse type of situations where you've just got your opponent dangling on a string, can't really make any active play himself, waiting for the next time control, the next pressure before, eventually breaking. One move I'm actually thinking about is actually f5. Now, we would cheer such a move because, again, it's a more forcing move with the idea that if you do take, well, I could come down here.
But I could take on g4 now?
Yes, and I was going to go here. I suppose queen d7 is the simplest. That would really...
Queen d7 just solves everything.
That would really refute that. That was rubbish. I apologize. I'm trying to do something myself.
Anish has gone to put the queen on e3 now, so it's clear that he's eyeing the g5 square, but he's not able to
break through right away.
He's not able to, just make most of a moment when it comes to make this break for some reason. I mean, when we were on a break, we saw 3-4 instances when actually g5 was extremely strong, and the point was to have this control over the h2 b8 diagonal and enter with your queen. But Anish just took the waiting path instead.
Yes, with queen e3. I'm just curious now. I mean, it's a certain moment. I'm wondering.
Queen d7 was played.
Pardon me?
Queen d7 was played.
Queen David 7. Yes, fair enough. So what I had wanted to say is similar idea is that how impressive is g5 here when the black queen can step back and eyeball this pawn. You may regret having made this move when it was not so well timed. So queen d7, basically, again, a simple challenge to white. How are you going to break through?
Well, that's a challenge that Anish definitely needs to address very soon. While we were on a break, Yas, I did get a tweet from one of our viewers asking us more details on the Grand Chess Tour standing and how the system works.
Let's do it.
To explain that, I think to just start from the beginning, it all obviously started with the Sinquefield Cup and it expanded to the Grand Chess Tour, which is basically a group of events taken together to form the tour. This year, it consisted of 4 events. It started with Paris and Leuven in the summer, moved on to the Sinquefield Cup in August, and now the London Chess Classic. So we had 2 rapid and blitz events and then 2 classical events. Next year, don't forget, we've got 5 events. And before we move forward, take a look at our next year's schedule. So we are going to have the Paris event, followed by the Leuven event. We're going to have the Sinquefield Cup, and this is our new 5th event. It is a rapid event which will be held right after the Sinquefield Cup. Post that, it's the year-end, the classical, the traditional, the super strong London Chess Classic that will wrap up the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. We're going to have 4 wildcard entries in the Rapid and Blitz, as opposed to 1 wildcard entry that we've seen this year.
Classics, yes.
And these are our likely qualifiers after London Chess Classic. And what are the qualifying criteria? So it's the top 3 finishers of the 2016 GCT. So as you see, Wesley So, he's kind of pretty much fixed his spot. Fabiano Caruana, if they finish runner-up, and Hikaru Nakamura, if he finishes 3rd in the Grand Chess Tour. And then the next qualifiers are the top 3 by rating. The average rating for 2016, Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Kramnik, and MVL. MVL is the lucky qualifier in this simply because Fabiano Caruana will qualify for the 2017 GCT based on his selection as the runner-up to the 2016 GCT and not as a qualifier through rating. So that would go to the next person in the rating list, which is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Very good. And then there will be 3, pardon me, I apologize, 3 players chosen by the committee that comprises the Grand Chess Tour, and then each of the classical tournaments get their own organizer's wild card. But it's in the Blitz and the Rapid that we'll see a lot of new blood, new faces, and I'll be looking forward to those events very much.
Always exciting to see Rapid and Blitz, and these are our current standings in the GCT. And this is exactly the reason why Wesley So is in fact the man of the moment, the man of the tournament, the man of the tour.
Man of the year.
Yes, in many ways the man of the year indeed. So the GCT leader, Wesley So, he's absolutely uncatchable at the moment because the only person who could have taken this away from Wesley So at the start of the event was indeed Hikaru Nakamura. But for that, Hikaru Nakamura needed to win the London Chess Classic clear first, getting 13 GCT points, which would enable him to cross over Wesley. But wait, there was another condition for that. Wesley So would have to finish 4th or below in the London Chess Classic.
And as the tournament leader with 2 rounds to go, that's highly unlikely. So that's why, and we'll know for certain that Wesley So will be the Grand Chess Tour winner come tomorrow, in case he doesn't have some terrible accident losing to Fabiano, and then the whole thing blows up all over again.
An absolutely exciting matchup tomorrow. Fabiano Caruana, who is in sole second, will be facing the tournament leader, the tour leader, Wesley So. Well, going back to just talking about our Grand Chess Tour, because I don't think anything has happened in the position yet.
Well, there's at least we're at the halfway point, guys.
Halfway point of what?
The 50-move rule.
They played 25 moves.
Of nothing.
Of nothing.
The last move that was played was G4 on move, let me see, 34. And we are just about to make move 59. I think 59 was 92. So, yep.
So just explaining the halfway point.
Yeah, the 50-move rule in chess is basically if no pawns or pieces have been traded and no pawns have moved in a 50-move sequence, both players could claim a draw. And we've apparently passed the halfway mark, or reached the halfway mark of 25 of those potential 50 moves with this move 92.
If Anish is really serious about his chances, he's got only 24 moves to waste.
He's got to giddy it up. But on his side of the table, he can certainly create a pawn, a move at his choosing of either G4, G5 or F4, F5 to avoid the 50-move rule.
Yeah, and it's clear that's his only way forward.
I recall Grandmaster Larry Christensen playing Shahovic of Yugoslavia in the Lone Pine tournament, where he was defending like this for like 20, 30, 40, and he was just on the 50th move. He was about to, he decided to let his opponent Shahovic enter his position and claim the 50-move rule, but he had got it wrong on his score sheet, and he ended up losing literally on move 49. He was so mad. It was a classic moment. But no, you know, sometimes you just have to, you know, hold it together.
Well,
and
let's go to Maurice in London and see what he's got to say.
Maurice.
You know, I got to tell you, I am so impressed by my fellow co-commentators that you guys are keeping up the energy, you guys are keeping up the stories, and now you're talking about the 50-move rule in this position. I mean,
how exciting.
Wow.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, you got to be a chess fan to care about the 50-move rule, and whether or not he plays F5 or G5 to spoil it. I mean, as much excitement as we saw yesterday, and this round actually was pretty exciting, but I think, you know, we love seeing classical chess to a point, and to be doing this kind of commentary over 5 or 6 hours, even for the players, even for the fans, this is really very, very difficult. As most of the people have left, because of course they can go home and get on their smartphones and check in whenever they want to see what the result is of this competition. Of course, of this particular game. Of course, Anish Giri and Vasily Topalov. How does it feel to be the last people in the tournament hall with only the arbiter to keep you company, to make you know that at least somebody's watching the game? I know how that feels because I played a game many, many years ago against Grandmaster Dmitry Gurovich, who of course you know quite well, Yasser, and we played a game that started at 6 p.m. This was in the New York Open. This was in the late 80s, in fact. New York Open, where we played for 8 hours in a queen and pawn endgame. It was 2 in the morning. It was me, Dimitri, and my good friend Willie Johnson. He was just standing there giving me moral support. I ended up losing the game after 8 hours. I can tell you, at least I had a good friend next to me to walk out with me and give me some consoling after that game. But wow, chess, we talk about requiring fitness, patience, dedication, and you hope the guy doesn't play all these great moves, and I think that is exactly what Anish is doing. He's trying to outlast Topalov, make him tired, keep him playing, seated at the board, suffering for a while. He had plenty of opportunities to break through early. I'm sure if he had seen them, he would have played them. But right now, it's just a marathon. It's a marathon, and he's willing to keep him running until he passes out in the game.
Maurice, thank you. Before I let you go, we had a caller question which was very intriguing. Who for you was the greatest opening theoretician, offered more as well as who was the greatest intellectual chess player, if you got those questions. I think Maurice, we've lost Maurice. I think Maurice is very happy. They're having a little snack.
But it's interesting what Maurice said
I
about...
didn't hear you, Yasser. I'm sorry.
Sorry. A question from a caller. Who was the greatest opening theoretician? Which chess player was the greatest intellectual?
The opening theoretician question, I chimed in. I answered.
You said Kasparov.
Before.
That's right.
And as far as the most intellectual chess player?
Yes.
That's a great question. I think I might have to agree with you on David Bronstein, I think.
Intellectual.
I mean, reputedly, he knew something like 14 languages. I have to confirm that. But he definitely wrote some amazing books, and I think he was a true thinker. I mean, you look at the books he's written, and he leaned toward the scientific side of chess. And so that would be my vote, would be David Bronstein.
Okay. Another person, thank you, Maurice. Another person I just wanted to toss in, there was a simultaneous going on, Dr. John Nunn. Dr. John Nunn was the youngest graduate since Cardinal Wolsey, like 1526 in Cambridge. He's an absolutely brilliant mathematician, prodigious mathematician, and really one of the great chess authors and great players of his era. So Dr. John Nunn has to be considered too.
One of the candidates.
And well, what about guys, players that were quite strong, let's say at least the grandmaster level, and had talents in other fields? For example, I can think of, recently we had here on the show Ken Rogoff, one of the greatest economists in the world,
right?
And recently passed away. We cannot say this without some sadness, because he passed away so recently. Mark Taimanov, he was not only just an accomplished chess player, but also apparently his musical career was even surpassed his chess one.
And he was a marvelous chess player, a classical pianist, absolutely, Mark Taimanov. Miguel Najdorf was a very, very successful businessman in insurance, life insurance. Very successful, sponsored a lot of tournaments in his day. We have some moves, Tanya? Or let
barely.
Barely? We're still playing cat and mouse for a little while?
We do have a couple of moves. The knight is gone.
Oh, and black.
Interesting.
Veselin decided that White's king was safe on the king side. Maybe he's planning, on the queen side, pardon me, he's planning to put his king comfortably himself on the queen side, trying to take out the sting of any g4, g5 type of breaks. It feels to me that not only has Anish missed several golden opportunities to play g4, g5, he may not get them back. It strikes me as a very good idea to put the king on d7 at this moment.
The queen on e8 attacks the h5 pawn, just making sure you don't get the g5 in.
Exactly. You're also eyeballing the A file, and maybe at some time, here's a slight danger, that when you do get your king into safety, Veselin Topalov may lash out with an active move like g7, g6, although I would hope not. And Maurice, back to you in London.
You know, I'm really stunned. Anish Giri is a great player. Let's make this very clear. Anish has not lost a single game this tournament. He very rarely loses chess games. He is a tough man to beat. But how is it possible that his style is so, is it scientific? Is it safety first? I think about this young man who is so close to the top. He himself is part of the 2800 club. He's broken that magical 2800 barrier. How is it that he would avoid those great active moves, that G5 move that would have really put it to Topalov earlier? He missed a win, well, at least a way to pressure Anand. It just seems as though somehow when he plays, he just, I don't know what it is. He seems like he sees ghosts. I don't know how many players we've seen do that. We've seen Peter Leko, for example, who came within a hair's breadth
of becoming world champion himself with a style that was very similar to Anish's. But you just don't expect him, you don't expect anyone at that level to not play the active move, the aggressive moves in those positions. I just find it hard to believe how correctly, so to speak, he considers himself as a player, and it's costing him so many wins, and he hasn't won any major tournament this year. It's just, to me, it's just astonishing to see him not go for it in so many situations.
Very good point. Could you account for it? Nothing comes to my mind to account for, let us say, this failure. He, again, very, very tough man to beat. You know, he's got our attention, and we applaud him for that. But at the same time, his inability to
win,
inexplicable inability to generate winning threats or winning positions just seems to draw a whole lot of games, regardless of whether they're sharp or safe or solid or positional.
Absolutely, and when you think of Anish Giri, you think of him as a potential challenger for being world champion. But with this kind of a style, yeah, sure, maybe you will not lose too many games in a year, but it's almost impossible to imagine winning the world championship or being a world champion or even winning a super tournament. I actually don't remember the last time Anish Giri won a super tournament.
I don't think he's ever won a super tournament.
He's definitely done very well. I mean, he was great in the Grand Chess Tour in 2015. He lost the tiebreaker in London, right? Yeah. Remember, with MVL and Magnus and that whole...
Yeah, Giri actually ended up second in the Grand Chess Tour 2015.
Having gone through like virtually undefeated and +5, having a much better score than Magnus Carlsen, and just the way the Grand Chess Tour points were distributed. And we were talking in that exact time of him being a very good potential challenger to Magnus, because he had a plus score, in fact, against Magnus, one of the very, very few players in the world to do that. But since that time, it's a safety-first style, safety-first defensive style. That has failed. That's failing him in his career.
And I don't think anybody would want to see a match between Magnus and Giri. I mean, you saw Magnus and Karyakin with Karyakin's defensive style. I don't think anybody would be that interested.
Look at the plus side. It's
Giri
not Giri against Karyakin.
No, Maurice, you're making a very good point.
But still,
yes.
You know, still, he's so safety first. Magnus found it hard to crack him. Magnus finally did beat him, but it's just not the style you want to see now. You think about somebody like Fabiano Caruana, who's going to come armed to the teeth with preparation, who's not going to be afraid to go into sharp lines and try to prove that he can defeat a Magnus Carlsen. If you thought of somebody like Nakamura, well, Nakamura has a terrible score against Magnus, but you know he'd be coming in playing fighting chess. And Wesley So, that would definitely be a matchup you'd want to see as well. But somehow, Giri's going to have to get that something. The worst thing about it, though, is the players who get that drawing reputation, I very rarely see them change. I mean, if you're a solid positional player, usually you stay a solid positional player. And you think about somebody like Peter Leko, for example. You know, it worked for him. It kept working for him. And that's what he does. Petrosian, that's what they do. That's how they play. And it works for them the way it works. And sometimes you can win a world title the way Petrosian did. And sometimes you stay on the outside, almost there, like a Peter Leko. Will Giri ever get that close?
Good questions. And again, it is confounding at times. We talk about players who have a big score against other players and so on. This inability of Anish Giri to really show, at times, needed times, the killer instinct.
Yeah, to seize the initiative when it matters the most. And if you see the top level games now, everywhere in all elite tournaments, I mean, it's clear the way to win points is to create chances on the board, create uneven positions on the board, go for combative play. Because more often than not, it is almost, I mean, to have a game where you positionally try to outplay an opponent, it's it doesn't work anymore. Very, very rarely do you see positional masterpieces where one player
From
has
start
been,
to finish.
From start to finish, you've got to create unbalances. You've got to provoke your opponent. Yes, of course, it also means that you yourself become vulnerable to mistakes. But unless you take those chances, the points are not going to come in.
Exactly. And talking about a fearless opponent, look at the man in front of Anish Giri. This is a man who's won the World Championship, who's won some of the world's most prestigious and elite tournaments. Veselin Topalov, yes, he's falling on his sword here. There's no question about that. But look at the decorated career he's had because he goes for the kill almost too often. You know, like if they're... At times you almost want to reel him back and say, okay, yeah, Veselin, I get it. You're playing for the win.
No.
But this man
No, you don't want to reel in Veselin.
No, he's special.
I mean, think about it, Yaz.
Yeah.
Think about it. When you think of Veselin Topalov in form,
yeah,
what do you think of? Fighting chess, sacrificing material, sacrificing exchanges, a pawn, exchange for a bishop and pawn. You think about attacking chess. I think wasn't he the last person to defeat Garry Kasparov and basically send Gary into retirement?
Yes.
You see this. Okay, he's gotten a bit older, and that kind of flamethrower style it tends to burn you out a little bit earlier in a chess career than those who play more quiet positional chess. But man, you can take a number of his games, a number of them, and put them up and say, let's take a look at this, and derive such great pleasure from watching that type of chess. He was such a memorable chess player in his prime. And even, remember that tournament that he won when he won the world title in San Luis?
Louis, Argentina.
He ran away from everybody. He
Plus
just showed,
undefeated.
Just amazing chess. And that's the kind of stuff that draws in the fans.
Yeah,
that's what you've got to do if you want to separate yourself from the pack.
Absolutely, Maurice. Sorry to have interrupted you. I remember I visited in 2015 the Grand Chess Tour tournament in Stavanger, Norway. Veselin Topalov, playing against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen in a winning position oversteps his time. What happens? You gift this guy a point. He ran away from the field. It was a phenomenal. He was like +5 undefeated. The closest, I believe, was Vichy at +2 undefeated. It wasn't even close. +3?
I remember because if Vichy won the last game against
Topalov, he would have tied.
Yeah.
So Veselin Topalov in form is a monster. Absolutely. And, well, I
he's
admire
definitely
his...
one of the most creative players of all times. We've seen him come up with moves that completely blow our minds, not just our minds, even the engines don't understand it, and then go on to crush some of these top players. But, well, when Veselin is on a downward spiral, exactly because of this trait in his personality, it is self-destruct mode then.
Well, think about it in another way. We were here together in the showdown, right? And there's Veselin Topalov, and he's playing Fabiano Caruana, and he throws out a pawn. Then he throws out a piece. He's just a piece down for some vague attacking chances, and he wins in glorious style.
A
quiet move.
A quiet move that has nothing to do with the action that's going on.
Exactly. Do you see Anish Giri playing anything even close
I don't
to that?
even remember Anish when he sacrificed anything.
Alejandro catches up on the current position. Has things changed as Anish coming any closer to making his breakthrough?
No.
It's
a little bashing to Anish what we're saying.
Sure.
He does have many superb games.
Of course.
Absolutely.
I think one of the most memorable for me was actually Anish Giri defeating Veselin Topalov. I want to say it was London of last year with the black pieces first round. Just absolutely crushed him with an excellent combination at the end. He's also had a fantastic game against Wesley So in the Shamkir of 2015, annihilated the American. So, I mean, he does have some games where he just plays really cool chess. It's just not as often as some of his compatriots.
Exactly. So bring us up to date, if you will.
Come on.
Alejandro.
Well, this is the current position. I'm not going to bore you with how we got here, but basically this knight went around and eventually got here. And now the king went all the way to b7, which makes all of the breakthroughs a lot harder because now if you break through on the king side, you're not really having any targets. When the king was on f7 and the queen was on b7, the breakthrough g5 was very strong. When the king is on b7 and it's the queen that's on f7, the contrary is true. There is actually nothing to be gained from the break. So with the constellation of pieces that Veselin has chosen, I don't see any breakthrough chance for Giri. On good news, we are on 32 moves out of 50. So only 18 more moves until Giri has to make some kind of decision on how to either continue the game or just give the pile of the draw.
Exactly.
Only 18.
So.
And talking about, you know, these players playing a marathon of a game, yes, this is exactly the reason why, you know, we question about the importance of fitness in chess.
Yes.
And I look at these two players, I mean, they've been sitting for 6 hours, and believe it or not, it requires immense amount of energy, concentration, and focus even at this point, no matter how simple the position or complicated it is. And for you to have your brain working for 6 hours and keep it going to the best of its ability, this is where stamina plays such an important role in chess.
No question about it. I recall playing a 12-hour game over 2 days. We had a Germans against then world champion Anatoly Karpov. And by the 3rd day, I could barely crawl into bed. I was so exhausted, and I was very, very fit. I was in really, really good shape. But you're absolutely right. The enormous amount of energy that's required to sit down for a 6-hour session, calculating so many ideas, and nutrition also a very important part of that as well. And again, just a lot of
handshakes.
And there it is. Draw.
So no g5 and f5 on the board.
Wow. Okay. Anish,
I would like to add as well, if I just may jump in very quickly.
Please, Maurice.
It is almost 10 p.m. in London.
Wow.
The games began at 4, so it's almost 10 p.m. So it's not like it's early afternoon. I mean, sooner or later, you might even get sleepy if you're at the board. So I think Anish just decided not to continue this game.
Well, thank you, Anish. What can I say? For Veselin Topalov, he scores his second
draw of the tournament. Well, here's hoping that we see him back in his element for the last 2 rounds that remain. Because, to some extent, this has definitely stopped the bleeding.
And for Anish, I'm sure the jokes are going to get even worse as he goes to his 7th draw in a row. Let's just take a look in a moment on the standings and how it's reflected with this result.
Well, here we go. We've got Wesley So with 5 points. Right behind him, Fabiano Caruana sole second at 4.5, and then we've got Vladimir Kramnik and Hikaru Nakamura at joint third with 4 points. We've got the pack of Vishy Anand, Levon Aronian, and Anish Giri all at 50%. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave and Mickey Adams are at 3, and well, down in the cellar is Veselin Topalov. And the games tomorrow, here's what we're going to be looking at. It's Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian. MVL will face Mickey Adams with white, and our big matchup for tomorrow, which will have huge bearing on the London Chess Classic standing. Everything can change tomorrow. This is the key matchup. US number 1 versus US number 2. World number 2 versus world number 4. This is Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces will take on the tournament leader, the tour leader, Wesley So. Fabiano Caruana is the one who can overtake Wesley in the finish to the London Chess Classic. And let's get Maurice's final thoughts.
Well, the Americans have come to London to take over. You see that you have Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura all in the top 4 places, and they will be playing for all the marbles tomorrow. Fabi and Wesley, that's a huge matchup. And if they don't break away from the pack, then you'll have
certainly Nakamura, and also one big Vladimir Kramnik, who will also be looking to make his mark on this tournament. I think that they have really separated themselves, those 4 players, from everyone else as far as who could actually win this tournament. So the penultimate round is going to be very exciting. Certainly Nakamura excited us today, and I expect to see many more fireworks from the round tomorrow. And we'll be giving you all the details here from London. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Thank
Maurice.
you, Maurice. And Alejandro Ramirez, your final thoughts.
Well, today I think it was just a Hikaru show. That was by far the most exciting game that we had. He annihilated Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and is now back in that striking distance against Wesley So. He wants to take the London Chess Classic, even if he doesn't win the tour, because Wesley finishes in a high position. He still wants to take London for himself, and he can do it if he can string in some victories together. But as everybody's mentioning, tomorrow's clash between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, that's what the tournament's all about.
Thank you, Alejandro. Well, we've had an absolute marathon of a day, so all of you get some rest, and we'll see you back here at 8 a.m. Central Time.
Good night.